be live and everything. Get that out of my face. Okay, and let's go continue off where we left off at the colony. For any of you watching later, this is playing a challenge idea that is made by a fellow creator, Bloody Drongo, friend of the channel and all that good stuff. But it is the RimWorld Aspirations Challenge, which is based around, there is a mod called RimWorld Expanded Aspirations. And all you need to know about that is when you click on your colonist and you choose needs, you'll have these things right here under fulfillment. And they're just all sorts of really ridiculous stuff that your colonist wants to have done. This colonist would like to hold a concert, would like to defeat a faction leader, would like to get a joy wire installed in them, and would like to have a lover who has the beautiful trait. And you get the idea. This one wants to be resurrected, but they get all over the place, and some of them get pretty hardcore. Like there is ones to get addicted to Luciferum and all sorts of awful things. There's also some wholesome ones, like they just want to grow old or have kids or stuff like that. But it is all over the board. Some are easy, some are really hard. Is the dragon one you? You are not in the colony right here. Yeah, we got Loon TK, but we don't. You're not in the colony yet. All right. But yeah, so with this colony,
Wah, 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 wah. Babby want neuro supercharge. Wah, wah, wah.
Thank you for the 100 biddy sent you cookie. I appreciate that. And apparently you summoned a cold snap while you're at it. Not that there's really much I'm going to do about that. It's going to kill my crops. I'm sitting on... I have too much food. But yeah, so for this colony, we actually chose one of the geological landforms. This wasn't planned. This isn't part of the challenge. But this is geological landforms. It is a map that is effectively a cavern system, which does have its pros and cons. Like, one of the big cons were there were the infestations all around that we had to go and clean out like you have in your caves. What are you doing? Oh, you're hauling a short bow, that's fine. But, it also offers me very little grow space. It's not going to be a super difficult challenge. About the worst thing is, there's going to be no controlling infestation so far as, like, there are strategies between baiting infestation to certain possibles. That's just not a thing you can do here. You just kind of have to plan that infestations are going to happen, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Conversion. Oh yeah, we had a person here we were currently working on recruiting. What were you that we wanted you? Oh right, we knocked you down, and it was a waster, but undergrounder, tough, fast walker, and we're like, no, this one stays. Because I actually don't take prisoners very often. Like, not these days, I used to. Generally, there's so many ways to grow your colony that don't require you to do the whole shackling a person in a room and then forcing them to, you know, see things your way kind of thing. Like, we have so many options now. Was there anything else we could do here? But yeah, like, I'll still do it in a like, the rare occasion. But yeah, no, generally speaking, there's just no need for it. Alright, but in the meantime, oh, one thing we ought to do is we need to get this hospital improved. But yeah, so right now where we're at in this run, so to clarify what the challenge is, I should do that first. The challenge in this run is that what we're trying to do is we are trying to... Sorry, we're trying to get 3 people to get all of their aspirations, every single one of these, fulfilled at the same time. As in, 3 of them must be alive at the same time with all their aspirations filled. If one of the ones we get all the aspirations on dies, unless I manage to resurrect them, then they don't count anymore. So that's the goal here. But in the early game, we're not really worried about their aspirations. We're trying to secure ourselves to be able to be a very long-living colony. We do have a couple of aspirations we've met. Like, Baghdad Bob here wanted to be the leader of our faction. We could fulfill that instantly, so I was like, okay, you're our leader now. So that was nice and easy. He also wants to be a sanguiphage. I think we established that this is going to be one of the easier ones for us to hand. Oh no, never mind. It was right. This is the grow old one was the one that's a problem because they're 17 and they want to they either need to hit 65 or have an age up event, which happens in their 50s. We have decided if this character ends up being one of the ones that we ultimately pursue, the way we will handle that is we're just going to use ritual magic to steal their age. Don't worry about it. We have like play with the golden cube is on here, read an amazing book, defeat a centipede, obtain legendary gear. Like this one's probably not too bad. Like the cube is the only one that's tricky on that one. Yeah, that one's also grow old. This one wants to be paired up with a high mate. Well, it's technically a psychic bond, but high mates are the ones that with it, unless we get into like altering genetics and whatnot, which may or may not happen. Alright, but in the meantime, we did actually... So when I start my runs, I start with kind of a generic ideology, especially with this one where I don't really know what we're going to get stuck with. So I went ahead and we started with a Prolicizer just because it's a nice neutral ideology that's easy to keep running. And then ultimately, because we did choose this tile, and we didn't have any of our stuff here that required me to have an ideology or made a particular ideology not viable, we have moved to becoming tunnelers. So we're in progress of shutting down our old farm and moving over to nutrient fungus, which this cold snap is definitely going to help that along the way. So let's go ahead and plan to delete these delete the stuff we were growing that isn't going to be important. So put this here, because we'll still have them grow all this. So grow entirely too much heal root. And too much cotton. Yeah, so still use all the field, we're just not gonna use it for food anymore. What technology are we? Oh, we're also running the no research, random research mods. So it never seems like I'm making really weird choices on my research, such as having a water mill generator on a tile that does not have a river. That's what's going on with that. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? But yeah, that's what we've got going on. We are running with all of the DLC running. Okay, so we have... Well, it'd be a very easy to take thing, but we'll deal with that in a minute. So we're under attack by... Okay, so we got a raid dropping in. What type of raid was that? They're dropping right in the middle of my base. Okay. So with that, one of you has a shield belt, if I recall correctly. Yeah, JD has a shield belt, so we want to put them on point. We're not particularly well set up for them to drop directly into the middle of our home. I'm kind of hoping that they'll be spread out enough that... Okay. So, let's get you two here. I don't know what they're equipped with. We're gonna try and draw them into melee immediately. So you've got a club. Alright, well that was easy. Okay, so we've got one up there, one down there still. Actually, two up here. Just checking to see if any of them we care about one way or the other. Alright, so it looks like they're gonna go there. We left that door open previously. Just so we stopped having the raiders smashing our stuff. Oh, right. If I go there, they'll, So, we're waiting for stone cutting. That's the reason why our defense seems, like, really terribly set up right now. Is I can't get all these stones out of here. We keep carving this out, and there's no stone cutting yet, so we're just dealing. Alright, so we do have the melee ones coming in first. He's gonna get shredded. Because I did spend extra money on lots of chain shotguns. Yeah, the R2 are running away. We don't care about any of that. Alright, so pretty simple raid. You just got beat up a little bit. You just got banged up a little bit, that's fine. We also don't have too much to worry about with this. We did steal some sentry guns and all that going on. We got very last 13 and their 235 stream streak 235. Catch the last 235 streams without missing a single one, which is absolutely ridiculous beyond all belief. So thank you so much for that. Hope you're enjoying your extra points. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where are you going, man? Yeah. That's one of the raiders who is apparently still trying to figure out what they're doing. Oh, we did utilize a combat group to pop the Ancient Danger and kill all the stuff in there. We have not messed with the caskets yet. I'm not feeling super great about popping the caskets quite yet, because with 6 of them in there, if they all pop out and they're all well-armored, you know, enemies like they can be, that presents a big problem. Okay, we got random rodents and all that running into our freezer. That eventually won't be a problem. Right now, it's not actually a freezer because they don't have the air conditioning technology, so we're just making do. Did you get treated? You did not. Who is our doctor? You? I'll let you finish being at the party. If they were bleeding, that'd be another story, but if it's just hanging at the party... Okay, so you got all that. Do these as medical beds. Yeah, so I'm up-teching our hospital a little bit here. It'll keep things moving on. Okay, so we're out of wood. We don't have stone cutting yet. But that said, we're gonna get more wood. Like, that's literally 99% grown. So we should be getting more wood anytime now.
Life goals on the rim are upsetting.
Life goals on the rim are upsetting. I mean, we want people to die. Like, people want to die and be resurrected. Not that they want to be resurrected if they die. They specifically have the desire to die and be resurrected. They want to experience death. Hey, Tangerine Blade, how's it going, by the way? It's good seeing you. We'll go ahead and have them tear through that. And how cold is it inside here? It is heckin' cold. I was actually hoping it wouldn't be that cold. Probably close that door. Going great over here? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, wait, why are you cleaning up that spot? Oh, that's probably all considered... Yeah, that's all considered home zone because of what we've got going on. That's fine. Oh, we all are also working on a throne room because we want to have, like, inspired speeches and all that. I am making it way too grand, like, way more than it needs to be. But, I have stopped building most of this because I am reaching that point where if I keep building what's here, we're going to get into some pretty serious trouble because of colony wealth. Because as we smooth these floors, it does nothing. If you can't have a grand throne room, what can you have? Exactly. If you don't want, who wants a regular old throne room? Who wants just like a little longhouse? If you're going to be royalty, you want to be all the way. No half measures. There, I've got that all queued up to take all the stone out of there as well. Yeah, so right now we're just working on expanding our fungus farm since we're tunnelers. We get upset if we don't eat the mushrooms. So I'm trying to get that built. Yeah, non-ideal temperature, not growing, that's fine. Quest expires in 24 hours. Alright, so let's see here what it says. See, she's being followed by her enemies and wants you to use hope to draw enemies away. There's a psychic droner they've tuned to the male gender with two man-hunting huskies wandering nearby. So I can do this, and I will get whatever reward for basically fighting two huskies. The only... Oh, we gotta wait. Can you ask why you're not using shelves? Lack of wood, lack of stone. We're trying to grow the trees for the wood, and then I do not have stone cutting because I'm using research, no research, random research. So I don't control stuff, and that has made it so I still don't have stone cutting. Versus my current stone amount is 0. I could make the stones out of steel, but I'd rather save the steel for other things. I would like shelves. Shelves are something I'm intending on using, but currently not an option. Alright. Combat supplier. Like, this would be a perfectly doable quest, and those aren't bad rewards. I'm just not going to worry about it, because we are in the middle of mountains. And that does mean with the mountains, it is very hard to caravan in any timely manner. So, Alright, JD will go introduce themselves to them, see what we can trade. And then, again, for those who don't know Tangerine Blade and our fantastic creator on the platform, definitely so we're checking out, having a good time. Been playing Norland, Zenless Zone 0, and I do not know how to pronounce the last one. But, Hordes of Hell. Definitely check that out. And then, thank you for the Gigantify emote there, I appreciate that. Alright, so we've got all this here. So let's get rid of all the junk we're not going to keep. So, with that, we can snag a second shield belt. The Hellcat rifle is really good. I'd like the Zeus hammer, but I can't make that work right now. And I'll need to keep the Psi T. So I think for right now, that'll probably do. Because, like, don't get me wrong, the Hellcat rifle is an improvement over what I have. But I am going to be leaning very heavily on up-close fighting. So we're probably going to get lots of chain shotguns and that just by the necessity of how this map is. Meanwhile, you're the one who needs the belt, so go get that. And that should do. And thank you for the Gigantify emote as well, Scented Cookie. I appreciate that. You should get the components. Nah, I'm good. If you sell the gold, you can make Zeus hammer? Oh, if I sell the gold, I can do that? Yeah, but I'm gonna need the gold for the throne, and we're doing the aspirations thing, and I will need the gold for that. I'm not super worried about the Zeus hammer. Like, it's a nice to have. But yeah, I think I'd rather hold on to the money. Keep in mind with a lot of the suggestions that we are not playing in normal settings. So for example, like components, right now, because my research is tied behind random, I don't have the ability to build much that uses components yet. That's worth building at least. So it's not urgent. I also know there's tons of components on the map I haven't even bothered mining because I don't want them to be available for a mood break where they could get destroyed. Like, there's some components in that. I've got a bunch of compact machinery in the walls all over the place. I also have tons of steel over there. There's some compact machinery over there. I remember there's like 2 or 3 nodes down this way as well. So I actually have nowhere near exhausted what I have available to me without even trading for them. But since I'm not going to be able to use them for a long while, it is kind of one of those things that if I buy them right now, one of the issues I can run into is if someone has a mood break, which we're liable to run into because of dealing with the pains of no research, random research, they do stack components. And then when it comes to the stack of components, they can destroy a whole stack in one go. Raiders can come in from the edge that's open? Yeah, they can come in from all these different directions. Yep, any movable area. This is a cool map. Yeah, this is the, was it geological landforms mod? If we look at the, I tried to hit M for map, that's not how that works. If we were to go here, these are all geological landform maps. You have all sorts of exotic styles. So you can have stuff that, like, you can have a scary. That's basically a rock island, where it's an island that's all rock and like little patches of dirt or whatever. You can do like, you can do a fjord, so you can have where you have like your little areas along the sides here. One of the really popular ones is, was it Canyon? No, it wasn't Canyon. Not Caldera. It's not Crater. There's oh, Rift is a ridiculous one where there's this tiny little tunnel in the mountains. That's for people who want to do like the most ridiculous stuff. You said Crater? Oh yeah, Crater's a very popular one if you want a ridiculous one. This is the like ridiculously defendable one. It still actually has a lot of negatives. So for like where you're supposed to have like 3 different attack groups coming from different angles, they all bunch up in one spot. And that can be actually pretty hard, because normally when you deal with that, you'd rush out, take out 1 or 2 of them, and then rush back to the defensive line to deal with what, you know, the last group. But with them all mashed together. Swamp Hill is my favorite, because all of that is swamp around it, so you can't build on it well. You just have like one little rock in the middle. So there's a lot of fun stuff that does. And then the one we're doing is like surface tunnels or something like that. This is my first time doing this map. But, it's basically a map that's just cave systems, so it's still susceptible to all the normal raids and all that kind of stuff. Part of it is with all this being overhead mountain everywhere we look, all that dark green, there is no baiting infestations. They're going to happen where they're going to happen, and you have no way to deal with it. Oh, cool. So, the refugees we helped sent a skill trainer for crafting. I don't remember who we had doing that. Oh, you know what? Let's have you use that. Because you're one of our like main crafters, and that's kind of like your only main skill. And you just grew up from being a child, so that's gonna go ahead and bump all that. Hey, Chesaru, how's it going? You almost forgot about this aspirations run. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Yeah, no, I with Coral Island, I got pretty deep into the Coral Island. Let's actually not do that right now. We got pretty deep into the Coral Island stuff for a little while, so this run kind of sat aside for a little bit here. So we're gonna go ahead and do this for a little while today, and then about halfway through stream we'll do our switch, because I usually try and play 2 games a night. Granted, I've been pretty bad about that lately. So we need to get you out of here. I'm not sure I want to facilitate that. I might just leave that alone and let them survive in the freezer and let them eat that stuff, because it's gonna rot long before we get anywhere. Because the big... Oh, well. I was gonna try taming that one and then kicking it out, but that's not gonna happen. It's fine. Unintentional pets. Yeah, so right now I'm just working on expanding this here. Actually, you know what I can do? Shrink this zone and expand it here. There we go. Yeah, so we're working on just converting all of this farm out here into, you know, non-edibles, like all the other things I want, while we get our mushrooms set up. Because the 5,000 or so here should last for a decent amount of time. Alright. We're gonna get UQ to be disassembled. That's just the same as, like, if you're wondering why I haven't torn down these ruins, because they're inside a cave, if I tear these down, I have to worry about the roof coming down. So I'm just leaving it be. If I need that space later, we can worry about that space later. Right now, we're just kind of in a holding pattern until we get some of the more important research going. I'm really hoping we get stone cutting soon. Stone cutting would be a big win for us. The Penaloxylin or whatever it is, that's up, like, it's a tech I used to never worry about, and then with the random research I kept getting it, and I started using it, go, this stuff's amazing. I need to use this every single run. Because the number of times it's like, oh no, you've got this giant 5-star danger quest coming up. By the way, malaria. And you're just like, no, I can't deal with this right now. And then you manage to barely get through that, and then, like, while people are, you know, still recovering from the malaria, it goes, by the way, flu. By the way, next thing you're like, oh my god, please, this is a regular temperate tile, why are you doing this? I can't remember what are we temperate forest on this one? There we are. We are temperate forest. Part of the reason we did that is with the no research random research, you can't do hot tiles because you can't build passive coolers or air conditioners until RNG blesses you with it. So it's one of those ones that surviving that is 100% just the RNG. Did you get fertility procedures? Great. That's not something I actually need. Game, thank you. I appreciate you. Cool, man. Game offering options. Yeah. Well, we got our water mill generator. We got our fertility procedures. We got our death rests. These three are things I don't have a use for here. Honestly, the other ones haven't been that bad. Those are, well, and carpet making. Those are the only ones I'm like, those are actually kind of garbage. Because I want to say the only fertility procedures was basically to, you know, prevent people from having kids. Which, honestly, if you switch it to, like, don't try for a kid, the, it's pretty infrequent. Is there geovents? Yeah, I've got one geothermal vent here. There's another one down there. The ones that make me curious is there's some over here in the caves. I'm curious with these. Because normally what you'd do is you'd build your geothermal vent on there, and then you'd wall it off and you'd leave no roof on it so it doesn't overheat. I can't do that. Like, if I enclose it, so I gotta... Oh, there's another one over there. So there's, like, actually a bunch of them. It's the same number as normal, it's just they're kind of mashed together because of the tunnel system. But, I'm gonna have to take into consideration that I can't just peel the roof off on them. So I'm gonna effectively need a tunnel for them to dump their heat out, or they will literally catch fire. So I'm taking advantage of this one as soon as I'm able, because it's only halfway covered, so I can definitely once I have the technology, wall it off and use it. But most of the other ones aren't in good positions for me, and plus I gotta run the wire through the cave network or tunnel through, which we'll definitely be doing. We're just gonna pick up the speed more because we're kind of in that waiting pattern. All right, and you are still a little ways till you're going to be ready for me to convert. Yeah, one of the dangers of this map is probably going to be when it comes to stuff like mech clusters, because they can only target these 5 places, and then this place is just too small. So's that one. I feel like realistically we're going to get mech clusters dropping in our front yard a lot. Well, any drop out, I think. You have an unknown threat, and you're willing to give me a book that teaches me how to grow cocoa. Nah, I'm good. We can go ahead and get rid of all these logging and all that. Oh, reward preferences. Yeah, that's fine. I actually don't mind good, like, getting allies is always a good thing in this game. Yes, they're almost done with this room. And then once that's done, we'll start in the next hallway down here and just get things all converted. Yeah, we still got 5,000 food left. And still things are showing as refrigerated and all that because it's still cold. But realistically, we're probably looking at half a year's worth of food in there, not counting the packaged survival meals. Oh yeah, I forgot I had that. Why aren't you building that? Oh, it's because they're busy with the floor. Research known passive cooler. Cool, man. Well, at at least now when we have a heat wave, assuming I have wood, I can at least do something. Hey, that's still another research off the possibility list. Did I misspell that? No, I didn't. Alright, but yeah, so looking at our aspirations, so we've got Galactic here who wants to hold a concert, kill a faction leader, get a joy wire installed, and have a lover who is beautiful. We've got JD2V0 here who wants to be resurrected, which means they have to die, have legendary gear, see an aurora, become a mechanator, and get a tentacle. We've got Loon TK here who wants to attend an inspirational throne speech, have a psychic bonded partner, so a high mate, or someone we've altered to do that, grow old and become inspired. We've got Dragon Lord here who wants to be liked by at least 10 people, have legendary gear, get revenge on a centipede, read an amazing book, and play with the golden cube. We got Baghdad Bob who wants to grow old, become liked by 10 people, become a sanguiphage, and become the colony leader. We have Toke here who would like to feel catharsis, which is going to certainly happen at some point, become a Psycaster, get a tentacle, become inhuman, and hold a concert. And then you don't get aspirations until you're an adult, so Harry has no aspirations. Children don't get to have wants or dreams. That's certainly how that works, right? No? Okay. Alright. So good news is our construction person is almost done making the first grow zone. We have Galactic who it doesn't look like they're doing much, but they are just doing lap after lap, taking one chunk of rock after another and throwing outside. Why are you going way up there? What's happening right now? I don't really know why you went up there. I don't have any weird scheduling stuff to it. No, the only... Actually, you don't need to be restricted anymore. Oh, hey, hang on there. You're still on your assignments from when you were a child. Okay. Alright. Home stretch, last corner. But yeah, so we're just... You'll notice we've got 4 research benches going. That way, if anyone doesn't have something to do, even if they're horrifically bad at it, that's still some level of research getting done. I normally don't build that many research benches. Most of the time I have just the one. Sometimes I'll add 2 in if it's going to be like a long-term, like a game that's going to have like a long start. But just in this particular case, with random research, no research, and being stuck the way we are, I just want to get as many going as possible, just to try and make sure we can get stuff moving. Because this is a run that if I just let them keep building forever and ever, we can get ourselves in trouble. Max research on a researcher. Would you look at that? Hey, Alana, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Alanarama, please? For those who don't know Alanarama, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on. Also plays lots of RimWorld. Definitely good times over there, among other games. So definitely check them out. Good times. Yeah, so we're gonna get our mushy mush up online pretty soon. I mean, it's growing. We should start actually getting these trees cut down and getting some wood in here. I probably have stuff queued up that's gobbling up that wood that I'm just overlooking. Oh yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. We got these beds for our hospital. Okay. And we got that last little bit of stuff in the corner. Thank you for the Gigantify cookie, I appreciate it. Alright, with that, we have our first mushroom grow zone is built. Now the constructed people can continue, like, smoothing out walls and all that. I am going to queue for them to smooth out anything they see up here. Just to get that done as they're able. Yeah, no, Cookie's got some really good emotes. Oh, I forgot we have the compact plasteel in that corner. We can work on mining that out as well. Oh, yeah, and so if you look at our colony, most of our colonists are actually dirt moles. I haven't done a dirt mole start. That's part of the reason I was like, oh, we're gonna go for up close, you know, up close weapons. Because dirt moles are nearsighted, so their ability to fight at long range is... It's bad. There's not really another way of putting it. It's bad. So we're gonna be leaning very heavily on chain shotguns, that kind of stuff, to just try and just Death Star anything that walks through a door. So if we do end up making a properly defensive position, that properly defensive position is going to feature us just basically trying to slow feed people into chain shotguns. They do get a melee bonus though, so we will probably go for having 3 melee. So, like, for example, if we were to do something like this, I'd try and get to where I could line up my 3 melee and just surround it with chain shotguns as best we can and try and force them into close. Yep, and for once, that mod list should actually be up to date. I did update it for this challenge. Because normally, it's like 95% correct, but there'll be like one mod I'm missing or a mod that I had on the list I took off. Generally speaking, I usually run very, very light on the mods. So if you look at that list there and you see how long it is, the mods that actually change game mechanics meaningfully is the no starting research, random research mods, which are effectively challenge mods. The vanilla aspirations expanded. And then I guess you could argue the geological landforms as well. All the other ones are either like nice to have kind of stuff or in support of other mods. But yeah, so there's not a whole lot there that we have to worry about within itself. Alright, we gotta still wait for more wood, that's fine. I do expect this to be a decent sized base, because I think part of my strategy for going for the aspirations is I do think I'm going to want to have a colony of a fairly decent number of colonists. And the reason I'm saying that is that it's going to open me up for a bit more dangers to deal with. But my thought is, with the lottery of what the aspirations are, that gives me a better chance of getting a range of aspirations that I can go after. That way, if we have, like, really, really RNG difficult kind of aspirations, I can frankly just let those be, and do something else instead. Alright. So JD is getting all of the mushrooms planted, so that's good news. And slowly piling all the stone in the hallway in front of all the bedrooms. Lovely. And you're smoothing out the walls, that's fine. Yeah, so this is a fairly slow research we got going, so I'm guessing it's something in like the maybe 800 to 1200 range, maybe 1400. Which doesn't limit anything, it basically means any of these techs except advanced light. Any of these, maybe smithing or cocoa, maybe double strand. It's definitely not stone cutting. Stone cutting would have zipped past in seconds. I'm actually going to say it's probably none of those, because by being it past the electricity point, these research faster, because they're considered a lower tier tech. I don't think it's microelectronics. I don't think it's that expensive. Yeah, so we got this going on that we're just going to have to wait till it... You should be getting recruited soon. Yeah, you're getting pretty close there. And Cerise the Mage getting their 7 stream streak, catch the last 7 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I do hope you enjoy your extra 450 points. Hey, Night High Lord, how's it going? I feel like doing the thing we did in our last anomaly base, where we use the lights, because we could, yeah, if we unlock the color lights, we'll go and choose the coloring of the lights based on what the purpose of the room is. So our anomaly base, we had like all of the scary things that go bump in the night. We tucked them all back in an area where we lit the whole area in like dark red. You know what? I have an idea for a fun kind of anomaly thing. We could put all the scary things that go bump in the night that you reach them through the throne room. Sort of like the secret lab. I gotta watch out for the border of the map though, because if we go to our structures, I can't build outside this white line. There should be plenty of room for that though. So what we can do is, I'm not gonna connect it yet. Behind the throne, we can have the hallway. Let's mark off where the edge of the map is real fast, where I can no longer build. And it's build that I care about, not mining. So I can go 2 more rows this way. So that's the limit. I cannot go farther out than that and still be able to do stuff. So I'm trying to remember, and we don't have the anomaly, like, we have the anomaly DLC turned on. We're not doing anything with it quite yet. I will want to turn that on eventually, but I basically want the very early tech done before we poke that. I am going to have a number of these characters who are going to want anomaly things, though, so I'm going to have to deal with that. Alright, so we can add our choke point here, so that the hallway can go back there. But that's also one of the reasons I'm not connecting this. So let's see. If we put the room here, I'm just trying to remember... I want to say the pads that you put the anomaly things on, I want to say they're 3x3? It's either 2x2 or 3x3. No, maybe it was 2x2? A 4x5 room should be more than enough. So if I put that here for the hallway, as opposed on the edge where I got that down there, I should be able to go over here. They're 2x2? Yeah, that should be perfect, so we'll do it this style. Because I like having a little extra room. It's not min-maxy at all doing it this way. But you get the idea. So for right now, I'm not going to plan to put a bunch back here. I might just make that a room I can store stuff. Like, that might be our, like... I don't know what I'll do with that room. I'll do something with that space back there. We can worry about that. You know what we could also do? Don't have that first room. Yeah, that's even. Don't do that first room. And that can be our ritual room. I don't know why with the anomaly stuff. I always like doing it this way, where you have your base, you kind of have this, like, hidden back area behind the base. And that's just where you do like all the sketch stuff, like ritual magic and all that. It doesn't matter. There's no mechanical reason for it. There's no whatever. Okay, cool. So Guillotine should be recruited the next time someone talks to them. But there's just something about doing it that way that's just entertaining to me. Like, just the thematic story side of it, where it's like, oh, hey, you know what we should do? Change this up a little bit. Just to give the room a little bit more of an interesting shape. Could be argued that they're less likely to be destroyed in a raid. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely this area. Oh yeah, no, you're talking about the ritual stuff? Yeah, there's definitely that argument. That's not why I'm doing it, but there's definitely some truth to that. I want to get Dragon Lord. I want to get Dragon Lord Drill Hands, because that's just being a dirt mole who is also our person who, because we're tunneler, we have the mining, you know, job or whatever. I want to get them Drill Hands, just so I can see how much that stacks. because they've got a 70% bonus to mining speed for being the drilling, like the digging leader, whatever you want to call it. Then they're a dirt mole. They're maxed out skill because they're a dirt mole and all that. And it's just like, come on, give me the drill hands. I want to see the walk speed be the real, like the slowing factor, the bottleneck of their mining. That they just go up to a wall, just go chip, the wall falls down, and they go to the next tile. All right. And my plan here is, well, you know what? This could also be the temple eventually. Right now, this is the temple. So before the changes with the ideology stuff, I used to actually put a bunch of my ideology stuff in the throne room. I believe you take a penalty for that now, if I remember correctly. I'm going to put a door here. Eventually, I made these too wide so that later I could put, like, the containment doors with plasteel and components and all that. We're not going to worry about that right now. I'll just put, like, a regular wood door on there. And then we get, like, more involved stuff. We can worry about that then. Whatever this research is, it's an expensive one. I'm hoping it's... Well, I mean, if it's microelectronics, that's fine. Until I build a high-tech research bench, it won't matter. Right, and I can't put down a ritual. So new recruit, guillotine. All right, so we've got our first new person in here. You are going to probably be a melee pawn. What are the waster skills? Yes, you're poor cooking, artistic, and animals, but you are aggressive and all that. So if you would like your name to be considered, put in the pool. You will be a melee pawn who. I don't remember what I planned for you to do. You're just a very tough fighter type pawn. As far as what you're actually doing here, surprisingly, you're going to be good at childcare. So you can help grow. You're definitely not going to bother mining. Like, mining is something I don't need help with. So realistically, you're going to help with growing things for right now. The reason I couldn't leave them not taking, because they're fast walker, tough undergrounder in a tunnel base. This pawn is screaming to stab things. Do I have any melee weapons rolling around in here? I need to build an armory. Like, this is just a quick storage room. I need to build, like, an actual proper storage room somewhere. That's fine. We got a Go Frenzy. Yeah, I know I've seen plenty of clubs and all that. So, what exploded? No, seriously, what exploded? I don't see the boom rat anymore. Oh. Ah, it was the boom rat. It got itself locked out of the fridge, and then it starved to death in the tunnels. Not bad. I didn't deliberately do that. I did want you to go away, though, so, I mean, I'm not upset about it. Alright, so we do have the Timberwolf here. That's a potential threat. It's nearby my base. Let's just deal with that Timberwolf real fast. You had the baby, so you just keep doing what you're doing. Oh, I haven't given you a weapon yet. There we go. I just didn't want someone to, like, walk by and get mauled by the Timberwolf at some point. Alright, so I think we've got enough time, so here we go for our brand new melee pawn. We are going to have Sniper Spice. And you don't already have a person in here, so that works for me. So, Sniper Spice. Welcome to the colony. We'll get you a melee weapon as soon as we can. And we'll also try and get you a shield belt as soon as we can make that happen as well. Right now, what I need to probably do is tell them to stop putting steel in here, because that's like 2/3 of the storage being used on that. So let's go ahead and untick the steel. They'll probably just use a little bit here and there. It's just the point is they won't bring more in. But that's fine. I'm curious what this research is. My guess is microelectronics or xenogenetics, because those are the only ones that are that expensive. It could still be one of these the 14 to 1200 range, because I haven't been watching to see how carefully how many people were on the various like research benches and tables and all that. But doesn't feel like it should be that high. Okay, we've got an attack. They're gonna drop right on top of you. Okay. Are they dropping in the freezer? Is that what my understanding is? Let's plan for this fight to be in here somewhere, because I'm not super clear on where this is actually going down. Okay. This will actually work out pretty well for us, I think. There we go. Alright, so that's the danger one in the back there. Okay, all of you, don't worry about that one. That's your target. Shoot it fast, shoot it fast. Don't let him get that off. Okay. You rush. Why are you not letting me move? There we go. Nicely done, team. Meanwhile, it's not a good weapon, but there's a steel knife. Yeah, steel knife's slightly better. Meanwhile, you have a fire foam popper. Yeah, it's gonna be worth stripping this one. We'll want to burn up the rest of those clothes, but the backpacks on them, they don't get marked as tainted. So without having anything else, having a fire foam popper can be good for against impid raids. You could just put it on one of your melee pawns if you don't have something better, and the moment they breathe fire, just pop the popper and you're right back in the fight. Okay, any significant injuries? Ooh, you actually took a pretty nasty cut to the neck. Otherwise, nothing serious. Even then, like, the cut to the neck was not even half health. Still. I don't know where we got that from. They must have dropped it. Yeah, so fire foam pop pack. All right. We still have that set to butcher all creatures, yeah? Who is our cook? Right. So that's why you haven't done this, because you were one of the ones who got injured. Pretty minor injury, so you should recover pretty quickly. But yeah, so Dragon Lord's mining is already fast enough that they're about to finish this whole tunnel. That's part of the reason why you have this whole wing I've carved out, and there's nothing in it, is because Dragon Lord's ability to mine is so absurdly fast that just finishes off an entire new expansion in no time. Dark Scholar. The Dark Scholar is covered with twisted scars approaching your colony. He wants to talk. You can send a colonist to hear what he has to say. Okay, so let's look at what you've got. You are a misogynist psychopath who can use psychic slaughter to make people explode. You have absurdly high level of research. And your planting and constitution are right. You have a bunch of surgical scars. I'm willing to take this person on. I don't like... I mean, I'm mixed. Misogynist and meandrist both suck. Because it is one of those things that will lead to social fight. No, because we have to have a bunch of people being friends. That's what 2 of our people want. This person is liable to cause problems. So yeah, you're gonna be asked to leave, Gloom. Sorry, buddy. Gloom has turned hostile and has entered a murderous rage and has begun fighting back. Okay, well, that's actually the first time I've had that happen. The downside is usually with these ones, it calls in our stuff when you kill them. I need the assistance. Why are you moving? Don't move. Fight. Don't move. You need to win this fight or get here before help. Like, you should win this fight, but you're already injured is my concern. Okay, cool. So I've got you sorted. Everyone else, get out of here. I haven't actually had them go Murderous Rage. Now, the problem with this one is, in my experience, when these characters die, they almost always summon in, Sight Stealers. Who is our doctor and why aren't they doctoring? And we're going to try and keep JD out of this one, because JD... Never mind. You're the one who wanted to have catharsis? I'm hoping you are. You are not. I'm a little worried you're going to get a social fight and someone's going to finish you off. You're not actually that injured. Oh, insulting spree. Well, at least... Hey, you know what, JD? You deserved it. Oh, good. In this case, they didn't. Like I said, normally every time I've had one of them, that, like, when I have them join and they die, you get that double whammy of being followed up with that. Ooh. You hurt their head pretty bad. Well, go grab your spear back before I forget about it. Like, don't get me wrong, I wanted the research. My hesitation was I've got 2 people in the colony who want to have at least 10 friends. And the issue is, if we go and grab someone who's got, like, meandrist, misogynist, psychopath, these ones that lead to lots of social fights, they tend to escalate. And it's easier for me to deal with the friendship kind of thing by just not accepting people like that. There you go. Stop social fighting. Like, the worst thing is most of the social fighting isn't even, like, they weren't even at risk of a mood break. They just got to fight. Oh, who wanted to see this? There was someone who wanted to see the Aurora. Hey, JD. You hereby decided you must go outside. Hey, congratulations, you saw an Aurora. Woo! Cool. Oh, what was yours? So our newest member would like to get a beautiful lover wants to completely destroy a mech cluster, wants to kill a centipede, wants to be a sanguiphage, and wants to have a former psychic bond. Sniper Spice is going to be very hard to satisfy, because that means I need both someone who's got the beautiful tag and someone who has the psychic bond thing. So they're very picky. So that said, we could find someone who's got the beautiful tag and then follow that up by genetically altering them to be able to do the psychic bond thing. This didn't improve my situation. Steel. Stop keeping steel in this room. I mean, it did technically improve it a little bit, but still, that wasn't the point. The point was to clean up this mess and put steel someplace else. As half my colony lays inside, more than half my colony lays inside the hospital because of social fights. So, I'm thinking to satisfy the number of friends thing, we might have to get into genetic altering and try and get our hands on Dead Calm. Because if we get Dead Calm, the odds of us getting into arguments and insulting and social fights and that kind of stuff is going to really, really drop off. And if we can make that happen, then we shouldn't have to worry about people getting at each other's throats constantly, which is the thing that makes it hard for people to get to like each other. Alright, what is your favorite color? It's like a mustard color. Research known. Microelectronics. Thanks, man. Alright, so is it more yellow? Yeah, it's a little, it's like a burnt yellow, so probably that one. It's what they call mustard in the game. There we go. Because I do dye all the rooms the favorite color of whoever's in there. And then when you have, like, couples, I split the color between them. It's just a way to make your base be more colorful. RimWorld has a surprising number of people, though, who are like, what's my favorite color? Gray. What's my favorite color? Beige. You're like, man, you all need to get better favorite colors. At least have a cool kind of gray. At least be like gunmetal or steel or just not, what's my favorite color? Light gray. Oh, okay. Cool, man. And then just beige. Alright, so we now got 2 people who are working the farming, which is overkill, really, but that's fine. There we go. You like the feel of burgundy, but that's just you. Your favorite color is make your eyes bleed neon magenta. Oh man, that's I do wish the color palette you have here was the same color palette that you can have for your favorite color, as well as your colony color, because this is almost like a neon pinkish kind of color. Like it's a screaming bright pink. But if we go to actually do the floor, the closest we've got is pastel red, which is what this room is. It's like, you know what? I want the colony where like all of the colors are reasonable and there's the one room off to the side that's just like, oh god. You open the door to that room, you're like, hang on, I need you to turn down your room. That's pastel bright pink. But, like, just have the colony where everyone's got, like, you know, reds and blues and all sorts of stuff, and there's just, like, the one that's just, like, the screaming toxic neon green that just, like, it's so bright you have to put on shades to, like, look into the room. I want that. That to me would amuse me, because then that individual character is really thing. The sea looks interesting. Yeah, so this is the geological landforms mod, which does let us have all sorts of exotic stuff. So like, if we look here, you've got like tunnels there. Let me just try and click around to find another one that's different, because there's a bunch of different varieties. Like maybe find ourselves a rift or a crater or whatever. Yes, there's rift. It's a really fun mod for if you played a lot of RimWorld. Some of the maps are arguably easier, and some of the maps are brutally hard. Like, I very recommend, if you want something that's a different kind of challenge, Swamp Hill. We do a lot of runs on Swamp Hill where it's like one little chunk of rock in the middle, and it's swamp. It's just, when I say it's swamp, it's like you got little patches of grow area, and then just literally marsh, swamp, and shallow water and all that. So it really kind of limits you on what you can build until you get to late game tech. And so it does present an interesting thing. And you look at it and you go, but wait a second, if the enemies have to slowly wander through swamp to reach you, wouldn't that make it really easy? No. It makes it easier for those raids, and then you have a siege raid drop, and there's no cover as you have to approach on them, as you're the one wading through the muck to reach them now. So it does go both ways, where, sure, the Neanderthal raid mucking across the swamp is much easier to engage than a normal run, but then you have the mech cluster with an auto mortar that drops down in the muck, and you go, well, crap. Well, crap. I guess I get to like slowly wander in as I'm being picked at by pikemen and lancers, trying to take this thing down before it just pummels my base into the dirt. Yay, solar flare. For another challenge mod, I had talked about that I had the plan to do a challenge that'd be like a permanent Noctil event. Was, you know, not with the Noctils, but with like the darkness hurting and all that. And people found a mod that's supposed to do that. I haven't gone to test it properly yet. But the idea, for those who aren't familiar with the Noctil event, basically all the lights go off and the darkness hurts. And so anything that you aren't lighting up yourself with torches and whatever, you step out of that and you start taking minor injuries. And, you know, eventually those escalate till they kill you. And so to me, it's like, that's a really interesting event where you've got to like slowly build out your network of all that. And because of things like solar flare, it means I can't run fully on electricity. Like, I'd probably keep a room in the back that's lit up by torches. That way, if during the event we have a solar flare, everyone scrambles back to like the tiny little lit up room with probably, you know, some food back there or whatever, and just cowers in fear until it passes. So I definitely want to try that, because that was a challenge run I wanted to do, that after I had like my first anomaly victory, I was trying to come up with like, okay, with anomaly, what challenges do I want to do? That was the first one that came to the mind, because the darkness hurting is such a cool effect. But unfortunately, with the, what is it, like unnatural darkness or whatever they call that effect, unfortunately, without mods, it's effectively the exact same as solar eclipse, which just means all your plants die. Which is another part of that challenge, by the way, is all your plants die. I don't think I really have to explain more. All your plants die. They physically cannot grow without like sun lamps and all that. Or that actually is interesting. In theory, I could in theory, you could just grow the mushrooms outside. I didn't even think about that, because the problem with the mushrooms is when they're exposed to light, they die. I think genuinely I could just make a regular grow field outside and grow the nutrient fungus. I still wouldn't be able to grow like heel root or psychoid or anything like that without hydroponics and the sun lamp. Well, I wouldn't need necessarily the hydroponics, but the sun lamp and all that. Alright. So just getting the wire run here for when we go to expand these rooms as well. Yeah, so we got the microelectronics, so whatever we're researching now is flying by, so it's probably one of these lower techs over here. I'm really hoping it's stone cutting. I don't even care what I do with the stones. I just want to get a crafting bench here so I can start getting this mountain worth of stones that's piling all around my base cleaned up so I can do stuff. Okay, distress signal. So the last distress signal we did was immensely profitable for us. So we are going to form a caravan and check it out as soon as I remember where the heck that was. I actually really liked the distress signal one. There is a certain amount of risk to it, but the payouts have been great. Okay, so for the distress signal, Let's go ahead and we will send Sniper along the way because they might get a better weapon. And we'll send JD along, so I have 2 melee to go with us. This one might require actual range here. So we'll have Bob and we'll have Dragon Lord go. And that'll leave Galactic, Loon, TK, and Toke behind. 1 second. Who is your parent again? We need to verify who your parent is real fast. Because I'm coming to the sudden realization that I need that parent to stay behind. And I don't... Okay. Galactic needs to stay behind. And they are. Okay, cool. Because baby needs to eat. And baby cannot eat if mom leaves. Well, actually, that's not true. We probably have... Yeah, we have baby formula as well. But we'll keep mom behind. Alright. So we're going to do a quick caravan over there. That's going to take me a couple days to get there and back. I don't like caravanning too much because of how slow it is. That is one thing that'd be nice if like the next time we get a DLC for RimWorld, I would like to be able to do more with this. If they're gonna lean so hard in having us caravan, sterile materials, it's not what I needed. Like, let us be able to build roads. Like, you know, have some resource costs, some time costs. I have to put people up that you can be ambushed. Let us build our own roads and all that to expand stuff. Make it so we can wipe out enemies and have new enemies show up. Like, just something to make that more interesting. Because to me, this map out here always felt like this weird bolted-on thing that it almost felt like a different game on top of my settlement game. That... It does have some fun it adds to the game, but a lot of times I feel like I'm more fighting the existence of the mechanic than actually being excited about it. Alright, so we can now make sterile floors. So our hospital's about to get some nice proper sterile floors, so that'll improve our medical and all that. Okay. Sterile floors stop the spread of cuties? Absolutely. It would be good at some point. I'm gonna go ahead and make a pen marker in here. It would be good, perchance, to go out here and get some caravanning animals, that kind of thing eventually. Like, even if I don't have it right now, that's just another thing up there. Let's see, people have had that opinion since caravans were added in 1.0. Then given they added families as means of growth. Yeah. Like, that's one of those things. I was actually... Before we knew what Anomaly was going to be, when all we had was that one image of, like, the lady holding the cube. What I had thought it was going to be is that they were going to take the idea of the ideology relics and, like, build an entire game mechanic around those. So we could... Like, I was in the right place about, like, having rituals. Like, that I was correct is the only thing I was correct about the whole thing. But, I was correct about that thing being like, oh yeah, so we're gonna be able to do, like, some type of ritual magic or whatever. But I thought it was gonna be based around these relics, that you would find these relics that have different powers and all that. And I really liked the idea of that, and being able to influence the world at large using that. Alright, so I've got a handful of enemies right in the middle here. I want to take care of those right away. Weirdly, that one's already dead. Alright. Yes, this is a pretty small attack. Ambush. Flesh beasts are emerging from nearby pit burrow. Okay, well, I was just about to say, that was a small attack. And it's just escalated, so it's repositioned a little bit better. Since it's now a bit more significant of a fight. You reposition over here to intercept. All right. Okay, so who's hurt and how badly? So you got properly messed up. You lost a thumb. All right, so do we have anyone here who's actually a doctor? So we have you as a doctor, and you're the most injured. So treat yourself first. Actually, you tend to them. You tend to them. Alright. Let's see, defended, but we lost the kind of storytelling, I guess. We call it environmental storytelling. Yeah, subspawn dead. Let's see, those meat monsters a mixed bag. Had one colonist get killed and two out of their tank like 4. Yeah, no, that's, they can be pretty dangerous. They're trying to patch everyone up before people start bleeding out. That's kind of the danger behind them as well, is they get lots of little cuts on you, which makes treating you, because, like, if you look at that, that's something like 10, 12 different injuries. So it just takes a while to patch them up. I know, you're in serious pain. Need you to hold out for a little bit longer till I can get you all patched. Alright, let's just try and get the bleeding stopped. Once we get the bleeding stopped, we can worry about the next thing. Almost done. And then we switch who's patching who. And then we can run around here real fast and see what's what. Get all our goodies. Alright. Major break risk on you. Okay. So now I'll start tending the other way. Now we can run through and get here. We're going to probably deal with infections, which has me a little worried. So I don't want to dilly-dally much longer, because I am just trying to patch people up in the field by just, you know, chucking whatever on it. I could set down bed points and then, you know, have those bed points set to medical and have people treat them in the medical beds, but right now I'm just trying to hurry and get back home. Alright, so you got two more injuries to patch up. And then we're going to run you into the various rooms to see what you can find. Pop that, see what we get out of it. and then we will caravan off the tile before anything can have a chance to escalate. Alright, one more injury to patch up on you, and then we can have you two start running around. Okay. I need to start telling them to carry medicine regardless. Okay, so with that, you go through this door. You start banging on that. You go through that door, and then this door, and then this door. And this door. Oh, I was like, what am I hearing? It's like, oh, right, I'm banging on that. Okay. And you're almost done patching up. Cool, and we got a shard. You start banging on that wall. Because if we try caravan out and we haven't revealed everything, I can't take the stuff that's hidden from line of sight. Alright. Oh, wait, that's not what you want to see. Back off. I don't know if I can go back out the door or not. That's interesting. So I think I'm satisfied with that. Are you patched? Okay. Will it still let me caravan out the tile? No. Alright, so I do need to wipe those things out. So let's grab everyone. Get them over here, knock out these animals knock these out real fast. And then we can caravan out the tile. You're really looking like... Yeah, so you're getting pissed off mostly because of the sunlight. As far as preventable things. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do here is we're gonna have you two line up there. You're gonna pop that door. And then we can grab you. Same deal. You can pop that door, by the way. You'll shoot that. Alright, we just got that one last room to check, and then we should be good. You're moving really slowly. Cool. Grab that immediately. Alright, and with that, we should be able to reform our caravan, send it home, accept travel supplies. We can check those bedrolls in just a minute. We want the shards, we want the plasteel. We'll take the gold. So that's the important things there. We'll take the good, normal beds. Also, just take all the bedrolls. Take the herbal medicine. Take the pemmican. Is there anything else I want? I don't think so. Because I don't feel like bringing any of those just random bows. I don't want to take that. Not worth taking bricks. Good enough. Get out of here. Because that should cause those extreme breaks to start coming back down. Because it will no longer get the penalties like being out in the sunlight and all that. And all those. Yeah, so you can see where their break risks are slowly coming down. Because a lot of penalties that only apply while you're moving around on tiles. And being dirt moles out in the sunlight is one of the major ones. Alright. Yeah, so we got the pemmican. What was it? Disease infection. I knew that was coming. All we could do is just keep trying to get home. And of course, it was our spiritual leader. The only person who I cannot preach health on was the one who got the infection. So we're just going to try and rush home to the hospital. If we can get there quickly, that's going to do a lot more for us than anything else. Because there's not a whole lot I can do while they're out there. I thought you said you had the infection. Who has the infection? Okay, but you're winning. So it's actually Dragon Lord who has it. So that works out. I think Dragon Lord will be fine though. Like, I don't even think I'll need to do that because I want to say dirt moles have fast healing if I remember correctly. Yeah, fast wound healing and all that. So dirt moles actually do already have an advantage with dealing with that kind of stuff. Regardless, let's get them home. Get that all sorted out. Okay. And the hospital will be ready right when they get home too. Let's keep an eye on that though. Not that there's anything you can really do about it. They're either going to make it or they're not. Yeah, another winning by like almost 20%. So barring something going tragically wrong, they should be okay.
Thank you JD2V0 for subscribing for 12 months. Heyo.
Hey, JD2V0, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 12 months. A whole freaking year. So thank you so much for that continued support. It really does mean a lot that you'd support me for all this time. So thank you so much for that, and I do hope you have been enjoying the stream as well as your advertisement-free viewing and access to the emotes. Oh, Randall Thor had gifted you a sub? Yeah, I know Randall Thor has gifted subs to a lot of people over the time. We'll go ahead and put you on the queue for getting the fungal ground put in there, because that'll be another grow room eventually. That gives the construction person stuff to work on in addition to what they're already working on. Alright. Yeah, so there's a good chance tomorrow in game day, look at there. Let's see, you think you subbed and you had to stop due to a job, you can't remember, and he gifted one and he continued, or whatnot. But either way, glad to be here. Gotcha. So we do have a raid that's attacking immediately, which is bad. Because currently, I've got 3 people here who can fight against, was that 8? 6. Alright, so the plan here is gonna pop that door, and you two are just gonna get what cover you can, and are just gonna try and make it work. I do have the one little sentry gun here, so I'm counting on it doing some work. How do you have a full durability barrel? I haven't gotten a replacement barrel, and you've definitely fired a lot. Yeah, so my hope is to draw them in here, have the sentry gun get their attention, have them like split up with all that, and just do a thing. Are those impids, I think it was? Yeah, they're impids. Any of you that are you're pretty rough. Well, the good news is the most dangerous one is the one up front. So there's a very good chance when it goes to run in, we'll be able to get some shots on it before it gets a chance to really do a whole lot back. But you really enjoyed Coral Island. You did lose a bit of momentum to play it once you hit winter. This happened in Stardew as well. Well, yeah, and that was the whole thing. Is the Stardew, like, when it first came out, there was a whole lot of nothing to do during the first winter. Yeah, so you're gonna light my stuff on fire. Why are you not shooting? So you already wasted your fire. Get in there. So the problem is they have more range than I do, and it's wide open cover. I am hoping that turret holds its own, but it's not looking good. Alright, so that's you out of the way. Man, this sucks. Okay, so you start rushing that. I have no cover to work with over here. Because I also have to worry about my own sentry gun shooting me. Let's wait. Okay, it's gone. Get cover there. Galactic's gonna get wrecked here if we don't hurry. Galactic, I need you to stop being in fire, friend. Oh, down and on fire is real bad. So you're not being able to shoot, you're not close enough. This is a bit of a risky play. Come on, come on, come on, get to cover. Well, that's not what I wanted. And it's the same thing where they're just layering fire over fire. Yeah, so Toka's in a bad situation. They decide to kidnap who they can and get out. That's... Get as close as you can. Finish him off. Please down him. Please down him. Come on, down him. Sweet. Alright. Oh no! Come on. You have to cross the pile of junk. How badly are you hurt, by the way? Okay, you're pretty badly hurt. You're pretty badly hurt. Finish him. Okay, let's look here. So you've got 11 hours. We will start rescuing you. I do need to actually save the other one first, but I just want to get him in here farther. Good thing we've got the rain here, so it's going to save our weapons. Alright, thank you, Night Dweller, for the lurk. I appreciate it. Okay, so with that, change the priority. Start trying to patch up Galactic. I just didn't want you outside the perimeter. Ah, you burned the leg off. That is not ideal. Okay, so you're fine for a moment. In this case, you go rescue them. You go... Can you not haul that? You haul this. I don't know where your spear went. Oh, we don't have the rebuild thing set up. So downside is they did ultimately destroy both of our windmills, so that kind of sucks. Editor Equa. Yeah, so we do need to get everyone patched up. That's good enough. Alright, before you worry about that, we're gonna set you to self-tend. I don't like self-tending, but right now, that's our best bet. Got our other doctors are almost here, but right now you're bleeding a lot already. Cool. Okay, take self-tend back off so we don't deal with that. Feed them. Once you're done with the kiddo... Oh, you're moving way too slow still. Right, because you lost a leg. So let's go ahead and grab this. And haul that out of there. So, considering they had twice as many numbers, we actually held our own pretty alright. We did sacrifice our turret. That's something to be aware of, though, is... I put myself in a position that I can't really get a defensive position to fight from, while they could. So we definitely should change that where I have disease infection on you. You're just gonna have to do your best doctoring them. Once you're done patching them up, you'll go and get the next one. Hey, you're not done. As long as there's someone who still has injuries, you're not done. Did you go back to bed? Literally, you're in the middle of being treated, and you're like, nah, not feeling it. Okay, much better. Apparently, they're all hitting on each other and getting upset about it, as you do. Alright, so the downside is Galactic did lose a leg here, which is real unfortunate. I would love to get the unnatural healing, since we've got multiple people who want tentacle limbs, and then on top of that, that can help with stuff like the missing leg and all that. We'll want to open up these cryopods at some point, too. Starvation, you're already on it. Okay, so the caravan just got back, and with the caravan, you were dealing with an infection, and it's already sorted, so we're good. So caravan can take over piecing back together what's happened here. All right. Why are you social fighting the moment we get here? What was that over? Dragon Lord flagrantly disrespected Baghdad Bob's way of thinking. This drove Baghdad Bob into a rage and they began to fight. Thanks, man. That's really helping with the team. We got a bunch of people that all need patched up with infections and all that sort of stuff going on. You're like, nah, man. We're just going to go ahead and insult each other now. It's definitely the time and place for it. Alright, well, nevertheless, we did get through the Impid raid. They did destroy both of our generators. The good news is I stole a lot of batteries, so I actually have a lot of power available to me, which has certainly helped our cause. Because without that, all of our power would have already gone off. And we're still above 50%. It is slowly ticking down, and it is going to run out. But in the meantime, that gives people a chance to recover, considering 5 out of our 7 pawns is currently injured. One with a significant infection. In the neck, which means we can't just amputate or whatever. We'll definitely need to do something about that missing leg, though. That's gonna cause us a lot of grief. Okay, so you're fully healed, but you are missing a leg. Well, I'm surprised you're researching. Is your permission set up right? Ah, they're not. There we go. Because then make sure you rest and recover real fast so we can get you back into working at capacity. Yeah, so I think that fast healing does a lot for us with all this. Power's still holding up. Medical emergency on you. That's because you're infection. But you do have a strong lead on that infection. You should be fine. Okay, you're back in action. So, how are our injuries at the end? We lost a leg to the fire. And that's the only big injury he took there, was a lost leg. Which is pretty bad. And that's because they got caught on fire and then downed and just stood in the fire. Honestly, them attempting to kidnap it may have actually saved that pawn's life. Because otherwise it just was sat in the fire, kept taking damage, and I would have had to try and retrieve him as soon as able. Okay, so you're back up. And I have no idea where your Equa went. Your chain shotgun is here. Because it was down there and we told him to haul it, so it's in this room somewhere. See a knife. That's fine. Hey, Lord Queen, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What were you playing today and how did it go and all that good stuff? Well, welcome in, Raiders, and thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Hey, Jeffy, it's good to see you. Hit that button real fast. Yeah, so what were you playing today and how did it go and all that good stuff? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Guessing RimWorld probably. But, Frequency Rual says it's right. Okay. Playing some RimWorld? Nice. I understand if you got a, raid and run or anything like that, but obviously you're always welcome. The Thrumbo army is assembling. Yeah, doing an army of Thrumbo is always a good time. I was about to ask what kind of run you're doing, but the Thrumbo army is always a good time. They're one of the few animals that you can actually scale up towards the end. A lot of the other animals, they work really good early game and then it's not so good in the mid to late. But Thrumbos, surprisingly durable. Really good at eating triple rocket launchers and only losing one Thrumbo. That's your first biotech experience, but always love having Thrumbos? Yeah. Biotech's a lot of fun. Biotech is definitely one of the most variety of gameplay you can do in RimWorld. That and ideology, which doesn't surprise anyone, I guess. That said, what we're doing today is we have a challenge we're doing, which is the Aspirations challenge, which I got the idea from Bloody Drongo, which is a friend. It's going pretty good so far. We haven't been focused much on the aspirations yet. We're kind of in the getting established stage. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, she got a defoliator and a siege raid, and the Thrombos just ran over them. It was horrifying. Yeah, no, the Thrombos do really, really well until it's like way in the late game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. At which point, late game, it's kind of balanced. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The place where the Thrombos I find usually start to struggle is one when you start getting properly large impid raids, because then there's just fire everywhere. And then when you run up and things start popping out with doomsday launchers and triple rocket launchers, because Thrombos are kind of, you push the go button and they're out there. They're out there. They're either gonna win or they're gonna lose. There's no taking back the attack. So it's a little trickier to bait out those really dangerous stuff. They work well. I've had wins using the Thrombos. Classic self-actualization. Let's make sure we don't die first. Then we can start getting into the fancy stuff. Yeah, alright. Okay, so we got penisoxylin, or whatever it's called. One of my favorite things. We're just going to go over here to this workbench. And just take that off the queue forever. And we're going to put this on here. And for those who don't know what that is, that's this research here, under medical. it basically makes you immune to some of the most dangerous diseases in the game. As long as you're taking a regular dosage of it, you are immune to malaria, you are immune to plague, you are immune to sleeping sickness, and there's like 2 or 3 other ones. It's not a long list, but it's those ones that you'll be like, all right, I'm getting ready to take on this like 3-star raid. I'm expecting a really rough time with these mechanoids, but I think I've got it. And then the game says, oh, by the way, of your 9 pawns, 7 of them have malaria now. And you go, suddenly you go from a mostly assured victory or like a hard victory to, oh, I don't know how to tackle this now. This is bad. So that stuff's pretty good. To clarify, we are running some time to rest. Thank you again for the raid. You get that sleep and all that. Penoxylian, as in penicillin. So yeah, it's not penicillin. It's like penaxilin or something like that. It's got like yeah, as you got there, penaxilin. I always mispronounce it because I only look at it once every in a long time, and then I forget. Let's see. It is time to use the oh crap button. Hide the corner. Penaxicillin. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the pronunciation of a made-up drug. But yeah. Like, I get it. But, it is one of those things that just gives you really good immune stuff. There we go, and our hospital's all done, so that's good news. But yeah, so for those who don't know what the aspirations challenge we've got going on here is, we are using a mod. I don't have a place I can build that. We are using a mod that what it ultimately does is, if you've ever played The Sims, they have this idea that you have like these life goals that are called aspirations. It gives your pawns those, and you can have, each character can have, I think it's like 4 or 5 of them. And so for the challenge, I have to have 3 colonists who are alive at the same time who has all of their aspirations met. And some of them are pretty tame. This one wants to hold a concert, kill an enemy faction leader, get a joy wire installed, and be a lover of someone who's beautiful. To more extreme ones, this person wants to be resurrected, which, you know, has the side effect of you gotta die first. So there's that one. I don't have one right now, but you'll have ones to be like, I want to be addicted to Luciferum, and you're going, oh, okay. We got Sanguiphage, killing a centipede, have a psychic bond into like a high mate relationship. Grow old is surprisingly rough because it takes forever. Throne speech. Have a bunch of friends, which is surprisingly hard. Read a good book or play with a golden cube. You get the idea. There's a bunch in here. Feel catharsis, become inhuman, get a tentacle, become a psycaster. But there's a ton of them. Also, RG can kill him before he can grow old. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're learning how to grow cocoa trees. Thank you. I'm also using the no research random research mods. So if you look at my research and going, wait a second, why do you have watermill generator and you have no water? It's like someone just said, hey, Randy, you're in charge of R&D now. And you know how Randy is. So we've got our fertility procedures, our watermill generator, our carpet making, none of which I'm going to use. But yeah. Also, why you have microelectronics without stone cutting? Yeah. So, I'm being trolled. I still don't have stone cutting. So, if you ever wonder why I have heaps of stone all around this area, it's because I'm mining this out and I can't do anything with it. That said, if you're looking at this map going, this is a really weird map, we are using the geological landforms map, mod, which just makes for some interesting map tiles, and I haven't done the surface tunnels before, so it was just kind of going, alright, let's just do the surface tunnels. Oh, cool, I got the geothermal online. So our power is going to be more than square. So that's good news. Probably go ahead and start building our extra lights in here. We are running with all DLC active. So we do have, you know, the Anomaly DLC, we do have the Ideology DLC, we do have Biotech. We aren't in the active state of the temple, but the temple is down here. I really, so for the record, Anomaly is my favorite DLC. I will say it does not have nearly as much replay value as the other, like the Ideology or Biotech. And then Royalty to me is the most underwhelming DLC. It was also the first one. But I like that Anomaly forces me to play the game in an entirely different way. Where like normally you want lots of entries and exits in your base, like be able to kite and do all that sort of stuff. Heat Wave! Cool, that's fine, I'm just gonna ignore it. But I like that it forces me to go, okay, well if I get a Revenant, how am I dealing with this? Alright, let me get one way in, one way out. Oh, okay, I'm now dealing with the Murder Sphere. How am I dealing with that? Okay, I haven't made my Murder Ball Bunker yet. I like my Murder Ball Bunker. I have an entire strategy of dealing with the sphere that kills everything that you unleash on the world. And I like it because it is you push the button, you lock yourself in the closet, you duck your head between your legs, and hope the sun rises in the morning. It's pretty much the strategy I deploy with the Murder Ball Bunkers. I haven't built it yet, but it literally is I make a closet for everyone to hide in, so someone pushes the button and then they run to the closet and close the doors and stay put. And you just really hope you don't get a mood break. We are in the middle of converting over. We started as a prolicizer ideology because I didn't know what aspirations I was going to get, and some of the aspirations are borderline incompatible with certain ideologies. Or, for another example, some of the aspirations just short of require certain ideologies to really do. And so with all of that, I did want to make it a point to, like, get something nice and neutral that won't break any of it, wait to see what I got, and then move to it. And we didn't get any aspirations that are either here or there. If you're also wondering why I'm not using shelves, I don't have stone cutting. And we are working on getting the wood going, but it's been slow going. But that's random research, no research. If you're looking for a way to make RimWorld different, the no research, random research mods I cannot recommend highly enough. Just because what they ultimately force you to do is you'll find you'll have certain patterns you take so far as, you build this, then you build that, and you just have like that pattern you follow. And with that set of mods where you have no control over your research, you'll have certain behaviors you almost do every single run, whether strategic or just happenstance. And then you suddenly realize you just can't do them. I have another challenge I do, which I call the pollution challenge, which is I set the game to maximum pollution and choose a tile with maximum pollution, and then give myself rules that I cannot have any xenotypes that don't care about pollution. I cannot just bag it up and walk it off the map or, shoot it off away on drop pods. I just have to deal with it. Hey, Harry has become a child. Remain basic tribesman, go to your schedule. Welcome to being capable of doing literally anything. You stay in the safe zone. Work-wise, we'll go ahead and just open up the world for you. Because you could do only like 3 things here. Alright, and we can go ahead and get you a weapon. Because we might as well. Oh, and for the record, we started this colony as nothing but dirt moles. We're not forcing ourselves to stay as nothing but dirt moles, but that has changed how I have to deal with fighting, because dirt moles are nearsighted, so really do suck pretty badly at long range. So we are gonna have ranged people, but it's gonna be mostly stuff like chain shotguns. All right, auto doors. I mean, it's honestly not the worst. It's not what I want, but I like to make my freezer use auto doors. It's not something I used to do, but something I switched over to after time, just because it ended up being very helpful. So deconstruct both these doors. And then we can go here. We can make them steel, that's fine. But yeah, the auto doors open and close faster, so when I build a freezer, they work out pretty well for being able to get in and get out without letting off too much heat or let out too much cold. All right. And we're getting all of our food converted over to mushrooms little by little, because we did just switch in this in-game year and all that. But you'll find when I play RimWorld, I like to do challenge runs, especially thematic ones. And usually they're more of slow burn challenges. So it's not usually the stuff like saying, hey, no pause, 500%, naked brutality is a slow burn, but like 500%, do all this stuff. It's usually something like, okay, well, let's take the world map and let's max out the pollution and take away all the easy tools to deal with it and just kind of make that happen. We had one where when biotech came out, we had an Adam and Eve run where I started with 2 colonists, which I did kind of design with the colonists to give them certain traits and all that, because I had one attempt that they broke up the first season, which ruined the whole thing. But the entire idea was to build the entire colony up from just these 2 people. We got up to something like 20-something people before ultimately the colony went into a death spiral. Because here's one thing with RimWorld that if you've never experienced it before, if every one of your people are family, where everyone is everyone's like brother and sister and mom and uncle and all that, and one of them dies, and you've got a colony of 20 people who all now have a minus like 20-something debuff, collectively every single person in the colony, because their sibling died, it's a real bad time. And so when you have like that proper like really nasty mech raid, you come through and you go, okay, well we took some losses, we took 2 people dead, and then you look at your colony and go, oh god, everyone's like minus 50 from these 2 colonists for the next 2 seasons. Oh no. So that type of thing is a challenge, because when you spiral hard. You are all in on that spiral. There is not enough Psi T and Smoke Leaf and numbing, and that's before the numbing serum. There is no riding that roller coaster out. It's just going, I hope they burn down the place slow enough that we can still see the next morning. See, before you start to deal with the mood debuff, you need to deal with the Murderous Rage, Berserk, Give Up. Oh yeah, no, it's the thing. Like, you're just basically stamping out fires again and again, just desperately trying to hold on. And you have your ideological leader, and all they're doing is just every time it comes off cooldown, it's like, go console that person, see if you can't get one of those minus 30s off, or like one of those minus 20s, minus 30s off of them. You can only take one off, but see if you can't get that one gotten off of there. Because at least then, double catharsis is enough to keep them happy for at least a day or 2. Because a lot of times you'd hit catharsis and the mood is still bottomed out. Alright, research known fire foam. Okay, I mean, I stole some fire foam poppers already, but that's fine. Yeah, we're just not getting much useful research-wise. Alright. But yeah, no, honestly, look at our colony. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dirt moles, a waster, and I believe 2 baseliners. So we got a pretty eclectic group. Alright, now with that, I'm gonna have to step away for just a couple minutes. It is getting to be the first break I have for my stream. My wife gets home around now, so I usually welcome her home, throw some food in the oven, and then she usually brings it up, kind of, you know, team up on dinner and all that. But it is my first break, so I'm gonna take like a 2-3 minute break. It's gonna be like 3-5 minutes, let's be honest here. But I'm gonna go ahead and take that quick break. But thank you again so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for those raids and all that good stuff. And I will be back in just a couple of minutes. But I do hope you are enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in just a few. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh, how'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on, there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun, Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was That was Rita's go. Friends, don't mind me.
Thank you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
All right, well, let's see what happens
I'll check
when.
it in.
So we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
was
killed
just
the
like-
zombie that was grabbing.
Oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that runoff on time.
I haven't tried it yet, so this is strawberries, birthday cake froyo, and almond milk.
What's like the ratios?
A third.
Okay. That's not a liquid. I'm gonna need a spoon. I want to drink it, but that is straight up solid. I will try it, but I'm gonna need equipment. I'm also gonna need to pop the top on this. You saw me go for it though. I went to pour it. I'm like, oh, this isn't moving. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing the Royal Ascent one. You have a 5-inch drill if you need it. I fought back when, people were trying to be more aggressive in going after people for minor offenses and all that. I was like, hey man, does this really matter? Healthy baby! Alright, Train, I presented you a nice large target. Excellent. Destroy it all. Ah, but this key, you can only use it once. Once you have used the key, it's done forever. And you're like, but why? Is it a very poorly made key? And I understand it's game mechanics to make you have to go back and kill the boss again, so you have to do the tough fight. Because otherwise you get into the Escape from Tarkov thing where you get your hands in the really good key, and then you just farm the really valuable plays. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! That's bad, that's really bad. Get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. We could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Hang on. What? What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? But I mean, it'll distract you maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems. But him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out. Maybe okay, not right and I am back. I do apologize for that taking a bit longer than I expected it to. Just Toom got home, we had to like sort something out real quick. Hey, Darthstrider, how's it going? Medium rare, Darth. Alright, so I do apologize about that delay. Anyways, we're getting back to it. So, we've got our next mushroom farm being built, because we're turning this all to not be food. Like, you're definitely not going to want all of this to be cotton. We could move it towards being chocolate. For trading purposes, and I believe you get a mood bonus from chocolate. It's been a long time. But right now, I'm mostly focused on just trying to get that research moving. Yeah, so if we were to do those, we'd probably grow them up here. I'm just trying to think of space-wise what makes the most sense. Eventually, this field will go away. I won't need nearly that much wood. I'll probably just need like a little area like that to be wood. Devil thing? Well, that's if we get the Devil Strand research. With the random research, no research, that's up to RimWorld if I get to do that or not. Inspired Taming. Is there anything I really want on the map? No, not really. Alright. Yeah, so for the time being, we're just kind of working on stuff, waiting for everything to get through. Our hospital is looking pretty good right now. The nursery is fine. Like, I was just building a nursery because we can. You're starting to get some social. What do you want for learning? You want to talk on the radio, which I can't facilitate, and lesson taking. Okay, we did get our TV built. That actually makes me think. We should have... Yeah, so we can put down the orbital trade beacon in here. We can put down a comms panel. Where do I want to put the comms panel? Because there's really not much room in there. Just put the comms panel in with the kids? Sure, why not? That seems fine. Is there anything else you want to grab? The fire foam poppers I'm not too worried about. The landing zone is something to consider as well at some point, but I'm not going to worry about that just now. I can put that up here as well. We're waiting on more materials to build a bunch of that stuff. We don't need most of that right now. I do have a lot of the stuff for like fermenting and all that. We could probably move towards starting to make the construction bench. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. Boo. So I just realized I could cheat and see what the research is. That's not something that's supposed to happen. So like right now, I can't see what the research is, but I know it's air conditioning because the UI down here is air conditioning. Oh wait, my camera didn't come back on. Let me go ahead and fix my camera real fast. But yeah, so it looks like something with the UI, they added the current project so I can actually see it. That's fine. Like, I still don't get a choice. It doesn't change anything, but part of the fun is not knowing. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go fix my camera. All right, and give me just a second. And go to properties. Deactivate, activate. And we're back. And I'm actually surprised it's centered because a lot of times I gotta fish with the cables and all that. It doesn't get sorted. I've had some problems lately when I switch scenes and OBS stuff getting broken. Alright, so I'm gonna try to not click on the research benches, or at least not pay attention, so I can at least pretend that I can't see it, and still have that surprise. Okay, so with this changes something, because I got this little area up here, which is where we're going to set up our AC. So what I'm going to do here is for temperature, we're going to go 1, 2, 3 AC should be more than enough for this. Actually, if I do that the other way around, it'll be better. And go 1, 2, 3 ACs. And we can go structure. And we'll definitely want more than the wood walls. Oh, wait, there's gonna be... Alright. Pause that for a moment. How do I want to do this? So I'm gonna need to pull up the roof. So I can pull up the roof on those two tiles. And what I also need to do is I need to build something here. How much marble block do I have? I have 11. How much does it take to build one of these? 5. Alright, so let's... You're the marble one? What I'm trying to do is leave most of the individual tiles intact, peeling up sections, just with the intent of trying to build the barricades in here, because if I could build the barricades in there, then that'll give me what I need to secure all that. It would also be good if I could make these walls out of marble as opposed to wood, since they'll be in there, and that's a long-term idea. Okay, so that'll give me plenty of marble for that. I can go structure. Marble wall. So that's 5 there as well. Okay. Okay, so I've got 5, 10. So I need to take apart a couple more pieces of wall for that to work. I know you're sleeping and I'm disrupting your sleep, and I'd apologize, but I wouldn't mean it. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and pull those last ones up, just so I get that last little bit of marble. They can eat, sleep, do the things they gotta do to take care of themselves. And we can go from there. Alright. Because with that, what we're doing is I'm building an internal freezer. So basically the way this works is I make a little area that we've got no roof on it inside the freezer, so that the hot blows this way, the cold blows that way, and that way I have a cooling system inside the area. And the reason I'm putting the barricades in here is because if I don't do that, it's eligible for drop pods to hit this spot where it drops in on top of it. But by putting the barricades in the way, then it doesn't do that. It's just mechanically how it works. It sees as an occupied space that's unavailable for it to drop pod right in there. Now we can allow these again. Yeah, so now that's set up so we can put the 3 ACs here. We set them up to be, for freezing temperatures, and that'll be our operating freezer. Okay. So, an infestation of 5 hives, that's actually a pretty decent sized infestation. They are going to give me some cataphracts to help out with it. And the rewards they're offering are pretty good. Like, the anti-grain warhead can be extremely useful for fighting. Like, you get yourself a mortar and anti-grain, you could basically cancel a raid. As long as you hit your target, which siege raids will usually do that. You're putting meditation spot in the chimney. Not had anything land in there yet. Yeah, no, I usually will always make sure I build something, because I know there's stuff like the party spot, bed spots, and that people have used to like make things immune to infestation by having no tiles available. I don't judge anyone for that kind of cheese, but to me, I'm like, well, if I'm gonna do that, I'll just disable that event. So I could get the Luciferum in case we get the someone who wants the Luciferum thing. The anti-grain warhead is tempting. The only risk I have is the tantrum where they break stuff. I've had way too many times that they've gone after the anti-grain. That's a little bit concerning there. The jade would be nice because I can make a jade throw, even though that'd be obnoxiously expensive. The uranium can be nice for when we go to start doing anomaly stuff, that it can make the secure rooms out of uranium, which is extremely strong for securing stuff. The Archite capsules will want eventually if I get the research. All of these are decent. The insects themselves will be useful as well. Okay, so now I've got these. We want to turn that down to below freezing. You'd walk the anti-grain, take it down. It doesn't take much time anyway. Yeah, that's usually what I do, is I'll have like a spot where I like poke it into a wall and I leave it there, that I could recover it later if need be. Honestly, with this, I already have a spot I can do that. I can literally just tuck it in here, slam that wall closed, and that'd be a place for an anti-grain. Now, the good news is, most of my base in here is well set up for handling an infestation. I've got lots of choke points, I've got 3 melee pawns to hold the line, and a lot of firepower to back him up. We'll also have the cataphracts, which I will 100% put in the front line, even if they're bad at melee, because they're expendable, and that's just the way we roll. But the danger is if they drop way out here. That's my only hesitation, because all this dark green is eligible for the infestation to go to, which means my base is maybe only about 10%, 20% of the possibility of where it goes. And somewhat ironically, if it shows up someplace outside of my base, that's actually really dangerous for me. Honestly, I'm thinking I'm going to say no to it. Because if it, for example, it pops out... let's see. It popped over here somewhere. I don't have a choke point to utilize with it. which means I do have to not straight up fight it, but I have to address it on its terms kind of deal. And that gets tricky, because the secret to winning against the infestations really easily is choke points like this, where I can put all my melee here, back them up with a bunch of firepower, the insects go in, and they just feed themselves into the meat grinder. But just two sides rushing each other kind of thing. Not literally your fire... You'll have them rush your defensive line, but where you can't really block them from getting to your ranged people that easily. That's rough. Infestation doesn't rush your base, do they? No. If the infestation shows out here, it'll just sit there and they'll like wander around. If you get close, they'll attack you. But the danger is if you leave it alone, their hives will continue to grow and spread until you get literally hundreds of them. To the point that anytime you hurt one of them, they all aggro, but they'll drop again after a while. But I've only had one colony I could think of die to infestation, and it was one of those cases I was in a really bad shape when the infestation showed up. I'll be like, all right, infestations aren't too bad, I'll deal with it later. And then, you know, it just continued to escalate until it's like, no, actually, I can't do anything about this now. Something would attack them, and literally there was like 200, and not, like, this isn't even an exaggeration, it was physically the game would slow down, there was so many of the bugs coming at your base. And you're just like, I really hope they de-aggro before they start getting in here. But yeah. Surprised you don't have, like, any wood yet. When these trees grow, I'm gonna have from having, like, no wood to, like, literally thousands of wood. Yeah, like, the anti-grain is really good, and it is only 5 hives, which probably means somewhere in the area of, like, 10, 20 bugs, all depending on whether we're getting bigger ones or whatever. And they do give me cataphract. It's a doable fight. It's just, it's doable here. Out here, it's way more tenuous. Like, there's things I could do, like, if I could bait them into going into a choke point there, then we're fine. The thing to keep in mind is, it's full of stone because I don't have stone cutting. I gotta put the stone somewhere. Which is what's happening right now, is they're just dragging more and more stone from inside and just heaping it out here. As much as I want that anti-grain, I think realistically that's more a liability than a benefit. You don't have much use for an anti-grain anyway? Too much area underground? Yeah, well right now I don't have much use for an anti-grain because I don't have mortars, which is part of it. Literally, we could get to the point where I could choose to launch the ship and we could finish this challenge, and I still might not have mortars. Especially when we consider mortars are way over here in the combat stuff. Where are you at? Yeah, it's over here. So I would need to get the smithing, machining, gunsmithing, then mortars. And we don't know what we're going to get. Alright, so we got drop pods. Hey man! Thanks to the free mushrooms! Yeah, so in this case, because I can't guarantee myself even the ability to use the anti-grain, it's kind of like, nah. Like, if we had the aspiration for the Luciferum, I would have gone for it, because then I could secure an aspiration, but I don't have anyone with that one right now. Oh no. Not a mad hare. However were we going to make it? I cannot wait till we get stone cutting. Like, my doors aren't secure because stone keeps getting piled places, and we've actually filled up all of our yet again expanded areas for stone. Bulk goods trader. Okay, that is a spaceship going over by, so let's go ahead and see about the bulk good trader. All right. So they have animals for us that'd be interesting. We can grab the Nutrimine for making the medicine. We can sell our trace amounts of leather, which I don't even know where some of that came from. Sell our ambrosia. Let's see. Sell the seed there. Is there anything else we really have we would want? Do you have anything I would like to buy from you? Oh man, I forgot about all these. So let's sell those. We can get rid of the double ones. I mean, I'll keep the sleeping bags for caravanning. More I need. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll stop at 7. Any additional ones I've got, we'll get rid of. Do you have anything I want though? Because that's what I'm not seeing. Is anything useful? You got some books here that are just okay books. But nothing I feel like I particularly need. Like the flat screen TV, sure. The steel, fine. I could get the components probably. Are skill books enabled? Yeah. I don't even know how you disable them. Yeah, let's get the components, because I'm a little bit low. I could mine for the other ones, but that's fine. The thing is, like, it'll give me a flat screen TV. That's fine. Advanced lights, that's fine. But neither of those are things I particularly urgently want, so... whatever. One thing I need to do. Quest active, Met Cluster. Oh, you're a decent ways out there. Alright, so let's go ahead, and we need to hit that. So it's a 2-day trip. So for that, let's send Sniper Space over there. And we'll have Dragon Lord potentially back you up, I think. Yeah, Dragon Lord will back you up. We're going to send just the 2 of them. And have them get going. With those skill books, put things out of random research draw. So the thing was, is the only skill book they had gave me advanced lights, which is actually worth considering, and the flat screen TV. And so the flat screen TV was just like, eh. It wouldn't have been a bad spend, to be clear. But it just didn't really grab my attention that much. Because especially when we consider the advanced lights is only 600 and we're a whole tech level higher, they'll knock that out in seconds. And what? Oh, I thought I heard Tomb coming. Waste pack dump. Medical and shooting. That's a book I would like. Up to level 14. For 202 waste packs by transport. Yup. That's a book. That's a book I can get behind. Okay, well that's gonna make one of those books useless, but that's fine. Oh, you absolute horrible people. Look, man. I was down for you to drop that on me. I didn't want you to drop it directly in the middle of my farm. Okay, so here, storage, critical, clear, waste pack, do this, and I need you hauling that stuff now. So haul those back. We got the skill trainer animals. And you're the only one with handling, so let's go ahead and have you take that. And for just a moment, everyone's on hauling 1. Get this crap out of here. I love you. Alright, chat, give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Just gonna do one thing real quick. I need to grab myself a drink. I'll be right back in seconds. I do apologize about the double break, but I'll be back in just a moment. It won't be 5 minutes, just 1 minute. It put an entire fireman's outfit in my main bag and immediately extremely overburdened me. I was just instantly drugged to a halt. I'm like, oh no. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. That's definitely getting clipped out of context. This is the life I live. Get into content creation, they said. They didn't. They actually said not to. But, you know. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get... I'm muted. I pushed the button and it didn't take. Yeah, no, I was just saying, as would it take 2 seconds. Oh, that is a really bad combination. Cause that will cause these to rot faster. Okay, new plan. I need you all to be hauling that now. Meanwhile, do not bother sewing that. But I need you hauling this pollution out of here as fast as you can. Like, genuinely on this tile, toxic fallout's pretty eh. But in this particular case, where they did drop all the pollution right in the middle of my farm, that kind of sucks. But I've got all of them with, like, level, like, first priority haul more than anything else. So they're gonna work on it as fast as they can. Because that's genuinely only going to take, like, a couple of days for that to dissolve. And if it all drops here, it kills all my plants, and then I got to pull the pollution back up to the ground, which is extremely laborious. So we're just trying to get that moved out of here. I don't regret taking the quest, it's just really bad timing events-wise. Minor break risk on you. Oh, and there's a low psychic drone going on as well. Come on, Rim. I see how you are. What are you doing? Oh, you're visiting the graves. Yeah, we've had a couple people die. Early on, this map, because it was all caves, was full of infestations. And honestly, it was just... people would have a mood break for various, like, because we're dealing with no research, random research, and would run to go eat the jelly. So we lost a couple people to running directly into the infestations and basically just killing themselves. Surprising we managed to rescue a good, like, 2 or 3 who did that. That they got in there, got downed, and then either the bugs went to sleep, we managed to patch the person up and race them out of there real fast. Or the bugs got tied up by something else, and we managed to grab it. You know, grab the person and pull them out. We had one that, like, crawled far enough out of us able to, like, rescue them. Alright, we've almost got it hauled. They're already about 10% rotted. But yeah, I'm putting it here directly, deliberately, kind of in the hope that what'll end up happening is that it will trigger an infestation down here. Because the infestations that come from this... I totally forgot you're on your way over there. Okay, so... Why? Zoom in. Ooh, that was almost awful. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, so you can be sneaky with these as long as you're careful. But proximity sensor is one of the dangerous things. So you can claim that door so you don't have to break it down. Alright, so I'm not going to let you melee that. But yeah, so if you look at that, if I had to fight this, it'd be a bad time. It's a shame I'm not set up to fight that. I would love that unstable power core. But this group is not winning a fight against that. Honestly, depending on... Oh, pikemen, 4 of them? Well, it's an assembler, so it wouldn't already have one ready. Honestly, with this type of a deal, if I had a smoke grenade launcher, I could just systematically kill it. My chance of being able to get that stable power core, though, with all these things exploding nearby is not high, though. So the important part is if it wakes them up, we run down this way. Will it let me caravan out? It will. Okay, well, we're gonna get to cheese this, because you know what that means? I take the unstable power core. Alright, that's definitely how that's supposed to work. We're not gonna grab the steel. It's only a tiny bit and it'll slow us down. But yeah, because we destroyed it without waking them up or aggroing them or anything, I was allowed to take the caravan and just take the power core. So we got ourselves a free power core. A boar has self-tamed. Cool. Okay, so you still got some packs out here to pick up. You're working on it. Alright, so where am I stashing the unstable power cores? Because I like to keep those as well. But just like I'm doing here, where I was tucking that back there for... Well, I mean, that's literally what I could do. I could probably put it back here. Not the way this is working right now. I definitely want to make the walls out of stone. But I could go and put the unstable power cores out here. I mean, probably not there, just in case the raid tries to fight through that wall. I can definitely see tucking it back here as well. In, like, where I keep all the scary things. Have, like, a room or two where you shove all the unstable power cores or whatever. Put it in the chimney? I mean, I can. But no. We can just... Usually like to put it behind walls, so if anything were to happen to damage it, somehow, by like, whatever extreme that takes, as don't even need to worry about it. I also remember I never made my murder ball bunker, so we can also queue that up for something. Because that'll be the first part of it. Because its design is basically the same as the way I like to tuck the power cores into walls and all that. Yeah, so if it did that, that would be enough for 24 people to hide. And then we could just literally pack more back there, so we could carve that out. That's not for the power core, that's just getting stuff going there. I can put it up here, because if it blasts and it hits the walls of the inside here, it won't matter that much. So yeah, we can have the hallway out here. Yeah, so that gives me a room for more power cores than I'm willing to do. We'll just cancel that spot. And that'll give me a place to put it. Oh wait, don't do it that way. That's a mistake. Do this. Correct that. That path should be here. And the reason for that is I want to keep the walls too thick. Okay. So that's all good there. We'll put another spot here so we can connect that room. You get the idea. Okay, and they're just about to get the very last of the toxic waste picked up. None of that popped, so that's good news. We didn't get any pollution out here. And then with that, we can return the hauling priorities back to their normal. So you're all gonna be like, I think 3?
Thank you Suspense7970 for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Suspense, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month to use anywhere here on Twitch, and you chose to use it here. So that means a heck of a lot that you would do so. So thank you so much for that, and I really do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for all that. Cool, so we're getting some more skills and all that. Yeah, so put the unstable power core in that pocket in the wall. We can just line them up in this wall, because with that, if one of these, some ridiculous chain of events happens that blasts one of them, it won't chain react. It'll just damage the walls. And then as I get more unstable power cores, I'll just open up the next spot. And I'm gonna literally wall it off where we put the unstable power core, we put a wall there, it's sealed in the wall, and we can just work our way down the line as we get more, if we get that many. Okay, so you're actually getting repairs done, which is promising. With that, we can go ahead and say, well, I still don't have wood, because... Oh, you know what? Just realized. Cut all those down if you have the capacity. Because just realized we could be getting this wood out of here, and at least get some wood. But it's all rotting because toxic buildup. So we waited for those trees to grow. They just about were getting finished. Well, some of them were just about getting finished to get our wood supply up. And then Randy... Well, it's not even Randy, it's Cassandra. Cassandra's like, no. No wood for you. Do you know who I am? I am the person who says no wood for you. Alright. Why? There, so we only have 120 wood. That's gonna be a big pain. This would also be a good time for changing out what we've got where. Okay. And they've got masks and all that, so the toxic buildup probably won't be that bad. Let's just try and get what wood we can out of this. Alright, so orders, zoning. So we're getting a grow zone back here. And we'll set that to more mushroom. Cannot live when exposed to light, that's fine. It's just complaining because I don't have a door there yet. So it's trying to warn me that the, this spot here would be exposed to light, but we'll be good. Because weirdly, even when the door is wide open, it still allows light, or still doesn't allow light through as if it's a closed door. Alright. So that gives us a bunch of wood. Okay, so this is a good time to rearrange the stuff if I want. So let's do that. So let's shrink this grow zone. And then take the heal root grow zone, and we'll grow that in here instead. And shrink that grow zone. We can probably take the cotton grow zone and move it down here, because I shouldn't need that much cotton. We'll shrink this one a little bit more, give ourselves just a little bit more room with the cotton. Alright, we could delete this grow zone entirely. Expand all of these to take up a little bit more space. And then add a new grow zone up here. We'll deal with that in just a moment. Shrink it one more tile. Change you to be the cocoa trees. Just because we can. And it'll expand you out there. And you get the idea. We're just switching stuff around a little bit. Now we don't have nearly the same needs as before. And we'll still keep the oak down here. Alright, so we have the shuttle down. I'll choose the goodwill. I don't actually care what the success is with all that. Okay, so you did crash right in the middle of my base. So we are going to have to deal whatever comes after you. That's actually fine, because we should be able to give ourselves a cover advantage and wait to fight them till last second. In the meantime, we're just kind of waiting for all this to happen. Where? Yeah, sometimes I've had this event, when I've got the shuttle in my defensive perimeter, I've had that event bug out. Which is exactly what happened there. We were supposed to get a raid, and it didn't know where to put it, because it was just not near any of the edges of the map. And for some reason... Like, I don't know the logic behind it. Maybe it just automatically assigns a spot, and if it can't do it, it just throws its hands up and says, never mind. I don't really know. But in this particular case, it didn't matter. Where's your second person? So, we just got some free standings. Cool. Alright, meanwhile, we should have you. We install you here. We go to power. And to run the power in here. And get that all wired in. Now, temporarily, I'm going to leave that exposed till we get the stone cutting. Oh, and the toxic fallout went away, so allow sowing. All right. So keep closing all that off. And you're doing your thing here. We'll want to build all of this out later. Because this is basically when we let out the murder ball. This is where we hide. But I gotta build doors and everything. Right now I can open all this. But yeah, that back area won't really worry about anything until we reach the point of starting to like properly get into the anomaly stuff. Okay. Yeah, so food is gonna be pretty good. Bills. We'll start adding to make fine meals, and start adding to make. Actually, those will need to be. Start adding to make vegetarian fine meals, because they'll use mushrooms as one of their main things, and make lavish meals. And honestly, if we get down to that far on the list, then we won't worry about it. We'll probably set you to make 100. Once I have 100 survival meals, there's no real sense in doing other stuff there. Okay, so with this, we're now able to go here and say, hey, let's put a shelf in the corner to actually put these meals on. The Traveler's Desire, my medicine. Speaking of which, I forgot to go into our assignments. Manage the drug policy. So social drugs. I want you to take that every, I think it's like 5 days you need it. Cool. And let's see. Alright, we got that. Yeah, so they're working on all that. It's just tendency towards, you know, the normal rating. That's fine. Not super excited about giving away our medicine, but like I said, with these things where you help them, they'll sometimes send you gifts later, and genuinely, some of the gifts they'll send you later are completely unreasonably good. Like, we'll just be like, okay, could you watch over us for 7 days? Like, yeah, that's fine. 7 days, it's fine. Here we go. Here is a masterwork Zeus hammer. And he was like, thanks, man. You want to come by anytime, let me know. Because we'll take care of you. Alright. Okay, so this shelf. Clear that. Critical. Meals. Anything but the packaged meals. And then with that, delete this zone. And that way I keep my food right next to the table, so we don't have to worry about it as much. And I only keep the one tiny shelf, that way they don't stack too much food out there. Alright. We still don't have much wood. Once we get a bit more wood, we'll get more stuff in there. I haven't seen any wildlife I particularly want to tame. It would be good for me to get a caravanning animal, whether it's like a muffalo. We had the option of getting either the donkeys or the dromedaries. I opted not to at that point because I'm still not in a position where I can, you know, close these doors realistically. Yeah, let's not have you in there. This isn't actually safe yet. Those we don't know what's inside yet. I'm kind of waiting until we get a trade caravan to be around here somewhere, and then I'm gonna poke it and run away. We're taking the I am an adolescent child who wants to play with a beehive strategy. Let me get a stick, poke it from a safe distance, and be ready to run and make it someone else's problem. You know, keep letting them smooth all that out. Oh, that needs to be... Yeah, it's already a door there. Do I have enough jade to make a throne by chance? The grand throne, not the regular one. It need to be 300. Xenogenetics. Okay. Where do I want to put genetics lab? I feel like that should be in the back area. Hypothermia? What? Why are you dying of hypothermia in there? Oh, is it? Are you trying to do construction? Yeah, don't do that. Because I think they're really bad at construction and we're trying to smooth out the wall and only have one leg so they move slower. And as a result, they just stood in there till they collapsed of hypothermia. Alright. Cool. Yeah, because we now got our freezer online, so that's all well and good. So it'll take me a while to actually do stuff with that food, but that's fine. We don't actually have enough... Actually, we might have enough jade, because that's only accounting for what's in my storage. There's probably bits of jade here and there for where we fought imps and all, even if it takes a while. But the plan is to get the throne room built, It'll require me to have some columns and some other nonsense. We do have someone, I think it was JD. Yeah, you've got like the minimum title with the Empire, but we're supposed to give an inspiring throne speech as one of our big things. Let me get all that. All right, so we've got like 270. I just realized all of these bedrooms still don't have any of their dressers and all that. This is going to fully deplete our wood supply. The good news is I don't actually need wood on the daily basis for much. Alright, but that'll improve the quality of the rooms. That should make our people a little bit happier. We're making good progress. We're getting stuff planted. We've got like the entire menagerie of creatures running around in here. That might be something that actually we do later, is have someone just assigned to hunt the animals, and just anything that walks into our zone start knocking it out. Let's double check our zoning to make sure that that safe zone. So that's area 1. That's just not an important zone for us. Yeah, so the safe zone is just anything behind our defensive walls. That's good news. Alright. Eventually want to get rid of that. Yes, we're getting the xenogenetics. I do feel like the xenogenetics lab should be back here somewhere. That might even be what we do, is I literally just do something like this. And that could be our genetics lab. Let's see. So if we were to build, so I just need to check if I need a column in there. Yeah, no, we should be good. Even though, like, genuinely the xenogenetic stuff shouldn't really matter that way. It's just one of those things. So we could take the power cord right up the middle here. And right on over into there. Alright, research known toxifier generator. Cool. Yeah, so you can go back here, and we can see about what type of genetics experimentation we could do. There's not much we could do there yet. So, alright, so we are having Neanderthals attack from multiple directions. They'll attack immediately. They're going to avoid turrets. We don't have any. So we've got 4 of them up there. 1 with a bow. And same here. So it kind of is a problem, because I've got all these doors stuck open because of all the stone we've been picking up. You'll probably... Yeah, so this group should reach us first. So I'm going to try to plan to deal with them first. And go with that. And meanwhile, I'm going to take 2 seconds to have a bite of my food. Oh, they've split up. New plan. Drop back here. I think the one's going here is going to be first. Why are you going that way where you have to fight through a wall? Yeah, they're staying together. The other group broke apart. You need to stay in the back. Please finish the job. Okay. Top group is done. Bottom group is right about to get in here. So drop over here. Drop over there. Oh, I do not want you by yourself, buddy. Alright, good enough. So you're the only one who took some hits. You took some pretty nasty leg hits, but otherwise you're okay. Okay, so you are an undergrounder who is amazing at melee. Not really good at much else. But that would be a character that we could take. What does Neanderthal have? So you have aggressive, strong melee, robust, and all that. It wouldn't be a bad one for us to begin genetics with. So if I can manage to save you, we will try to do so. That's not likely if I'm being honest. Most likely you're bleeding out because I'm not willing to tend you in the field, because if you get up, you'll murder my doctor. So prisoner, start working at converting them. Okay, will you manage to pull it off? You might. Yeah, no, you actually might, because this isn't actually that many injuries. It's these couple that are really bad bleeders here. Medical emergency on Cheetah, that's fine. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, cool. So with that, when they get up, we'll convert them. Alright, so we might try and get that Neanderthal, because if I am going to mess with the xenogenetics and all that, I need people to test on. I mean, only ethical things. So gene extractor, we'll put that right here by the door. We put the gene assembler over here. And then I'll need a couple of gene banks. Meanwhile, we can mine the rest of that vein, because I'll just fill in the wall behind it. Okay, so the idea here is going to be, this will be like our gene lab. We'll extract the genes. We can work on doing whatever. Like, the room is way bigger than it needs to be. But, I mean, I got a whole mountain back here with not a whole lot to do with it, so why not? Sorry. Which the answer is wealth is why not. That is the entirety of the answer of why not is exploding my wealth and having it be a major problem. But hear me out. It's fine. All right. You can go orders. I've got to get that stone cutting. I've got 4 research benches going. I've deliberately not gotten the microelectronics bench built, the better one, because if I build that, then all of these open up as possibilities as well. And while those are all really good technologies and all that, I need to get stone cutting. And you can see, we've nearly exhausted what we can grab over here before stone cutting. Honestly, we should also move to building... This can also be our lab. We can put the lab back here, too. That's a very inconvenient place for the lab to be, but... whatever. Alright, so we're getting a lot more steel again. That's fine. it tells you where we're at, that we're actually getting a lot of people mining now. Because there's not something else for them to work on. Trying to watch. I don't want anything to go past this line. Okay. Oh, that tile you can mine. Okay, good. The game's smart enough it won't automatically mine past that point. Okay, that's fine. We'll have to wait till we get Stone King to clean that up. That's fine. Alright, so what we're going to actually do is production. I'm going to do a thing I just said I probably shouldn't do. I will put the advanced research table there. We'll have a chair for it. Actually, an armchair for it. And you can put you there, and you there. Okay, Red Conclave. Alright, a sanguiphage named Jaina is looking for a safe place to meet one other sanguiphage where they won't be tracked. Their leader, Jaina, is asking you to host the event, and if you accept, 2 sanguiphages will arrive from different directions. Alright, so I can fulfill one of these desires you've got here. So Sniper Spice would like to be a sanguiphage, as would Baghdad Bob. I think of the two of them, I'm leaning towards Sniper Spice since they're already operating as a person in Melee. This is going to be a bit of a logistical pain. I am going to have to take prisoners that, not that they're going to be blood bags, but they're not going to be far from it. I don't normally like doing that, but in this particular case, to fulfill their ideologies, or not the ideology, to fill the desire stuff, that is going to be a thing. So we are going to accept it for Xeno-German Plantation. And we'll let that happen. Alright. Smithing. Okay. Alright, meanwhile... This is so organized, Rual. Well, thank you. How's it going, Witty? Alright, so with this, let's reinstall the, these research benches out of the production room. I'm gonna go ahead and take the steel one since they've already done the steel stuff. And I'm very deliberately trying to not look down at the, what they're actually researching, because we've identified that even though I'm not supposed to know because of the mod had a spot it missed. So that does happen where it can figure it out. And then meanwhile, we can go ahead and destroy these 2 tables. And we'll go ahead and tear apart their stools. I'm doing good. How about yourself? And can I get a shout out for Witty Mitchie, by the way? Another content creator. Plays a lot of slice of lifestyle game. Been playing like Coral Island and all that kind of stuff. So definitely good times over there if you're looking for that kind of thing. Alright, so they're willing to implant one of our people to turn them into a sanguiphage, which my intention is for that to be Sniper Spice, which will make them an absolute menace. Alright, we have a group of pigskins that's attacking immediately. Oh, that is a lot of firepower you're bringing in here. This is not... Okay, that sucks. But yeah, so I hope you're having a good one. Playing Creatures of Ava. Interesting. You're in danger? Yes, we are. They outnumber us by a lot. They're more than like... Yeah, and they're pigskin, so they take a lot of damage. So they got 2 people with Molotovs. They got 1 revolver, 2 heavy SMGs. An auto pistol, 2 shotguns, and then person with knife. I'm kinda hoping that the sanguiphages finish what they're doing, and we can kind of toss them into the mix. So this is gonna be a little tricky. I'm hoping we can, I'm hoping we can make this work. The downside is they're gonna finish their ritual thing here, and I'm not going to be able to get involved. It's just bad timing. I was kind of hoping there's an event where they show up and like some vampire hunters show up. I'm kind of hoping that happens and they fight the pigskins, but I think it'll be too little too late if that even does happen. But it also means I can't spare my people to have them go, you back here, you get up front. Because I can't block the door, unfortunately. So I'm kind of just hoping right now this is going to be a commanding shout situation. And I'll try and stun one in the door or something like that. Probably not the first one. That was a perfect hit. Meaning complete. I know, this isn't a good time. We're absolutely routed. Yeah, there's no, like, even retreating now won't help me. Yeah, no, we're just dead. Literally everyone downed. How did you get out? Oh, you caught fire. No, don't kidnap and leave. Finish the job. There you go. Yeah, no, when I saw the big raid, with a proper defense, I could have taken that on. But with literally all of my doors stuck open from all the stuff, there's nothing I can do. And I think they've literally grabbed every single one of my colonists. Yeah, all of my colonists are currently being carried. Yep. Now, what I saw is a pig raid. Wait, you're up? Oh, you went down. Don't worry about the fire. Can you save Dragon Lord? Not that it matters. This is basically a wipe. My chances of saving this thing are, like, pretty much none. Okay, so you've got them so they won't die. So tend to yourself, so you don't bleed out either. Where are you at? Okay, try to save them. Disease infection, that's not going to be something I can handle. Yeah, there's zero chance this whole thing doesn't burn down. Okay, rescue them. You're the one with the infection? Alright, new priority. Rescue them first. Disease infection. Cool. Disease infection. So literally everyone has an infection. And we don't have a doctor who could actually do anything right now. Alright, tend to them. And then feed them. We could just feed them. There's so much that needs to be tended on them. And then you need to rescue them. And get them treated. Yeah, no, that was, that's where I made the comment earlier about where I was hesitant to take on an infestation event because I couldn't bottleneck them if they showed up out here. That's exactly the problem. Realistically, it probably would have been better if it would have fallen back into this area to fight them. But, you know, I didn't. Like, there's not... That's just, like, a strategic error. I just didn't. Tend to them and feed them first. They have an infection that's untreated. Oh my god, you're at, like... You're not even close to making it. JD's the only one currently winning. And not well. You know, try and breach health you to see if we can help you get through that. Oh, well, that's gonna help. Okay, Psychic Binge. Oh yeah, so realistically speaking, most likely Dragon is dead. And you are absolutely dead. And you are probably dead. Because all three of them are losing to their infections, and we do not have anyone who's even up to treat anyone either. But yeah, and that's how fast everything could turn. But the things that basically led to my demise with the random research, honestly piling all the stone out in the extremities basically compromised any real defense. I didn't make myself a problem. Oh, good. Just what we needed. More pain. Medical emergency. Yep, that's 2 of you have medical emergency because you have untreated infections. I can't even amputate them if I tried. Well, I mean, you're a torso, so I can't amputate it anyways. But I could even try to amputate your leg because JD is currently having their thing. They're also going to go down from infection anytime now. But yeah, so basically what the things I did wrong, one, is I really need to not just pile these up. If I was going to pile them up, I should have just piled them up on the outside of the wall and not been lazy about it. That's a hindsight thing. Had I piled them up outside of the wall, I could have at least closed the doors, tried to bottleneck them a little bit more. On that engagement, things I could have done better is I could have just let them destroy my power plants and just fallen back here and force them to bottleneck here. When I messed up on my micro on the melee as well, where I accidentally walked one of my melee into that Molotov. Like, the Molotov, by the time I saw it was airborne, it was too late. And game over. Alright, so main menu. Okay, well, alright. That was lovely. So, from here, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put up a poll on what we're doing now. Because we've got options. What are we doing now? So, RimWorld... Ambitions, RimWorld, Deadly Dark. We could do Valheim, Coral Island, and No Man's Sky. Alright, so we're putting up the poll here. If you do not see it, refresh your browser. But just to explain what we got there, is if you vote for RimWorld Ambitions, we will reattempt that run, probably with a different tile set or whatever, but the same idea where we do the Ambitions mod and see if we can't accomplish the Ambitions. RimWorld Deadly Dark is there is a mod that puts up the darkness that hurts your pawns, like during the Noctil event. We will switch to doing that instead. That one I will probably need to turn off random research, no research. We'll have to see. I haven't experimented too much with it, so that'll be figuring it out as we go. Valheim will continue the run that we started yesterday. With Coral Island, we will continue at Coral Island. Is this game hard? It can definitely be a hard game. It all depends on your settings and what challenges you're doing. And No Man's Sky, we would begin the No Man's Sky, their expedition they came out with a couple of weeks ago. So you'll want to weigh in that poll if you have any preferences in any of that, because that is the way RimWorld runs sometimes. RimWorld is one of those games you die in one of two ways. Either one, you die like what happened there, where you misplay a raid or setting up for a raid or whatever, and you get steamrolled and your colony's just dead. Or two, the other way your colony goes under is like the death by 1,000 cuts way, where like you have a blight that's followed by a cold snap, then you go into like your not grow season, then you get a toxic fallout where you slowly have your resources eroded until none of your colonists can keep their wits about them, and it just slowly grinds down where you'll still die to a raid usually, but it's the fact that everyone is already, at their absolute breaking point limit when the raid finally arrives that ultimately leads to your demise kind of thing. But yeah, let me make sure I got that mod set up, because that's it's not turned on yet. It was like lethal darkness. But my understanding of this mod, and I don't think there's any advanced stuff here. My understanding of that mod is if you played the Anomaly, there's the Noctil event, that the idea is everything gets dark, and then people standing out in the dark get like just chipped at. It's that idea. They made some changes. It will hurt humanoid raiders while if they just stand out there, I believe. I believe it will not hurt neutral parties, just because the game, like, they didn't want to have to disable all of the neutral parties, and they didn't want, you to play and suddenly you just keep getting these debuffs on you, like, so far as people getting upset that people keep dying on your tile and your reputation hits, just because mechanically RimWorld didn't really account for that being a thing. And I don't know what all changes they've got to it. But the gist of that is I would need to do a balance of, I would have my lights I would build and all that, but I would still want to keep some torches burning. That way, if we have, like, the solar flare, if that event can happen, I don't know if it can, you could have a room to retreat to. Or if something took out your power grid or whatever, it wouldn't be just instantly everything shuts down. You would have a redundancy where everyone could retreat while you're, like, one or two people run out to try and fix the power grid. It'd be interesting. It's a challenge that, like, after I did my first Anomaly win, I really wanted to do that. Hi.
Hi.
We died.
Yeah, that's okay. I still love you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love you too.
You're my attractive husband.
No.
Mm.
Proud of you for, even though you died, you're loading it back up again. You're gonna do it again.
Well, that's just nature of all these games.
Yeah, no quitting for my hubby.
Yeah, looks like so far, very, very clearly, people are trying to troll by tying everything. I do generally, while I know it's a popular meme to, like, deliberately tie everything, it is kind of not great, because that does mean artificially you're voting for stuff that people may not necessarily want to see as much, which does kind of actively work negatively and all that. We still got 30 seconds, so literally anyone, like, it could go any way if people just want to vote for it. There's only 2 votes for that. You voted for what you want to see? Yeah, no, I'm not accusing, like, everyone collectively working together, but I have difficulty believing we naturally hit a 4-way tie. So I'm waiting for someone to last second snipe and get what they want, because the tie is spread that wide. And there it is. The last second sniping's coming in. I mean, it wasn't very last second, but it's probably safer to vote right there. And 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0, and with it, the Deadly Darkness has won. Alright, so for everyone trying to tie it, congratulations, you lost. So let's see here. We could go here and say Lethal Darkness. We're gonna turn that on. I don't know what order these need to be in. So with that, I am going to turn off the aspirations. Actually, I don't even think it matters if the aspirations are on or not. I'll leave it off. And then with that, we don't need the vanilla expanded framework either. Just cleaning up these things to see what I actually need here, since it'll reload anyways. I'm down to keep the geological landforms. I like a lot of the really weird maps we get on that. We have the map preview. The 2 I'm debating is the random research, no research. I'm willing to give it a try with those turned on because I really like those mods. But it is, which is why I picked it. Yeah, no, it's like the Noctil event being on permanently. So did the game... Okay, the game's actually reloading. Meanwhile, let me fix my titles and all that. Which does lead me to the thing where what I'm going to... I'm not sure how to address the YouTube side of it. Okay. Lethal Darkness. Signal Darkness Challenge. I don't know. I don't have a good name for it. What if, when it got dark... Well, let's see. What if it was always dark and it hurt? And that darkness hurt you. Good enough. Alright. So the game is reloading. Keep both. Keep both the random research, no research? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Alright, so with that, we are going to be getting a new one. I do apologize for those over on YouTube who now are going to have this weird like video to watch later that will be split between two runs. But the alternative is I end the stream over there and then start a new stream over there and enter all the metadata and all that. And I'm going to be honest, I really don't feel like it. So let's get a new colony going. We are going to do... Let me check these ones. Yeah, the basic Lost Tribe. And for those who don't know what that is, basic Lost Tribe on here means I'll start with literally no research, no passive cooler, no tree sowing, no pemmican, no nothing. And with the random research, I don't get to choose a research, it's auto-assigned. I also disable the Man in Black event, because genuinely when you get a colony that's any distance, and then you get down to a Man in Black event, like when I play on my own, I would take the time sometimes to bring it back to the brink. But these days, with how easy it is for RimWorld just to finish the job off and just kind of waiting for it, Strive to survive, commitment mode, because we are doing a challenge, and literally even if you look at this, there was, oh man. I think there was like a write-up here on the thing when you're choosing your difficulty settings. That's like, strive to survive. When you want a challenge and you're doing weird challenge runs, that kind of thing. I usually will choose to generate the whole planet. I do know that makes it take longer for me to load my save and all that. But a lot of times we'll try and find some interesting tiles to start on. And I found we do like just a little 30%. You usually don't find that many interesting options. So it is just kind of one of those things. I did actually commit that. Alright, so for the darkness. Ooh, do we want to start as one of the xenotypes? I liked where we started as the dirt moles that time. Just to try something completely different. We could take a look at the xenotypes and start a colony of a non-baseline xenotype just because. Which is a hard call, because there's definitely some xenotypes that are not well equipped to operate on their own. We are doing no research, random research, so all these hot tiles here, can't do it. We lose by RNG on those ones, because we can't make a passive cooler or an air conditioner, and if we have a heat wave, well, the run's over. So it's gotta be either neutral or cold. We can go cold. Cold is fine, but hot, literally we're at limitations that we could dig in the cave, and if it makes it cold enough, we're fine. If it doesn't, then we die. So we could do Boreal, we could do Temperate. That's interesting, the desert way up here. That's a cold desert. Yeah, that's a properly cold desert. That's only 65 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a very cold desert, actually. So this would be doable, even though it's a desert. It's interesting they consider that desert instead of tundra. That's fine. So, like, that desert would be doable. Tundra's doable. Boreal's doable. Temperate Forest is doable. I don't necessarily want to go all the way to Ice Sheet for what we're doing for the challenge, because... Oh, that's actually something to consider. If we're to do something like a desert, we could get ourselves into effectively a non-viable situation, because we're going to be under permanent darkness, and if we run out of wood, the lights go out and everybody dies. So let's say Temperate, Boreal... I'm trying to think what our biomes would be suited for this. Not honestly many. Tundra, I believe, is very short on trees. Yeah, tundra and desert don't have trees, so I think we're stuck with Temperate Forest or Boreal for the nature of the challenge we're doing. If the tropical rainforest wasn't so hot, like, or if we had no random research on, that would be doable. I'm leaning towards either the Temperate or the Boreal. I'm kind of wanting to do where we could find ourselves a nice little intersection. of roads. Or at least be on a road, one of the major roads out here. And do something with that. I don't need to necessarily, like, Dwarf Fortress diggy hole it. Yeah, it's basically, that's temperate forest, but it's basically tropical. It's already up into the 80s. Yeah, it's 70. Boreal forest, so it'd have less of a grow season. Is there any tiles that look particularly exciting along here? We have the, I think that's caldera. That could be interesting. I haven't done a caldera. Looks like there's an opening there, down here, over there. So it'd be interesting, you'd already have an existing patch in the middle. Not a whole lot up farther from there. That's temperate forest, fairly warm. I like the idea of being along these major roads. They make trade caravans a lot more interesting. Oh, that's canyon. What is... Oh, arid shrubland. Oh, I forgot about arid shrubland. Arid shrubland is on the fence. I think we could survive a heat wave in there by just hiding in some rocks if it really boiled down to it. Looking to see if there's any interesting maps. I might consider a caldera. That's a canyon. I don't really care about the canyon. That's an R canyon. Caldera with shallow water in the middle. I'm willing to give that a go. I'm curious with the road. Suppose it was a... Oh, you know, I bet you this just overrides the road. That's fine. Yeah. That seems interesting. We got, like, the lake in the middle. It's shallow water, so it'd still be usable. Not a lot of really good soil here. It's mostly crap soil just around the edges. We got a little bit of that. And I'll plan to build in the middle, not some... Like, we could put stuff in the walls, but I plan to make my main living area in the middle. Yeah, that'd be fun. So create a fluid ideology, just a neutral one. Alright, so the next thing to consider is what we want for our ideology. Usually when I can't decide, I'll just go with Prolicizer. With the random research, no research, you can't do transhumanist because you can't count on getting any of the technology you need. The blood feeding, unless you're taking a sanguiphage at the beginning, it's kind of rough. All of these ones up here are basically doable. I'm not a huge fan of Supremist. These are kind of neutral ones as well. I think human primacy was hard to do without it. I might just do the Prolicizer and we just go from there. I am debating going in the Ritualist, but let's not lean into the anomaly. We'll do anomaly stuff, but I'm not going to make it the main focus. The one I am going to deal with here is... Where are you at? I like to just set that to frequent, entirely just so I don't have to sit here and nitpick stuff. I am going to take the clothing requirements off of this. I'll leave everything else alone, though. I just don't like clothing requirements. And that's fine. Alright. Let's not start with someone who's pregnant. Do we want to do another xenotype? If we were to start with a different xenotype, the ones we cannot do is I cannot do Waster or Hussar. And the reason I can't do Waster or Hussar, with the random research, I can't count on having Saiti or Goju's production available. Which means it literally could be we go until they collapse from not having their fix. I liked the Dirt Mole. We're not on a map that, works with Dirt Mole. I haven't done Yetkin. I haven't done the Impid. I haven't done the Neanderthal. Genies would be really rough. Mostly because they're all wimps. The High Mates would be really rough because I believe most High Mates... Yeah, High Mates are incapable of violence, so we can't really do High Mates either. So we could do Baseline, we could do Yetkin, we could do Pigskin, we could do Neanderthal, we could do Impid. Genie we could consider. And I don't want to do a colony of nothing but Sanguiphage, because that sounds absolutely awful. Let's see. I'm leaning towards Neanderthal, pigskin. I'm leaning towards them. The impids are... Yeah, no, the impids will be a pain. What do we have here? Because I... Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Actually, that'll work. A Neanderthal colony? The only problem with the Neanderthal colony is they have a tendency to get in a lot of fights with each other. So you'd be hot and cold tolerant, reduce pain, which means they're more likely to die, but they're stronger immune system and all that. High melee strength. So what do we think, chat? Are we doing baseliner, Neanderthal, pigskin, or Yetkin? What did Yetkin have? Oh, Yetkin would be awful. Probably not Yetkin. I'm leaning towards Neanderthal as a different one. Yetis? The problem I'm seeing with the Yetis is just the sleepy is going to be a big pain, and the slow wound healing is going to be a big pain. Like, the naked speed and all that is interesting for early game. I'm thinking Neanderthal. Let's look here. So, well, pigskins don't have aggressive. Neanderthal do. So Neanderthal will fight with each other constantly. But they are robust and everything. Let's do Neanderthal. So we're gonna make ourselves a Neanderthal colony. I haven't messed with this stuff much. Like, I've certainly taken a bunch of people in. Alright, so with that, my first rule is going to be all of our injuries we earn ourselves. So if we got a bunch of people with injuries, we're going to clear those out real fast. And we'll see what we've got from here. Okay. So we don't have a medical or a construction person. So steadfast and slow learn. Oh my god, a slow learning Neanderthal sounds awful. Kind and sanguine, that's fine. Jogger, that's fine. A slothful Neanderthal sounds terrible. So there's medical. You're an undergrounder. You're carrying high explosive shells. Okay. I mean, you got the medical. Undergrounder is gonna be miserable though. Probably should have taken it. Oh, I see. 1 second. That was also okay. Okay. I'm willing to put up with that. Alright, so we've got a jogger. I need a cook and a medical person. I'm not super worried about animals. So there's medical and super immune. And you're a bit of a jack of all trades. Do we just do without having a meaningful cook? Oh, as much as I like jogger, you can only mine and you can't dumb labor. I mean, I wanted you to be mech. Okay, slothful is terrible. I'm mostly trying to get ourselves a balanced skill so that way we don't throw a run right at the beginning. Cool, that'll work. Alright, so we got a little bit of everything. The only thing we don't have represented is research, and I can live without that. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Don't forget to go ahead and do !join if you want to be on the colony. I won't get the people named right away at the beginning. We'll get things set up, and then once we get things set up, we'll start doing that as well. Alright. So I don't care about that. So what I don't know... Ooh. 1 second, chat. Let me check one thing. We're going to save and quit this for 2 seconds. I'm wondering if I have to... Let me check one thing before we go anywhere. Scenario editor... Let's see if I had to... I'm suddenly feeling like... Do we need permanent game condition? So it's not unnatural darkness. Lethal darkness? I'm worried that I missed turning on the lethal darkness kind of thing. That's the only thing I've got here. I don't see anything here. Let me check 2 seconds real fast to make sure I've got this enabled correctly. Once I've verified that, we'll get on with it. because I'm just a little teeny tiny bit worried we're going to start this run with this whole thing planning on being, you know, lethal darkness, and I just want to make sure. Okay, description, lethal darkness. Where are you doing those settings? Okay, so let's load our game back up. And let me check to see if those settings are in here. Okay. Options. Mod options. Alright. Darkness default damage 2. Oh, okay. So it's not going to make the screen pitch black or anything like that. That's fine. So what's going to probably happen here... Let me double check this. Better version of Unnatural Darkness, added Oblivion game condition. The gateway to Oblivion is open. The feeling is unease, yada yada. Oblivion Night. Don't starve night. Okay. I think I've set this up wrong, chat. I do apologize. This is what happens when you sit there and try and do these in the middle of it. So let's quickly go in here and just check. I believe what I need to do is scenario editor, edit mode, add. So I can't remember if it's permanent game condition. Go down here, not Grey Paul. So Oblivion. So there's Oblivion and Oblivion Night. Let's see. So there's Oblivion, which I believe will make things permanently dark. And all that. And then Oblivion Night is basically, it will only kick in at night. Alright, so let's save that in case we get all that stuff. Lethal Dark. I do apologize, chat. That's what happens when I try and set this up on the fly. At least I noticed right away when I didn't get any type of warning. Because I know with the Unnatural Darkness type start, that what ends up happening is when you're dealing with that, it's like, Unnatural Darkness is coming, you know, get ready. And the fact that I had no notification there at the start was what made me go, wait a second, hang on. So I'll try and set things up real fast. We'll do exactly what we were doing before. We'll try and set up as fast as we can. I'll just do the same thing where we look for a road that's, you know, has... Like, if we find our caldera, that'll be fine. We'll try and be quick about choosing the map tile, and we'll get our stuff set up. Because it doesn't help me to do a challenge if I forget to turn the challenge on. It's like going and saying, alright, I'm gonna go jump hurdles. By the way, didn't set up the hurdles. Alright, so let's find a road that is more than 2 inches long. Find a road real fast. And I would like to find... What are you? Oh, Badlands? I forgot Badlands was a tile. I should probably do a Badlands run at some point. That's our Badlands. I don't need to be directly on the road either. Okay, I want a caldera, but that one is mostly ocean in the middle of it. So that's... Man... I liked the caldera we had where it was like a little lake in the middle, not a deep sea in the middle of the map. Alright, so I can't keep going that way, it'll get too hot for us. Let's see here, we can go down this way as well. That's an interesting Badlands up there. Yeah, I'm hoping we find a caldera that... I don't know what it is. All the calderas in this one, the lake in the middle is huge. Because my point is I want to actually build in the caldera, not in the wall of the caldera. Because that, to me, sounds interesting. But if the lake is just way too big, like... If there's just no usable space in the middle, it kind of defeats the point. And it says get choose this fast. I'm trying to be quick and just look for it. Normally I just choose... You know what? We're going to change the way we're approaching this. Shoot. Landform. Caldera. Alright. That's not one that they can use. Caldera. I mean, that's fine. It doesn't have the lake in the middle, but if I get that picky, we'll be here all day. Okay, and we'll set that up. Prolicizer. Where is the thing where we harass people about our ideology? It's here somewhere. Does it not have it turned on? There it is. Okay, and then get those. One of these days I should just default that. Oh good, our venerated animals are geese. Clearly we're bad people. Okay, and we wanted to try Neanderthals, so we'll go ahead and set those. Which should be interesting. So the downside is they're gonna have a higher tendency to social fight. And then the good side is a bunch of other things. Alright, so we've got all of the scars removed. We actually have literally all skills represented. We have a big old bag of not great here. So too smart, kind, that's fine, that's fine. Chemical fascination is definitely one I don't want to deal with. Chemical fascination is, in my opinion, one of the most frustrating traits to deal with. I didn't mean to skip that. That's... Okay, so you got plants. Delicate, but you're industrious. So I'm trying to not get the ones that are just gonna fight with themselves the whole time. Body modder is going to be hell to deal with, but not the worst. That gives me a cook and an animals person. I have like half my colony can cook. Beautiful character, careful shooter who is hyper sensitive psychically, giving us plants. If we took this one, we would be... Industrious body modder who's a careful shooter who can do plants, mining, and all that. But I need someone who could do construction. Trying to decide who we want to switch, because I've got basically, I've got a cook, I've got a, you know, we got several cooks. You can kind of do a bunch of stuff, so you're fine because you got crafting to back that up. You're a solid actual fighting pawn. You're a solid fighting pawn who's our doctor. You could do plants. I think it's you who's getting re-rolled, because I'd like to get at least someone who's got like some level of construction and all that. Hard worker who's a pessimist with scars. Careful shooter, and you can't do construction anyways. Frail. Tortured artist. It's not really what I'm looking for. Give me someone with construction at least. I shouldn't be. I'm being too picky about all of this. I need to not be. Quick sleeper, that's fine, whatever. I'm being too picky. Let's just move on. I could deal with having no one who's good at construction early game. Alright. So. Alright, so Oblivion Night Permanent. The gateway to Oblivion is opened. The feeling of ease is in the air. When night falls, the darkness will creep in, eating away at the living. Staying in the dark during the nighttime is incredibly dangerous. So, what we are going to be dealing with is the darkness is lethal. On top of that, I do believe we're going to get the first day will be safe for us to wander around, and then after that, we're kind of screwed. The issue we're going to run into is I cannot grow most things. And the reason we cannot grow most things is what's ultimately going to happen is when the darkness sets in, there's going to be no light, and you get how that's going to work out for us. So what we're going to need to do... Oh man, but I can't harvest the mushrooms. Ooh, okay. That introduces a big problem. So, how the heck do I do the mushrooms where I can actually do anything? Can I... Dark torch. Okay. So, for the mushrooms, I'm going to need a dark torch so that I can get into their area without getting murdered by them. By the darkness. So let's go here. A fungus dark torch? Ah, I see. So I can make a dark torch out of fungus. I understand. So early on, I'm going to run into the problem that I need to keep a lot of these things going. We are going to need to grow a great deal of stuff. All right. This is going to be a tricky one. So early on, we need to chop down a bunch of trees. We need to harvest every single thing we can harvest. And then we need to bring it all in range of some lights. Because what's going to happen is very quickly, we're going to deal with a very, very dangerous situation where the light's in it. Alright, so we'll start with all that. Meanwhile, schedules, recreation, work. So right now, anyone who's got a passion in anything, we're going to tag it. And if you don't have a passion in it, we're going to untag it. Looks like we're going to be just on our own there. And then switch that over. And we'll get all you set real fast. Okay, so let's consider who's doing what. Right now, congratulations, you're gonna be our cook. And you will be able to do... Man, you're gonna have a lot of stuff. Okay. So you'll be our cook and you'll research as able. We don't actually have a good construction person. That was the gap in our skill set. And I'm suddenly seeing other gaps, which are gonna be a big problem for us. So for right now, congratulations, you are our mining and construction person. Good luck. We're not going to worry about the hunting on a lot of them. A lot of them aren't going to be doing that at all. So you're our cook. You're going to be our crafter. Actually. That's fine. You'll both cook. You'll craft. You're not going to worry about crafting. You'll craft. Okay. And you're obviously our growing person. We have that going on there. Alright, so with that, let's check out our skills. Do we have... So you're one of our few ranged people. Yeah, so Pigeon here is grabbing... Apparently we have a masterwork bow that we grabbed. You're not a brawler, are you? Okay, is anyone a brawler? No. So, grab the Equa. Grab the club. Grab the knife. Grab the bow. And the reason I'm doing that is we are Neanderthals. We have a disposition towards melee. So we start with that. Okay, so we want to go ahead and try and get stuff harvested as much as possible. We're working on the starvation. We can go ahead and just, for right now... Yeah, you two could be the only ones assigned to hunting. So my hope is that we'll be able to grow the fungus underneath the dark lights, and that we can lean on the dark lights in the long run. But we'll see. And what's your range? Okay, so we can't take that field any farther. Alright, because I'm just trying to give myself enough of a zone that I could physically live in. And we will deconstruct this. All right, so from there, let's get a stockpile here. And then a dumping stockpile up here. Just because I want to try and get all this stuff in before the nighttime. When the nighttime arrives, anything that's not in here is not getting collected. We are going to have to lean very heavily on just trying to get stuff going. Because what's going to happen... Cool, Fallen Monolith, that's lovely. Oh, you're in a terrible spot, Fallen Monolith. Just like that geothermal's in a terrible spot, because that's the choke point getting in here. But what we're going to run into as a big problem going in here is we are going to run into the issue of once the darkness goes up, all these trees are going to start dying, and I won't be able to safely traverse into the darkness. We are going to lean very heavily on killing any and all animals that go in here for food once we get to that stage as well. But a lot of this is just going to be getting our early stuff in here. So you have Pemmican Production 2 as a book. Cool. So we're kind of mad scrambling to grab any and all resources we can right now. Until we can do that, it doesn't matter what's next. We can go here and go to furniture. I wish there was an easy way to see where the light covered. Yeah, so you should be good up to there. And drop you here. And this will be where we start building our stuff. So right now we're just hucking stuff on the ground as best we can. Alright, order, structure. Oh, you know what? I should cancel that and not do it that way. Alright, so what we're going to do for this is we've got our range here. I wish that would show its range when I clicked on it. It'd make my life easier. Well, here's the way we can do this. Orders, we can go and grab the torch. Alright, so you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it's in the 8th spot. Alright, easy enough. So we can go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically, that'll be overlapping it slightly, but that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because right now I'm just trying to make a central room. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because wood is going to be something we're going to have problems keeping in supply at the beginning. We'll definitely want to switch over to the mushroom torches. Okay, so open this door for here. Alright, so that'll be our initial room. We can go ahead and say furniture. There's our beds. Production. We're definitely going to need a research bench early on. We will want a butcher's table. Oh, it is already starting to get dark. Okay, well that came much faster than I thought. New plan, zone. Expand allowed area, area 1. This'll be really rough. This might be non-viable with the random research. I'm noticing a lot of issues that we're going to run into with that. We'll see. We'll see what we can do with it. So, clear, do this. Schedule, area 1. And meanwhile, I can go zone here, expand allowed area. You have to find a way to be able to easily see what the light levels are around this. Or like where the light covers. Oh, never mind. That's much easier to tell. Okay. So we know that's fine. This is fine here. That's fine. Alright. So as you can see, immediately things have gotten not great. The thing that I am finding curious is they don't seem to be sowing the mushrooms even though it is dark, which I was kind of counting on. So if this run ends up being a non-starter, we can switch over to ending up doing it in a cave system, because then I can plant the nutrient fungus. Or no, I can't, because... Alright, we'll have to figure it out. Because I can't grow anything but the nutrient fungus because it is dark. Oh, I guess that was the first night. We will need recreation. We can plunk that down the corner over here. Can I force you to grow that? Oh god. The speed that came on. So I set it for Oblivion. I'm assuming what'll happen is we'll get a couple of Oblivion nights, and then that'll sort that out. Alright, well I guess we'll take you off the restrictions, so you can all do what you gotta do. Well, if that's the case, alright, I guess a dark torch must count as a light source for purposes of the mushrooms as well. Alright, I'm gonna try growing the rice here, and we'll see how this works. So we're getting all that built, you're getting that planted. I'm going to wait till we see that this is working correctly before we name people. If it is, great. If not, we'll adjust. Like, we'll still try and go for the thematic, but we might have to fix it. Because I did set the game settings. Let's double check here, actually. Mod options. Lethal darkness. Darkness damage default 2. Oh. Then why was it on 0? There's armor penetration. Okay. Did I say you don't have to worry about dark torches? Just use rake. No, because the issue we're going to run into is at nighttime, it won't grow. And if you use regular torches, it'll kill fungus. That's what I don't know is about the dark torches. How that works. Alright, because I was under the impression it was going to stay dark. Which is the confusion here. Oh, do we not have a bunch of you set? Alright, hey, you can all be plant cut 4. Go start cutting down all the trees. Okay, it looks like it's starting to turn dark, so let's go ahead and say schedule, area 1, get back into the perimeter. Because I was under the impression it's supposed to be permanent oblivion. So it's just supposed to stay like this. Because the issue is it does seem like when it turns daytime again, it just whips back to full light all at the same time, which isn't really what I was aiming for. Yes, they should be fine. I don't think this is working the way I was wanting it to. Alright, let's save that real fast and double check our scenario. So I do apologize. This is the kind of stuff I usually do experiments with beforehand. Okay. So that says it's set to scenario being on permanent night. Did I choose the wrong one? I chose the wrong one. That's the problem. My apologies, chat. So let's save that. Overwrite it. That's fine. So I do apologize about these multiple resets and all that. We're just trying to get this set up. Normally I do a lot of testing beforehand, but I put it up to a poll for us to figure out. But these are the kinds of things you run into when you're trying to set up these challenge runs. Is you'll do an experiment saying, hey, let me try this. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted to. Hey, let me try this. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted to. And kind of go with that. So one thing we did figure out is all that. Third time's a charm. The thing that concerns me is they didn't seem to be willing to plant the nutrient fungus under the like out in the field, and they should be allowed to because it should be permanent dark unless the dark torches count as a light source, which if it does, that's a problem. So that might be one of those things that I might have to go with like a I might have to go with a group who can You thought you needed fungal? No, you can grow the mushroom. That's actually perfect. You can actually grow grow the fungus in normal stuff. I don't think well, no, I thought you could grow it in normal soil. Like I thought you could literally grow it in normal soil. It's just they won't grow it if there's light present. I could be wrong. I haven't tried to do that. If that is the case, then all right. If we believe that's the case, that runs me into a problem. Because the problem is I cannot do a fluid ideology that starts with tunneler, which gives me access to nutrient fungus, because we will never have daylight. That's kind of the point. So that's a whole thing. We'll go on the assumption that I can grow it in regular soil if it's dark. Because that's just if we don't have it. Yeah, it works at north side. Do count as light, which kills mushrooms. Okay, that means I can't grow fungus. That makes the fungus non-viable. That means realistically I cannot start with the no research chart, and let me explain why. Because the issues we run into is I can't grow regular plants because it'll be permanent darkness, and because of permanent darkness, all regular plants will die due to lack of light, and a torch doesn't work. You have to have a sun lamp. And I can't grow the fungus because if I step into the darkness, we start taking damage immediately. That's the whole lethal darkness thing. So my pawns would die trying to go harvest the fungus. I can't get animals because we don't have plants. Now, the workaround would be to get hydroponics. Would be the only workaround that I can think of. Which would mean doing the Rich Explorer start, because we get the, I believe, Rich Explorer start, we get enough food to get ourselves bootstrapped up to hydroponics. So then the question is that what we actually want to do? Grow lights? Well, that's the sun. Well, actually, right. I don't need the sun. I don't need the hydroponics. I need the sunlight. But that does mean I need electricity to do that. Regardless of, that does mean we need to give up some mods. Because we've got mods that are incompatible with the challenge. So my choices are, we get rid of the lethal darkness and do a different challenge entirely. Or I get rid of the no research, random research, because I have to get electricity and grow lights. It'll be an RNG thing. So I have really no choice but to get rid of that. Otherwise, we spend the first 2-3 hours until we run out of food, and then we die, and we repeat that until we get the RNG to give us the right tech. Let's see, if you're using mods, there's a vanilla expanded mod that lets you grow mushrooms that don't care about light levels. I don't have that. Give yourself electricity. Yeah, but we would need to still be able to get electricity that's stable. which would either mean geothermal, because I can't grow trees, you know, return to the darkness situation. I wouldn't have enough room to grow enough trees to keep a generator running. Yeah, I could definitely do the start with, but I'm gonna actually have to give myself a technology that we can make it work with. Yeah, so I've got that. So we go here. The start with will work. So we could start with research. We would need the start with research. Electricity would be 1. We would need to start with research. And it would need something to power. I can't do the chem fuel or the wood generators because I can't grow wood sufficient to do either. There are mods that give tribal grow light type things, you thought? Yeah, I don't have all those mods. If we get to the point of looking up mods and all that, we'll just do something else. That's the stuff I normally do off stream because this can be not fun to watch. Electricity gives you wind turbines, I think. This is true. They do give me wind turbines, and I could potentially use the wind turbines combined with batteries if we can get the components and all that to make that work. That said, a grow light uses a lot of power. Or sorry, yeah, the grow light uses a lot of power. So we'll grab the battery tech. Regardless, I'm gonna need that because it's either give ourselves geothermal and electricity and all that, or give ourselves batteries and all that. And we'll probably need the materials to actually make this. Yeah, that's the thing. We could still do random research. I feel like I need to give myself some components to start with. Because I'm assuming the lights are going to go off like that. And we're just going to have to deal with that. And I'm going to have to... Like, I won't be able to go into the mines. I'm going to have to, like, daisy chain lights to do that. Oh, no, don't do that. So I feel like we give her... Well, let's see. Let's see how this goes. We are experimenting, chat. So just understand we might have some mulligans on their star. Geothermal would be good, but it'd also be pricey. I mean, resource-wise, to me, geothermal versus the fans and batteries, the geothermal to me is the cheaper option. Like, research-wise, it's more costly in the normal game, but it's an upfront cost, and then you're good. You do have to have someone who's capable enough to build it, though. And then also... hoping you find out where is geothermal, because we'll add it in here as an option, because the challenge isn't supposed to be where the heck are you, geothermal? Why am I not seeing you? That's all anomaly stuff over there. That's ground penetrating. It's earlier than ground. There it is. I'm gonna try that instead, so I'll do that, because we could also get into a situation where I just don't have the good spot for setting all that up. Okay, so strive to survive, commitment mode, next, 100%. If it looks like we're gonna have to restart like 3 or 4 times to figure this out, we'll do a different challenge or just do a different game if that happens. And I'll research this off stream, because this is the kind of stuff I have to do with like the pollution run, is I had to do a bunch of these resets to figure out what I could not do, and all that kind of stuff. Or that's the reason why when I tried to do this challenge to begin with the unnatural darkness, it just didn't work. It just wasn't functional. Ooh, I wonder... Oh, never mind, we're gonna use grow light, so it's fine. Right, we're not doing the nutrient fungus now, we're doing the grow lights. Oh, yeah, the grow lights will be fine. I'll need the grow light and a normal light as well. So just go grab here. Caldera, because I like the idea of doing that. Not with a river, please. Yeah, I don't like that one. I'm looking for ones, like, I don't want the giant deep water in the middle is what I'm trying to avoid. Like, I don't mind it having deep water in the middle, but where it's like a third to half of the area is non-usable, where I want to kind of build in there, that's a bit more than I can facilitate. Okay, that'll work. And this one did not have a year-round grow season. Alright. Okay, you're already set to frequent. Because, yeah, like these restarts, because we realize we've messed up the starting scenario, is a whole thing. Because it takes me a minute to go through and do all this stuff. Alright, this time we have to have someone who's got a decent amount of construction. And that's because otherwise we cannot build the I don't want pacifist. Otherwise we can't build the geothermal to begin with and we'll be screwed. Okay. I don't actually know the construction requirement for the, let's see if we can do better. I'm looking for someone who's got some solid construction. We worry about the other stats later. Okay. You know what? 8 construction chemical interest. That's not my favorite pawn. That's good enough. That's all fine. Very neurotic brawler. That's... You're pretty much... So you're useless early game. But I can live with that. Undergrounder, are you my only cook? You are. I want someone with medical. Alright, we're not gonna worry about the Neanderthal thing. I realize I set this and didn't choose that. Trying to find someone who's got medical who isn't just straight up awful. And I'm being picky, and I need to not to, because especially where we're triggering with this. Body modder, trigger happy. I mean, you're not my favorite. You do have medical. I'll live with it. I'll just deal with it. That's fine. We got everything but research sorted out. So we've got that. So the things we're going to need to do, because one of my fears is that it's going to start with the darkness already in place. Whereas like the unnatural darkness warns you it's coming. Okay, so we have Oblivion. We've got all this set up. Where is the geothermal? There's a geothermal right next to us. So that'll be our first thing to queue up, is the geothermal. Orders, allow all items. We can go here real fast. You're going to be a melee pawn. You're definitely going to be a shooter. And you're a brawler, so you're a melee pawn, and the rest of you be ranged. Okay. So with that, grab the knife. There's an Equa in here somewhere. We can do this the other way. Oh, it's up by you. Okay, so what we need to do is, before we get very far, I need to get enough steel and components to do that. So there's the steel. There's the components. I imagine we're on limited time here. And we're still gonna go here, just say immediately for here. Furniture. We're gonna use the geothermal. I've got literally hundreds of this. Update your inventory. Okay, so you actually did put it down. So we're gonna start with all that, go to our schedule, get a little recreation on the end of the schedule, work. And get all this figured out. So I really liked the unnatural thing, with the damaging from all that. So you actually have someone who's capable of social. I almost never have that. Okay. So you're clearly going to be our growing person. And I'll let you do the crafting and all that. That's fine. You will handle, and you'll be our researcher. You're terrible at it, but you got a passion, so we'll figure it out. You'll be our crafting and mining person, or construction mining person. Focus on the mining first for right now. Actually, change of mind. Just do what you can. You can also handle, that's fine. You're not going to hunt. You're going to low priority hunt. You're our cook. That's fine. We'll fix all that later. You can help with all this other stuff. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that'll get us started. It's already starting to get dark immediately. This is going to be a very difficult thing to deal with. So what we're going to need to do is our construction person, Jackal, get that light built now. So we're going to build all these as fast as we can. Alright, so what's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to get over here to where those components are and all that. And I'm going to need to be able to get that sorted out real quickly. What are you doing? You're wandering? If you can wander, if you're idle, go chop stuff. Alright, new plan. So zone, allowed zones, area 1, or home zones only. You have to be in those. So schedule, with the exception of Jackal, who's going to be the one who's going to be pushing to get the lights to happen. So let's see here. So you're allowed to be out and unrestricted. We'll go ahead and put down our furniture of our beds. Let's make sure our mod is configured correctly, since night is hitting. Lethal darkness, it is turned on. We should be... Is damaging. Make neutral ally pawn. So that's not us. We should get damaged by this. The neutral ally pawn is when random caravans and that roll in. Okay, so we've got all that going on. So meanwhile, chop down every tree that's in range of that and harvest every plant in range of that. I don't think we'll be able to grow in this. We're going to see. If I can grow in this, we can just ignore a lot of this. But I am wondering if it will actually make it night or if it's just kind of hand-waving it away. Yeah, okay, so we are getting attacked. I'm curious how damaging it should be, because it should be low damage that keeps happening again and again. That, you know, we'll get minor injuries from it, that kind of thing. But it shouldn't be super frequently. Yeah, so you keep getting attacked, but I'm not actually seeing the injuries here. What's the light level in torches? Is it 50%? Yes. And if we do go in here and we realize it's just not damaging us enough, we could try and fix it. Wait, what was that? Yeah, so it keeps saying something's attacking Jackal, but Jackal hasn't gotten an actual injury yet. They just have the bite scar they already had. So I'm gonna let this hurt Jackal and see how bad it is. Because it should be damaging him more. If it doesn't hurt Jackal after this, we'll try increasing the damage. And get that sorted out. Alright, so that's definitely not working how I want it. So let's go to Lethal Darkness. Armor penetration, 0 by default. We'll say 1. Oh, 100%. We'll say Because it maybe... I can't imagine it's armor penetration that's the problem. Yeah, so 5% will say 3 damage. Apply OK. Come on. I want to see an actual injury show up here. It doesn't have to be much. Even if it's only like 1, 2, or 3 damage, as long as it's actually doing damage. I don't understand. Let's try going in here and saying neutral and ally. Because neutral ally, so ally isn't your own pawn, that's neutral. Let's just say 0.05. So it should literally be... Oh, that's... I actually turned off highest damage pawn. Well, this is going to be a bummer if the mod doesn't even work. Alright, let's experiment 10. So 10 is actually dangerous. That could 2-3 tap a person. But I'm not sure why we're not taking any damage. Could you update? Still nothing. Let's go here to options. So let's do the 100% armor penetration at 2 damage. If that doesn't work, we'll try turning on neutral and ally. Okay, well, it triggered immediately, so that's interesting. So set this down to, it's fine. Neutral ally pawn. We'll set that to 1. Ah, okay, so you're saying I have to turn on the permanent unnatural darkness. Okay. Thank you for that. Because like I said, we didn't get a chance to test all this before. We are messing with that now. Okay, so that's not that hard a thing to fix. So we are going to have to do this again. I do apologize. In the future, I think it will be one of these things that when it comes to a new challenge idea, I'm not going to offer it in advance. So permanent gain condition... we will set this to unnatural darkness, because that's what they're saying is that needs to be in play as well. So with what we were doing, so the unnatural darkness will mean I will need grow lights. Because that will make it pitch black, so literally all the plants die. Okay. I think what we're going to do is because of how fast that darkness sets in, I am going to give myself one minor advantage, and that is I'm going to give myself the components and all that to just build the geothermal. Well, actually, I was trying to think if there's a power building I can just drop in easy. But it will give myself the handful of things to just toss down the initial thing. I'm actually trying to remember, where are we at? I almost start with. I almost never do these things, so it takes me a moment to be like, how do I do this? Components. Let's say 20 components to start, because I'm going to overkill it just in case we botch the creation or whatever. Start with, and we will set steel. Oh, not that. Start with steel, and I don't know how much we need. We'll say 500. And we'll try that. Permanent game condition, permanent game condition. Incompatible, permanent game condition, permanent game condition. So it's saying Oblivion and Unnatural Darkness are incompatible with each other. Alright, so we're just gonna mulligan this whole thing and not worry about this challenge. I do apologize for wasting everyone's time on that. Clearly I gotta do a lot of testing to figure all that out. So with that, we'll just go back to doing the other one. I like the idea of this challenge, but clearly I got some trial and error to do with it. Like, I figured it was just gonna work. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the aspirations one. So auto sort those. We have the random research and all that stuff. And all that. So we'll go ahead and let the game reboot real fast while I update our title. Our aspirations died. Our aspiration... Oh my god, please. Aspiration run died. We go again. At Bloody Drongos. Aspirations challenge. Estimation point aspirations. I'll probably misspell this in like 3 different places. Okay. So the game's booting up. Alright, so we're just gonna go ahead and get right back into it. Okay, so I need to remember this one. That's the one we haven't been messing with. Okay, so we are gonna do the random research, no research. I do apologize about like the last, what was that, maybe hour-ish that we were trying to get that working. Like I said, I think in the future, anytime we have a challenge idea, if it's not something straight up like, okay, we're gonna start with Neanderthals. Like if it's something that's more complicated than that, I won't do it unless I test first. But yeah, no, definitely that darkness thing wasn't working. Which is a shame. I like the idea. So if you turn on the unnatural darkness permanent world state at the very beginning of your game, it does do a good job where it's just like an anomaly where it's like, oh no, the unnatural darkness is coming, get ready. And they basically give you like an in-game day-ish to prep, and then it gets dark. But the problem is that one's just like, it's effectively the exact same thing as an eclipse versus, you know, the one that hurts you. I do like the idea of doing the caldera. That was kind of interesting. What biome is this? Tropical rainforest. No research, random research, that's death. We'll pop down here to this road intersection. Caldera. It's one with a giant lake in the middle. Perfect. Deal. We'll go here, do this. Prolicizer. And like I said, I'm going to do this where we frequently harass people about our ideology. We edit, get rid of that, done. Edit, get rid of that, done. And we're good. Okay. So for the last time, you have a fertilized tortoise egg in your pocket. That is not an item I expected to see a person carrying. I don't know why you're carrying a fertilized tortoise egg in your pocket, but you certainly are. I'm definitely not going to do that one. Slothful. Okay, you got a lot of problems, actually. A nimble fast walker who's a tortured artist. I could live with that. Let's get rid of delicate undergrounder because we're not going to be underground. It's a shame you have a bad back. Fast walker, we can figure out what we got on the other side. Oh, did we want to do the Neanderthal one? Nah, I'm gonna leave it alone. I have a feeling what's gonna end up happening with the Neanderthal one is I'm gonna get frustrated when they all start beating the crap out of each other constantly. Versus like the pigskin, I think might be interesting to do at some point. Right now I'm in the mode where we were messing with a bunch of that stuff. Oh, good. You've already finished your first aspiration. Cool. Not really what I'm going for. So I'm going to need a cook and or doctor. So either one someone is a really good cook that isn't awful, and or doctor. Either will work. You have a passion for cooking and you're a jogger. You know what? That's good enough for me. Do we really want to go? Do we have anyone who's got like a passion but they suck at medical? Okay, so literally all you're good at is melee and fighting, or melee and crafting. Let's try and get you to have some medical, because I've made the mistake of taking colonists with no medical many times before. And that's been a big problem. That one had medical, but they were old and frail. Man, we're getting a lot of joggers. I really love that. Wait. I thought we had a cook. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We have a cook, so just ignore that. We have a cook. It's just they're not showing because they have a low starting skill. They're passionate about it though, and that's good enough, honestly. Like I could take okay, wow. It seems that you can't do anything, but like it was 14 medical, which is tempting, but they couldn't do anything. Man, you got 6. No passion, but 6 is not bad. And you're a fast learner, that's fine. I can live with that. Okay, so I actually have a pretty okay setup. The thing we don't have, we actually do have people who have passions for construction. Mining we don't have, and that's fine. We'll get that going. I don't want to spend forever on it. We've had like 5 mulligan starts here because we were trying to set up a challenge only to realize I need to do more research on my own time to make that challenge viable. It is a challenge I want to do at some point. Okay. So with all that, we got ourselves a fresh start. This time we don't need... I like the monolith being right at the door, so we can make like our defensive position. This is actually an interesting base, and there's an ancient danger, clearly. Okay, this is actually a very defensible caldera. Okay, that's interesting. So you can go here and say orders, unforbid everything. Let's look at our pawns real fast. Do we have anyone who was a brawler or anything like that? No. So you're a really good melee person. So Cat here will probably be melee. Do we have someone... Yeah, so you're nimble. You'll probably be our other melee. And then you here will be our ranged. So Cat, go grab the Equa. You go ahead and grab the Stabby. You can grab the Pila. You can grab that bow, and you can grab this bow. We have a book here, which is medical and melee, but it's only to 5, so I'm not going to worry about that. Wait, why do I have wake up? Please tell me I didn't overlook someone having an addiction. No. Alright, well, apparently we have some serious drug. You like this mountain hole? Yeah. It should be interesting. Alright, and like I said, my plan is to build in here, not in the walls. Like, we'll probably later on put, like, anomaly stuff in the walls or whatever just to keep it interesting. What animals did we start with? They're all gonna die. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we can have you as the doctor. So let's get all that fixed up. Alright, get all these sorted out. Just need to get all of our priorities fixed. So you can handle, don't worry about construction and growing. That's not your job. You'll be our researcher. I forgot, I gotta put all these on 2. Otherwise I'll prioritize it over bed rest. Okay, so you're our doctor. You will be our cook. And then you can just help out wherever you want after that. You won't haul or clean. I didn't notice that, but that's okay. You also can't hunt because you won't have a ranged weapon. You're our construction person, and you're going to mine as well. Yeah, so you'll do that. And then you'll end up being a crafter after that. We'll lower the priority on you for that. And I think that'll do for right now. Okay, so with that, the star we don't have anything exciting in here. I don't see a single geothermal, so we're probably not doing geothermal power in this run. Where is the geothermal power? Oh yeah, that sucks. Okay, well we're not doing geothermal because that is all outside along the edges of the map, so that's not a good thing. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get in here. We don't have a bunch of air... Like, I've got some... Yeah, we got some rich soil patches here and there. We'll just put it right in the middle. Let's not get fancy. We'll put it right in the middle. So we'll start with this patch being rice. And then get some structures and all that going. Where do I want to put my structures? For right now, I'm being very indecisive. Let's actually... I liked kind of the idea we were... Well, actually, let's make like a garden square kind of thing. So we'll have our farm in the middle of our defensive perimeter. So we'll have this not right up against it. We'll go ahead and put like 1, 2, 3. Alright, so we got ourselves a little building here. For right now, I'm just going to cover it with doors. This will be just kind of like... This will ultimately probably be a kitchen in the long run. But for right now, it's going to operate as just a place we could chuck down a couple of sleeping spots. And then we can put a research table in here. And then a butcher and a fueled stove. And it can clean up later. Let's see. You just wanted to say that you don't mind the troubleshooting? You always find it stream super cozy, fun regardless? Yeah, but it can be one of those things that, like, if we spent 4 or 5 hours just start a run, no it didn't work, exit to run, start a run, no it didn't work, exit to run, start a run, you know, didn't work. You get the idea. If we got into that kind of a thing, very understandably, a lot of people get pretty frustrated about it because they want to see gameplay. And for right now, I'm going to slap a door right there because we can wall off our perimeter super easy. And all of these animals will eventually die. Oh, we actually have alpaca in here. If we ever tame those, that'd be good. So yeah, let's get this stuff running. We will need to grab some steel. I'm sure we've got a steel area along here somewhere. Boom, there's our steel. We also have silver, which I'll go ahead and mark that for mining as well because money. And we can get all that going. Meanwhile, let's start getting some names in here. So for our first contestant, that's fine, we'll worry about the monolith later. So for our first contestant, make sure our stuff's turned on. So you are our hardworking, fast learner. You'll be our researcher and social person. And so let's go in here, and you are Ben Lee. Welcome to the colony. I am typing everything wrong. And Ben Lee in this game desires to get married, become a parent, become inspired, and destroy an insect hive. Honestly, these are very reasonable. This is not a hard character to have their aspirations met. And then we have the next person who's in our colony, who is our nimble fast walker tortured artist, who is our farming person, I believe. That'd be Cerise the Mage. And your character would like to grow old, play with a golden cube, kill a mech cluster, become a parent, which they apparently already are, and get a joy wire installed in their head. One of those is slightly more cursed than all the others. And then next up we have our jogger, who I don't remember what you're signed to do here. We'll figure it out in a moment. That'll be Donkey Duff. And your character desires to kill or have a rival who dies, get joy wired, become a sanguiphage, have a beautiful lover, and get married. Okay. That's actually pretty rough. We have a night owl who's a fast learner. What do I have you assigned to where you don't have any passions for anything? You handle animals. You handle animals, and you'll help out around here. You're what we would consider the person we'll refer to as general labor. Welcome. And that is going to Moriarty. You will be keeping the base clean, doing research on your free time, and basically anything that needs doing. And for you, your passions are, you want to feel catharsis, you want to get, oh my god, my whole colony is going to be joy-wired, get inspiration, and you want to read a fascinating tome of eldritch purposes. Lovely. And then last but not least, we got a fast walker. Man, my whole colony is like fast walker, and that'll be Luxray. And you are our construction person. Your character desires to become inhuman, connect with a Garlean tree, become a leader, and get a beautiful lover. Okay, I mean, honestly, not the worst choices here. We'll put a torch in the middle of that room. Okay, so we need the research bench. They're working on that. Luxray is going and mining that. Let's have you start over here. Because the steel will let us work on more things. Next up, we'll go over here. We're going to put a little bit of space between these fields. That'll be potatoes. A little bit of space down here. That'll be strawberries. A little space over here. This will be corn. One thing I'm looking forward to is not struggling to have wood. Because that was the big thing with the tunnel base, was could not get wood. And you will be cotton. We can worry about other stuff later. Alright. So once they have a minute to get stuff built and all that, we can move on to the next thing. Cool. So I actually have a defensive perimeter. Of the stuff that we have... Okay, so first of all, let's look at our schedules. So you actually want to be a night owl. And if I remember correctly, with a night owl, was at 11? During 11 to 18, you don't want to be awake. So, 11 to 18, you sleep. You're awake for the rest of the day. Recreation. Get that all sorted there. Is there anyone else who has anything we need to accommodate for schedules? Nope. We can go to our assignments. Everyone's already on the correct medicine. Manage food policies. Lavish. Do not eat human meat. Do not eat corpses. We'll start there. Alright. So once we get a little bit of the steel pulled up, we'll be able to try and get all that sorted out there. Another thing we'll do... Can you be the doc? No. I've got someone who's actually got decent medical. In a pinch you can help out, but your character has neither passion nor skill for medical. You gotta have something you can offer to that end. We'll bump that up in priority there, and we'll bump... I mean, that doesn't matter, actually. So we got 2 people who can potentially research. Yeah, so I'm not really worried about that book. Not really worried about the wake up. Meanwhile... You want to harvest them things? I almost never organ harvest, so I don't know where you're thinking that's gonna go. You do remember what channel you're in, right? Yeah, because I almost never do, like, the organ harvesting or, like, mass drug production. Like, no judgment for anyone who plays that way. I have played that way in the past itself. But, I need you over here. Don't worry about the steel right now. Okay, so we've got some people who are starting to idle because they don't have things to work on, because we don't have the research benches built and all that. We are working on getting that set up. So I guess in the meantime... So... They're gonna have pod bedrooms. And if you're looking at this going, oh, is there some strategic advantage to this? No. No, there is not. Ooh, quick change of plans here. For AC and heating and all that later. I'm gonna put a 1-space gap in between them. Because I put the 1-space gap in between them, later on I can shove an air conditioner in there and such. I was using this layout for a while, and I've been pretty happy with the way it turned out. Not the exact precise style of the rooms or anything, just having a little bit of a gap in between them. Because then I could shove like ACs and heaters and all that back here. They're somewhat protected from being attacked. And then you can have them cover several bedrooms and all that. Yeah, I'll make it 6. This is not a very efficient use of wood, but I'm in a forest, so I don't really care. It's not like our last colony where I was sitting there desperately needing wood at all times. Alright, right now we'll leave the rest open. We can go ahead and do all this. Luxury's gonna work on all that. Oh, I could also put you priority 4 for mining. So you have nothing better to do. You can at least go bang on rocks. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna start off. We're not even gonna bother with barracks this time. We're gonna go right to building all this up. You can put some paths in here and all that. So we're not going for the giant compound base. We're gonna go for something a little bit more spread out. The good side is this helps with a lot of different types of raids that you can move around between areas pretty easily. I mean, if you're caught in the corner, you're caught in the corner. It does suck for Revenants, though. Because Revenants having lots and lots of areas that they can move around between buildings makes it much harder to tell where the Revenant goes as it runs around. Alright. Yeah, so that's the drop zone there. We'll pop over here. And that'll be our storage room. Major break risk. Why are you already at a major break risk? Did someone insult you? What is your deal? Oh, you're so slow at mining, you're all starving, trying to break the silver. So you're getting crabby because you're hungry. Fair enough, I guess. Days due to malnourished. You do have food left, right? You didn't eat all of it? Did you eat all of it already? Alright, well, sorry animals. Actually, the donkey gets to live. Who was our cook again? Alright. We'll definitely need to move some of this around. So that'll at least give us a little bit of food. I didn't catch that we just because you start off with this start and you get people who are malnourished. I didn't expect nearly as many. You gave me plasteel. Thanks, man, and I completely just ignored you. Alright. Cool. Yeah, so I got a bunch of fields planted. They're all fairly small fields for the moment. And then for the moment as well, since we're waiting on all that, We can go ahead and put down more corn. Continue to build around this. Because what I'll do is I'll eventually see what we can do to secure this area a little bit more. Normally, like, you'd probably want to actually have either a 1 wide or a 3 wide. So that way you can make choke points, but it's fine. Okay, so we've got a storage room. We do need to make some more usable spaces. Hey, how's it going? Alright. Let's see, I think this side is 7. Yes, I would double that side up. So making a room off of this one that we can turn into a proper break room. Let's keep going with all that. Starvation. Oh, that's what you're doing. Are you my... You are my grower. Hey, you know I was gonna let you live, animal? I've changed my mind. Who is our handler? Where are you at? Okay, you're already taken care of. Alright, because people are starving, so we gotta keep on top of it. Yes, this is gonna end up being a very big sprawling base, which is usually a bad idea. I am trying to just take advantage of the fact that we did choose a Caldera map, and we'll figure out something defensively. I'm avoiding the temptation to go tag that fallen monolith immediately. We'll probably mess with it in time. In the meantime, we can go ahead and get all of these out of our houses. And pile them over here. And so hopefully we'll get the steel dug up pretty soon so we can get our actual bench, all that, set up easy. Alright. So now what we could do is recreation. I'll put the hoop ring in the corner there. And I'll put you in the corner over here. It'll say furniture. 2x4. And get all that stuff. You're shocked at how quick these runs can go. You have like 10 hours in your current run. You're already in advanced fabrication, and you think to yourself, you just started this colony. Oh yeah, no, it really depending on how you do your setup. Like if you choose a setup where you've got, you know, transhumanist or whatever, where you get the bonus to research and you can just blast through research so fast. Or if you've got some people who just have like high intellect skill and like 4 or 5 research benches. Okay, so we need to come up with a faction name and a colony name. So I feel like the faction name should play along the sides of the fact that we are doing aspirations and all that. Like so the hopes and dreams and those kind of things. And then the settlement name should probably reflect the fact that we're building a colony and, like, you know, a caldera. But so you know what you think it is? Because you took on 6 different wary traveler quests and who pumped your research? Oh yeah, no, some of those anomaly travelers, they come up with you with like 18 intellect to just blast through that. Pitch black? Oh, we're not doing the pitch black night anymore, JD. I've got to research more to make that challenge work. I was just having to troubleshoot one thing after the other, where we weren't taking damage, and we weren't doing this, and it's just going to take me time to figure out. So we were back to the aspirations one. Like... I meant multiple people came in because their crops burned down or something. Oh! Yeah, talking about... do we pick a race this one? No, I started setting it up as like, oh wait, I didn't change that. But we're just gonna go back to the we just went back to aspirations. I'll probably do like a Neanderthal only or a pigskin only run or something like that, or like the whole thing. Good afternoon from Taiwan. Well, good to hear from you from Taiwan. Welcome. But yeah, so we just need to come up with a faction name and all that. Genies only purely reliant on auto defenses. The problem is you cannot make the barrels, and that's the whole thing. Heart of the mountain, since it's a caldera. How about mountain heart? Same idea, because like heart of the mountain seems like a really like a long name for what I've done, but mountain heart. First time hearing you love the game? Oh yeah, no, it's an excellent game. Good to have you. Yeah, so all we need to do is let's see, Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're doing the aspirations challenge. That's what I'm trying to do. It's like questionable aspirations. Excellent. There we're going, just to keep things moving. So we're in the colony that is the heart or mountain heart, with questionable aspirations. Because let's be real, there are some questionable aspirations among us. There's definitely some decisions that the other colonists would be given some pretty strong side-eye. Squirrel has chosen to be food. Thank you, Squirrel. Your sacrifices are appreciated. Meanwhile, let's go ahead to all of these gazelle and rams and all of this stuff inside our perimeter. Not the boom rat. Oh, turkeys are venerated. I didn't notice that. Okay, we will not be murdering the turkeys, but all of the other animals inside the perimeter are getting nommed. And for the moment, we can go ahead and start making our zones. So the Area 1 zone will just be anything inside the caldera. And we'll rename this zone to safe. I always have a safe zone that I make that's basically whatever's inside my defensive perimeter. I say, could there be a redeem for the crabs to run around the edge of the screen? Because you love them so much? Yes. I would need to get with the artist to get that made, though. So I'm not against it. I think it's a good idea. It would be something I'd have to commission. Because right now, I think we have 3 or 4 animations. We have the one where they pop up with the treasure chest for like bits and all that. I've got the one for follows where it holds up like a little heart sign. I've got the raid one where, you know, the whole army of them shoots across the bottom of the map. What is the last one? I thought there's one more. So we've got follow, we've got raid. Oh, and the sub. So sub and gifted sub. Yeah, so like the sub where it puts a scarf on itself, and then a gifted sub where it puts a scarf on another crab. But yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna get more animations over time. It's just one of those things I try. It's really easy for me to be like, yes, I want that one, and I want that one, and then realize I'm spending a lot of money on animations. They're not individually that expensive. They're really not. But it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, individually they may not be expensive, but as you start getting more and more of them, it still adds up pretty fast. All right, so we're gonna try and put some lights into these various rooms. And what we could do from here is we can go to furniture. All right, we've got our first raid is already here. So our first raid is down there. You got the caravan going this way. Where are you going? Let's first make sure, is everyone inside the perimeter? Where are you all? Yeah, all 5 of them are in here. Oh, you're preparing first. So you've got a wooden leg. You're actually pretty nasty if we let you get up close. But otherwise you're fine. I'm kind of low-key hoping they're going to try and go around the bottom, but it looks like they're going to go off the left side. Yeah, when they go to assault, they're just going to go here. I'll just run out here and use where that mud is to... Oh, or you can go after them. You're not going to get there in time, and they're just going to leave. All right, let's get everyone in position. So plan straightforward. I'm going to step over here just enough that they have to walk through that mud. So they're actually pretty strong if they get on top of us. But they should get slowed by the mud a little bit. Please someone hit them. Please someone hit them. Okay, so they should be slowed down. Start moving. Because as high as their melee stat is, I kind of don't want them to... Alright, so we got some target practice going on. There we go. We're definitely not ready to take any prisoners or anything like that. Are your clothes nice? How are your clothes? No, they're crap. And you're not a pawn I won in the first place. So have a nice day, sir. I'm trying to cancel a bunch of these animals. Actually, here's the way we can do this. Just trying to cancel hunting all the animals outside the perimeter here. Because those ones I'm not worried about. I just want to clear out these gazelle up here. And actually we can go through there because we still have a hare. So squirrel. Have another squirrel. We've got all the gazelle there. Okay, that's fine. We do have a boomerang here. We'll just pretend it's our friend. Alright, so we're getting all the beds set up and all that. So soon enough, we'll have people sleep in their own rooms, which is fine. Even though the rooms aren't nice yet, we'll get it figured out. We should be getting our rice pretty soon, at which point we don't have to worry as much about food. Now, we'll definitely need to get a freezer. Right now, this is a temporary structure. We'll end up rebuilding a lot of this once we get stone cutting, whenever that happens. How you doing, buddy? Not good. I understand. I'm just gonna leave that body out there. Alright, well meanwhile they'll run around all that. Okay, we can get rid of all of these. Alright, is there other production things we really want right now? I don't care about the art bench right now. We can add the crafting spot.
What's the worst that could happen?
And I'll get that in just a moment. Then go Bill's crafting spot. Make tribalware do until you have one that's at least at 80%. Make the war masks do until you have at least one at 80%. And make smoke leaf anytime you have the materials. I don't plan on making the materials, so we won't have many. Smash the mechs forever. And make a singular short bow. That way we can get donkeyed up a short bow as opposed to them having the Pila right now. Alright, and now it's time to move on to making actual legitimate food. Cool. And we can go here and say zone. And stockpile on the end here. Clear, critical, and just meals, but no packaged meals. Okay, that way we keep meals right by the table. We get all that sorted out. Okay, so we've got a pretty good start here. We're getting that steel now, so we've got our research benches up finally, so that's good news. I'm going to build a second research bench just like we did last time. I'm not going to go for the full 4, but we will get 2 running simultaneously. That way, as people don't have something better to do with their time, they can research, because I surprisingly have 3 people who are passionate about researching. Let's honestly take you all off of that and just leave the research to those 3. I doubt they'll all have the time to do it, but that's fine. Cool. We got our first rice up, so that's good news. All right. We're gonna tame the, I'll put this up here. We're gonna tame the turkey. It'll eventually roam away. You're in an enclosed space. It's fine. We're gonna tame the turkey because it is a venerated animal. But I'm gonna try to... Well, like, we're not gonna try and, like, breed massive numbers of turkeys, because being a venerated animal, if we hunt, it's a problem. Beer brewing, of course. Out of all the research to start us off, we're getting beer brewing. Checks out. I understand the colony's priorities. Anything here, and they go with the beer. We can't actually succeed in beer fermenting because the beer will just get too hot or cold and go bad, but they do want to brew it. They desire the beer. They just lack the infrastructure to make it. All right. And we're continuing to hunt the gazelle, getting a little bit of our combat skills up. And you're a crafter who's also a growing person. That's fine for now. That won't be good in the long run. We'll definitely want to split that up some. Which I'm actually debating if we bump you up. Lower that down a tick. So we make you our crafter, and then you can also farm. Because I don't really need you to focus on research. Because this person's going to have tons of time to research, so they'll use up a bench. You'll probably... like, we'll be able to get at least one person working the bench at almost all hours. Or all the time, not all hours. Yeah, so Moriarty's training up to not be terrible at shooting. That's good. And then when Donkey wakes up, they'll have a couple of gazelle to butcher. The Hunted Praetor. I don't think we had anyone who had a speech or anything like that. So I'm not gonna worry about that. Because I don't really care about the royalty stuff. It is a thing that later on in the run we might end up with someone who's like, I want a leadership speech from a royal. And at that point we'd have to bring one in. That's fine if it comes down to it. Which honestly, now I think about it, if I took one of the quests that's like one of the quests from the Empire, like, you know, this person wants to visit your colony, they have a rank of Baron or whatever, we could accept that, have them give a leadership speech while they're there, and that would still qualify. Okay, we're basically out of wood. Heat wave. Oh. This is bad, actually. I mean, honestly, it's either gonna work out or it's not as is. I don't think we're not gonna even bother carving into the mountain. I don't have anyone who can mine fast enough for that to really make sense. There is a chance that this gets bad enough we'll caravan off the tile and wait out the heat wave. Because there's not a whole lot I could do to help with it. We are running no research, random research, so I do not have a passive cooler, nor do I have a button to make that happen. So it either works or it doesn't. Oh, what happened to the cave colony? We had a pig raid of about 13 people, couldn't set up a proper defensive position, and just got completely and utterly overwhelmed. Like, just straight up wiped. Pigs will do that. They like to roll in with explosives. And we had, I think it was 7 people are combat capable. And like I said, because we didn't have the stone cutting and we were mining out the whole area, we just, like, everything was overwhelmed with rocks that we didn't have a proper defensive position. So there was no stopping it. I misplayed it a little bit. I could have certainly set it up better that maybe would have survived, but, you know, the hindsight. All right. Oh, right. I was going to go over here and say, hey, could you chop down some trees? So how are people doing? We got... So far, they seem to be holding up all right. That's the big thing I'm watching, is if we start seeing people getting heat stroke, before it gets really bad, like I said, we can caravan them off the tile, so they just leave the area unprotected. But they just go and wait out the heat someplace else. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. The good news is this isn't a particularly hot tile to begin with, but that was the same reason why when we started I said I can't do like desert, extreme desert, or other hot tiles, like tropical rainforest, tropical swamp, because of no research, random research. Literally your only option when a heat wave shows up is just caravan everyone off the tile and wait, like just wait it out. And if you get raided while that happens, they just trash your stuff because you don't know what direction you're going to return from, so that creates problems. Okay, do you actually make the bow? Okay, you're making the bow now, that's fair. So yeah, first person with heat stroke, it's just initial. Wild woman wanders in. Slothful, trigger happy, gourmand. I'm in no rush. That's fine. You just do your thing out there. You and a barrel fight at some point. And we'll see how that goes. Alright, so this gives you a bow, which is going to be a little bit nicer than your Pila. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Alright, how are you all doing? So we have initial. There's a very good chance, even if I just don't do anything, that we'll probably not die. Cerise the Mage has flirted with Donkey Duff by complimenting her emotional stability. Donkey Duff became aroused and agreed to become Cerise the Mage's lover. I'm not going to lie. Complimenting on someone's emotional stability is not normally what I would be like, oh yeah, you know what helps? You know, complimenting someone's emotional stability. It doesn't sound bad. Just not the normal type of compliments people give. Yeah, so none of them are doing particularly bad. Theresa's getting to 10%, which is a little high. That's fine. You're really stoic. That's hot. You know what? I could certainly see people feeling that way, though. Especially if, like, the last relationship, the person had been, like, very, very volatile of an individual. I could certainly be like, hey, you're chill? Cool, man. That's exactly what I want in my life right now. It's like, okay, fair enough. Alright, so. For our moral guide, it's going to be either Luxray or that. One of you wanted to be the leader, right? Yeah, so Luxray wants to be the leader. So Bentley will be our social guide. I don't have a spot for him to do that. So you can put a meditation spot here and an ideology spot there. So Bentley wants to be our social guide. Or moral guide. Sorry. And then Luxray wants to be our leader. And it actually works out this time, because the person who wanted to be our leader, we had one last time as a person who had, like, one social, and I'm like, oh, okay. This case, we actually have someone who wants to be our leader, who actually has some level of social capability. Yeah, so I think we'll be all right. We've got our initial close, and usually a lot of time they're pretty good about that. Now, if we look at our needs, so Cerise the Mage is going to be happy with that. And then Donkey Duff is also good. I was just making sure. Actually, no. So Donkey Duff, one of their aspirations is they want to have a lover who is, you know, has the beautiful trait. Which you don't have anyone here who has that. Oh, wait. What rival died? Donkey Duff would like to have a rival and for them to die. And it happened today. Did someone die on the tile that I just complete? Oh, you know what it was? I bet you the bear just... Yep. Yep. Donkey Duff considered the wild woman their rival, and she got eaten by a bear. Hey, you know what? That was easy enough. I'm gonna need so many joy wires, though. That's the thing I'm not looking forward to, is the joy wires. Because joy wires mean you almost don't have to deal with mood breaks from the people who are wired with them. But I can't remember. They get a really bad conscious penalty. It's something like 50% or something awful. So they walk around doing everything at half speed and half effectiveness. But they're really happy about it. No, the fulfillment thing is an aspirations mod thing. If you do the if you do exclamation mark aspirations, yeah, exactly. We're doing a challenge where we're using the vanilla expanded aspirations thing. Think of basically like it's like The Sims, where they have life goals. It's just, you know, it's RimWorld, so they're super cursed. But our goal, the win condition for us in this challenge is for 3 people to be alive at the same time who have all of their aspirations completed. So it's gonna be rough. Because, like, some of these aren't bad. Get married, not really that gonna be a big thing. Become a parent, not really that hard. Get inspired, not that hard. Like, Bentley here has the easiest aspirations I've seen so far. We just gotta kill a hive, and Bentley has to get married and have kids. That's not actually that hard. Get old is significant. Play with the golden cube, that's just surviving the anomaly stuff. Mech cluster is going to happen. Get a joy wire. Lovely. Become a sanguiphage. Marry someone beautiful. That's fine. Man, I got 3 people. Feel catharsis is going to happen like it or not. Honestly, we got pretty good ones. The only thing I'm looking here is the get a beautiful lover, become inhuman, and all the joy wires. But Bentley is 65? Oh no. I miss that Bentley is this old. Okay, that's actually rough. And the reason that's rough is in RimWorld, once you start to get into your 60s, you're basically living on borrowed time as far as RimWorld's concerned. RimWorld has very strong opinions about age. They're like, you turned 50-something? Congratulations. You're bad back now. Deal with it. Okay, so the heat wave was fine. Evil de-aging time? Yeah, we will be... Well, okay, if we are going to do the evil de-aging, I have to activate Anomaly to make that available. RimWorld does not respect senior citizens. You are correct. I mean, you don't think old people would be really common on the Rim? I mean... Like, don't get me wrong, it's a hard life and all that. Yeah, like the Rim... I mean, honestly, with the way RimWorld is depicted, you wouldn't have many people surviving on the Rim in general. But, Alright, well, I guess we're gonna make a ritual room. And then we're gonna activate some anomaly shenanigans. So that'll be our ritual room. Research known smithing. Okay. Don't you need to do evil there, the other ways to de-age? Yeah, no, the thing is, the stuff I would do is the bioregeneration. And the issue with that is that requires quite a bit of tech. Yeah, it's this one here is the de-aging thing. It's, no, actually, I'm sorry. I don't even think we need that far. I think literally we just get to biosculpting. That might not be necessary. Either way, we need to get to microelectronics, and I have no control. So we pop the seal on Anomaly, which requires research to fix a deal with, right? It doesn't require... I am really hoping there was, it used to be... the random research didn't work at all with Anomaly, but they've definitely changed. If we look at the research tab, the way this is presented is different than it used to be. So I'm thinking they did some work on it, and I'm really hoping it works with Anomaly, because otherwise that's going to be a problem regardless. So with that, hey, Bentley buddy, it's time to poke the monolith. I wasn't planning on poking the monolith this early, but Bentley is feeling a need to deal with their aging here. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Bentley thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Bentley focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow in Bentley's visions. But the surface isn't changing. The power begins to uncoil the empty space around it. A black shape forming his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Keep focusing on it, it's fine. Yeah, because Bentley wants to be a parent, so we're going to have to de-age them a lot. Need an anomaly project. No project active. That's just telling us it's turned on. I have a feeling that's not working still. Yeah, so random research still doesn't work with anomaly. That's a bummer. It's fine. We can keep trying to just push forward and see what happens. It's RimWorld. There was a very high chance Bentley was going to die anyways. So, you know, it happens. So we will need a holding platform, and we will need to be able to do a bunch of stuff. So with that, we'll end up wanting a lot of stone for building. Harbinger tree sprout. I'm actually going to cut down that Harbinger tree because I want it to pop up in here. So I'm trying to decide is... It feels like with the anomaly stuff, we want to tuck that into a wall. So what we're going to do for right now... is I'm going to make some containment rooms down here. That way, when we get the anomaly stuff, we can deal with that. Alright, so we got trade visitors. That's all good. Yeah, putting the anomaly stuff into the mound is always thematically really cool. Yeah, no, I always like doing that, where you have, like, the normal base, and then just in the back corner or whatever, like, out of sight, out of mind kind of thing, you have, like, all the spooky, unnatural things that, you know, people genuinely might have objected to. Site stealer revealed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so proximity detector. Nicely done. Okay. So we have our doctor. So Bentley, go rescue them. Luxray, go trade with that person. And the site stealer... Alright, so for right now, this is a terrible idea. Oh, I can't do anything with them, right. Right. So we're not going to be able to take advantage of the normal research you do on the various ones, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. Oh, I forgot I had that really terrible book. That's fine. Take the wake up before someone partakes. I'll take your components because, yes. Yeah, so we're gonna rescue their person for a little bit of standing. But yeah, until we get lucky with some of these books, the big thing is we're gonna have to trade for books. That's gonna be how we have to research anomaly stuff. But the point is, we're not gonna be able to do much in the way of like ritual magic or whatever, or the ritual stuff to it. Cool. So we patched up their person. They're picking it up. Yeah. So the downside is, unfortunately, the random research still doesn't work with anomaly. That is a bummer. Research known, stone cutting. I see you, game. After last run where you denied me stone cutting well into like like to the point where we were able to get microelectronics and all that, I appreciate that you're making me not drag out that far. Mad Boom Rat. They're about to get... Oh, that's Moriarty. Good enough. All right. So I've got you sorted out. But yeah, once we start getting to the point where we can pull bioferrite from the anomalies, then we'll have a lot more reason to start messing with them and doing all sorts of stuff. Oh, meanwhile, do not take corpses of entities or humans into the junk pile. And also, do not allow rotten corpses. Okay, so we did finish the stone cutting bench, so let's get that set up right away. And I can get you here. Alright. So that'll be good because we'll be able to start building our stuff out of stone, which will make progress. So honestly, having an anomaly containment, because the problem is I can't, with the random research, it doesn't work with this, so I can't choose my anomaly research. So we have to read the books, which I think are still available as an... No, actually, I don't know if those are available as an option if you haven't activated the anomaly stuff. I don't think they are, actually, now I think about it. Because they don't let you choose any of the anomaly research. Like, the entire tab is just missing until you accept it. That does mean we're going to have a really rough time dealing with a lot of the anomaly stuff. Because most of the counter stuff you're expected to train or learn, or whatever you want to say, using the anomaly thing. Forced weather. You're willing to give me carpet making, Crafting to level 12 or Glitter World. And you want to make a rainy thunderstorm for a while. So a book that teaches crafting to everyone is pretty solid. The gene pack is going to go to waste. But honestly, I don't mind taking that. So let's get this out of there. The smooth tail literally does nothing. Actually, does it not do anything? Oh. The smooth tail gives 5% to manipulation. That's interesting. It won't matter. We might as well haul it in, though, because I could potentially trade it away for money later. But it'll slowly decay because I don't have the building we need to maintain it. But the idea with that is we now have a book that we can read to slowly train some skills. So it gives us something to do for recreation that also does some skill building. Okay, and Bill, sandstone, do until you have 600. Granite, do until you have 600. Limestone, do until you have 600. Slate, 600. Marble, 600. So basically, just start cutting stone until such time that you've got a pretty good supply. And also, storage, before you get caught away, no blocks here, blocks here. Cool. So once we collect a decent amount of stone blocks, we can start doing stuff with that. All right. Yeah, so our food is starting to stabilize, and we haven't gotten our corn going quite yet. We'll have cotton soon. Once we have the cotton, then I can start swapping out beds. And getting some actually nice rooms here. Little by little. I just realized with the rainy thunderstorm, we're going to constantly be putting out fires. That's fine, though. Okay. Research known, complex furniture. Oh, is it complex? Yeah, complex furniture. And Cerisa Mage and Donkey Duff are getting married. So, somewhat ironically, that's actually bad for us. And the reason that's actually bad for us is just the fact that, they want beautiful, like the one wants a beautiful lover. And that's going to require me to pair them up with someone beautiful, which is a very good chance the partner will not be very happy about, you know, their spouse hooking up with someone else. So that's going to be a complicated problem. All right, so we are being attacked immediately by a group of pigskins who is one person with a gun, and they're an okay shot, but it is raining, which works out for me, because what we're going to do is we're going to wait around the corner here, and then the moment they get close, we're going to go with a strategy of stabbing them in the face. And, you know, that's really the entirety of the strategy, if I'm being honest. Step 1, 2, and 5 are all stab pig person in face. Nicely done, team. Meanwhile, congratulations, it's time to up tech from bows to firearm. Oh, there's the tree there. That's not gonna do us much good. Ooh, you know what? Let's chop that tree down. It's gonna make our people unhappy, but if we can get to spawn in here somewhere, preferably back in this area, then I could potentially do a lot with that so far as going hard into side casting. Because one of the aspirations a lot of people seem to have is different side casting things. The tree respawns? Yeah, it takes like a couple seasons though. As long as there's room for it. If there's not a good place for the tree to respawn, it can not have that happen. It's the same thing with like the Harbinger trees or the Pollux tree and all that. Okay. You're getting lots of sandstone block. The sandstone block would be really good for us to make floors with. Yeah, so I need a couple hundred. Then I'll start getting that built. Because we've got, what, sandstone? It was sandstone, marble, and what? We could just check the world map. So on this tile we have marble, sandstone, and granite. So with that, we can make our furniture out of marble. We can make our floors out of sandstone, and we can make our walls out of granite. We'll just have to wait for that to get done. That shouldn't be a big deal. We'll mine in here, we'll set up, you know, anomaly areas and whatnot. Bentley's getting better at research. Now all we need is complex clothing, and then we'll have like all the really important early game stuff sorted. Yeah, I'll make that set to critical. So books always go on the shelf before anything else. For complex furniture, we don't nearly have the stuff for it yet, but we can plan to put the pool table and all that in here somewhere. So move you down there. And I'll move you just right there. So you can go to the poker table. And we can drop that over here. Or not the poker table, the pool table. We can put the poker table right there. Yeah, and the hoop ring and all that'll go away eventually. But yeah, so we can go ahead and as we get the resources, we can get ourselves like a really nice rec room and all that. Okay, so we're up to 380 sandstone blocks. So that should be enough. Yeah, just about enough to get the flooring done in our break room to make it nicer. Okay, we've got another bedroom done. So what we could do is when one of them wakes up, we'll take out their bed. And we're going to rotate through and make everyone their own bedrooms. Yeah, Moriarty is hauling right now. Which is a really big help, so you can go ahead and do that. Alright, and there'll be another bedroom getting sorted. Okay, so that'll be good because it'll make it so we have nicer floors, they're not flammable. Excepting a crash baby. There's a 14-year-old crash baby named Salazar who's calling from nearby. He's being chased by the imps. I'm gonna say no. Generally speaking, I'm pretty picky about almost all those things. Meanwhile, who is our growing person? You? Hey, do that. But generally speaking, you'll find I don't try to recruit as aggressively as I used to in this game. The thing I have found with the colonists, especially when you get at random, is genuinely they end up being kind of garbage most of the time. So I'd much rather choose the pawns that I actually get to look at, kind of thing. So like when you have the refugees who are like, I'd like to join, where you can actually look at them. They don't need to be good. It's just the number of times where it's like, okay, you could join the colony, and the person joins. They're like, by the way, volatile meandrist bloodlust. You're like, okay, so you're just gonna kill people of the opposite sex. Cool. Kindly leave. Or like they'll show up and they'll have like a psychite addiction and, you know, all sorts of stuff. It's just like, okay, please, just stop. I've gotten mostly colonists I don't want from those events to the point I just see them more as a liability than a benefit. All right. And the forced weather should be going away relatively soon. I say, not entirely sure when that's going to happen. Forced weather for 8.7 days. And we accepted you how long ago? 4 days. Well, crap. We're only about halfway through, actually. You're very picky nowadays. Well, yeah, no, it's you come to realize, like, getting a pawn that is difficult to deal with, you're better off just not having it. Like, a bad pawn is far worse than insufficient pawns. Things taking a little bit longer to get done is not that big a deal compared to just straight up not being able to handle what's going on. Alright, so we're going to tame the alpaca, because that'll give us a source of wool for clothing. It'll give us something we can actually, you know, farm for meat. You're just... Okay, they don't have anything to trade, they're just hanging, I guess. And we'll actually make, like, a pen. For right now, I'm just going to leave them alone, because they're going to run around. What we could actually do, though... Research known. Drug production. Low psychic drone. That'll go really great with the debuff we already have. Cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some perimeter area here. And this is because I want to keep the alpaca from eating my crops when they got options. Gonna put one there, and here, and here, and there. Alright. So we'll get that all sorted out. So we can grow our stuff in here just fine. They have all of that to eat out there for right now. That'll be fine. It'll also keep wild animals from eating my crops as well, which we shouldn't have to worry about too much, being that I've killed all but the boom rat that's in here. I could tame the boom rat and then deliberately release it to get it out of here as well, which I'll do because it'll also give us practice taming. Another thing I should do is while I'm sitting here, let's go to temperature. I can put a campfire in here and have it set up so as we wear out our clothes, we can just destroy our clothes on that. We also are going to need more wood, which is nice and easy. I just queue up more trees to be cut down. Okay, that's fine. Cool. So we did get a breeding pair of alpaca. So for right now, we'll say no more than 2 adult males and no more than 6 adult females. And we'll adjust as we decide down the road. The big thing is that gives me a source of alpaca wool. Alpaca wool's pretty solid for clothing. It's not universally like the best or anything, but it's good. So that gives me a source for all that, so we can use what cotton we grow for. Originally, I was gonna worry about like making the sleeping bags and all that, and then we got complex furniture right away, so now I don't have to worry about that. And just gonna keep ending up chopping up all the stone till it's all basically gone. Let's give you a radius. Oh wait, I forgot it's per assignment. It's fine. I was say set a radius, and I was gonna try and have it just fill up mostly just the inside of the caldera, and not go outside of it, and then anything outside needs to be hauled in. Okay, so we can have this ritual. Started an altar, has a lectern and a pew. We don't have those. We do have a leader, so do it anyways. We'll make ourselves like an actual ideology room once we get the stone. And it was fun. And a new person joined our colony because of it. What do you got going, Barry? You are volatile? Oh, you're 11. Okay. You're not my favorite, Barry. I'm gonna be real with you. You're not my favorite. But you know what? We'll keep you. We'll keep you, small child. So, welcome to the colony, Barry. So go ahead and get Barry named here. And that'll be Jaywalker. And for the moment, you can actually mine, which, amusingly enough, is something no one else in our colony is any good at. So, it's kinda helpful. And you can go grab that bow. And now your schedule is going to keep you in the safe zone. We're going to set you for full recreation because you're a child, so we want you to age up well and learn skills. So of course the kids go to the mines because RimWorld just be that way. And you want to nature run. Which, usually when a nature runs, they want to run along the edges of the map, and I don't permit that. So with that, suddenly I immediately need to be like, oh, I need a place. Oh, come on, we just don't have trees ready. That's fine. Oh, right. So not yet, but eventually I'm going to want to give everyone level 1 plant cut. And the reason I want to do that is, for blight. The downside being is then people will take the time to run around and do all that stuff. Shift the stars. We won't be worrying about that. And you won't have aspirations yet. They don't get their aspirations until they hit an adulthood. Is there anything else inside the Prairie One mine? We'll wait on the components till we need them, so we can't have a tantrum and destroy them. Alright, so I got 3 component nodes inside the Prairie One. No steel nodes, hardly. And there's a 4th one tucked inside that wall. So we actually have lots of components available. But steel, not so much. We'll end up digging a bunch of them out now for, like, this kind of stuff. Maybe later I put, like, a freezer or something in the mound, or, like, just an extra storage room for stuff we don't need on any any major rate. Alright. Research known, psychoid brewing. Well, I wasn't planning to do this fast. Let's go ahead and we'll expand out that way. And then we'll shrink it this way to move that zone out farther. And we're going to change where we're placing our structures. So we're going to go ahead and put the doors here. Grab you. And then we're going to cancel this set. Because now I have a reason to grow psychoid. And even though I shouldn't grow this much, it's fine, whatever. We'll end up getting rid of some of these other crops over time. And we can go ahead and go on here and say, hey, if you happen to have the availability, just make psychoid tea. We'll also want to go here and go to the furniture here. Sorry, not furniture, the gate. Put a wood gate over there. Okay. Okay, so Moriarty's hauling things. What are your priorities? Gotcha, that's fine. That'll still give me a little bit more wood to work with, which is really all I need. Alright. I'm just waiting for Jay Walker to grow up and be like, yo, Joy Wire. Alright, so you want to read and do lesson taking. Which is why I was like, alright, let me go ahead and try and get this sorted. I can make it out of sandstone. I really don't want to. I'd really much rather make it out of other stuff. We can go ahead and put the meditation spot here. And the ideology spot down here. And the fire we can, for right now, and tuck it over there against the wall. Because I need to give myself enough room to build that. I mean, it's fine. Bold snap. Don't love it. Oh, don't reinstall it. That's not what I want. Cancel that. Build a copy in there and there. And then if we go to furniture. Excellent. We'll have her blackboards. That's definitely the best way to do blackboards. Is certainly you get the best instructional capability when they're in front of each other, so you can't actually see through them. All right, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom. We're about to hit an ad break anyway, so I'm going to quickly pop into the restroom real fast, do all that stuff, grab myself a new drink, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. Okay, we're through the trees. Yep. Did I get away with that? Hey. Well, that's just mean. People will hear me say clip that in the replay of the clips, and they will clip the clip because they're not paying that close attention, that they just hit clip because I say to. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. As best we can, the seeds around here. That way when I add the sprinklers, there was another tree. See nothing, chat. We did not just waste a bunch of money on seeds that we just murdered. Where did the other tree go? There you are, Paya.
I haven't tried it yet, so this is strawberries, birthday cake froyo, and almond milk.
What's like the ratios?
A third.
Okay. That's not a liquid. I'm gonna need a spoon. I want to drink it, but that is straight up solid. I will try it. All right, and I am back. So thank you so much for waiting, and we'll keep things going here. I also noticed we got the hole in our fence. All right. So I do hope everyone's been having themselves a good time and all of those good things and whatnot. That's been having a lovely evening for everyone here. I know a lot of you are moving on to the day that is Monday, which is certainly, well, actually a bunch of us are here. I think it's only like West Coast US and a little bit more that way that's not switched yet at this point. Hey, the exact same spot. Try again. Oh, no, wait. Alright, so we got a bunch of our plants are dying because of the cold. I'll try to harvest these. I don't think we're gonna get anything. I forgot the cold snap happened. That is what it is. We'll just have to deal with it. I do have a couple days worth of meals. We'll probably have to hunt stuff outside of the area to make a bunch of this work. Which is a little dangerous because we got 2 grizzly bears and a warg hanging around. Ooh, hey. We can go ahead and tame you. Because I'm thinking is if we can get those taken care of, we can make some stuff happen. Alright, so choose those 2 for hunting. They're nearby our entrance. Choose you for hunting. And if people have the ability. Hypothermia. That's not what I want to see. Why would you not go someplace? There's not a place warmer yet. Construction person. Where are you at? Luxray. I need that fire. You're missing wood. Alright, Donkey Duff. I need you to go chop down some trees real fast. Alright, now Luxray, go make that fire. Because I need this room to warm up now, so that Moriarty cannot freeze to death. Okay, so we're getting that all sorted. Because it is real cold. Okay, so there's that. And we can have our doctor, who is Ben Lee, go treat the frostbite. Alright, so gotta keep an eye on that, because it looks like Moriarty's clothes aren't up for the cold. I mean, it's cold enough that literally all of our plants died. And most of the plants in the area are dying too. And Donkey Dove isn't even bothering to replant those. I didn't check. Do we have year-round grow season? That could actually make things really troublesome for us. We don't. Okay. That is something that we're going to have to keep aware of. We do not have year-round growing. So bills, we can go here and say, burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean, and burn apparel, do forever if it is below 80% hit points. Oh, and it is not a utility or an armor. Okay, so that's genuinely a concern now. So the big problem I have right now is we are going to need to get a lot more life, or a lot more food. Yeah, so it looks like all the dangerous animals are, for the most part, down the south side of the map. Yeah, I got one bear up here, I got a bear down here, and I got the warg over there. So we'll hunt all the stuff over here on the east side and all that. And we've got our two turkeys, and we're just keeping these around because they're venerated animals. I'm deliberately trying to make sure I get them where they can't breed or whatever. It's interesting that Moriarty had such difficulty with that. Okay, cold snap's over. So the issue we're going to run into is I'm going to need a lot of food because we're going to have to ride out the winter. Okay, and we're no longer dealing with the rainy thunderstorm anymore, so that's good news. Alright, I mean, I guess the answer is I need to hunt these animals that are worth some stuff for some quick influx of food. Ooh, I mean, we got alpaca. Let's actually not bother with the squirrels and the rabbits and all that. They tend to not be very good for much. We've got a raid. They're going to prepare nearby. They have a poor quality short bow, but they are a really good shot. That's fine. We're going to use our tried and true strategy of running up to them and beginning to stab them in the face. It's just, it never fails. Monolith study. Bentley has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy, connecting it to some distant location. However, he is unsure where and or what it connects to. Bentley is convinced that by studying more of the anomalous entities, he can find a way to close this conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. For the record, since we can't actually get the normal research, then, okay, here they come. Because it provides, like, it won't give us the research we need? Okay. So you two don't bother waiting for the rest. Okay, so you are an impid. So that is something to be aware of. The rest of you, pile in over here. I want you just far enough that it's unlikely. I don't want the impid to spray fire over everyone. Let's move you closer. Alright, so with that, is the impid someone we would like to stay? Tough, neurotic, fast walker. Just some scars. I mean, that is a really solid pawn. And they're a doctor who can cook. Hey, buddy pal broski. Have you ever wanted to live in a colony? that treats you as something that you don't want to be here for. Because, oh, unwaveringly loyal. Gross. Never mind. You had such promise. You had such promise. Oh, I guess I'm gonna need more bedrooms. I don't want to really build up farther that way. We can set the next set of bedrooms down here, like literally do a copy of what we've already been building. So yeah, so you've got those set on that side. Okay, so their walls are 5 wide. Trying to see how I want to line that up. Yeah, let's start it here. So I'll do 5 wide here. And then we skip 3. 1, 2, 3. Then 5 wide there. Oh, whoa, don't build out of steel. I don't know when that switched. Okay, try again without switching over to steel, please. Research known harp. Not really what I'm looking for, but that's fine. It's at least something usable. And a lot of people do get the aspiration to hold a concert, so that's fine too. Alright. So with that, we can go ahead and grab you. And put down some beds here, and we'll get back to converting everything over. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Royal Tribute Collector, I got nothing for you, friend. Yeah, so we're trying to get everything planted while we still have time left in the season. We are actively hunting everything big enough to be worth our time. As people have availability, which they don't really have much of. Oh, animals, release the boom rat. I just tamed the boom rat long enough to bring it in here, so I could just get it outside the perimeter. A day's Lux Rays for observing a rotten corpse. Alright. Yeah, so very quickly we've got that all growing. We're gonna get these 2 rooms going, and then we're gonna try and get more. Yeah, for right now, we'll plan to put the wooden gate there. And we will move this all down a tile. Since it's not built anyways. Alright. And meanwhile, we can go orders. Just chop it down. If you have the time, and it's inside the caldera, it goes. We are getting to the point of getting our granite built. Oh, that's... Stop this nonsense. I didn't realize we already had granite going. Like, actually properly having a decent amount of granite. Alright, so granite walls. Let's get this all built out of granite instead. Because they're not rooms in use yet, so I can afford to have them take a little bit longer. take apart the wood walls here. Because we start getting this all flipped over to granite, that'll be good. We could also start working on trying to get more of these rooms with sandstone in them, so we can go floors, a sandstone tile. This will be the first round of the bedrooms. And that'll get all those to have sandstone floors. And Moriarty's doing an amazing job of just hauling everything rapidly. Forced weather again. So we'll get 9 days of forced weather. They're willing to give me a masterwork great bow and a masterwork recurve bow. Or a book that is a masterwork book that gives us a ridiculous amount of recreation. It doesn't seem to tell me what type of weather we're going to get. In this case, I am going to actually take that book. Because it's basically pretty much as good of a book as we're going to be able to get. So we're going to grab that book and bring it back for us. And that'll be just another thing I don't have to worry about recreation-wise. Alright. Because Jay Walker every so often is like, I would like to read a book. And I think we had... Do we have someone here? No, someone wanted to read a forbidden tome. Yeah, that's right. You have a book thing, but it's a forbidden tome, like an eldritch book. One of the ones that can cause you to lose your mind temporarily. But one of the aspiration is to read like an amazing book or something like that. Alright, so Donkey Duff is trying to get everything growing again. I don't think we're going to get that planted, and we're running low on food. We're also not getting hardly any hunting done. Which isn't surprising. Hunting is a low priority for everyone. Except the melee people. And there's been more than enough to keep them busy. Okay. Man, Luxray was down for what felt like over a day dealing with that break. The inveterated animals around me caused... Cool. So, the random research mod is no longer updated? I have no idea its current situation. But, it has not been updated to work with the other stuff. I'm not doing the deserter. But it hasn't been updated to let you do the anomaly stuff. So it disables this, but it's not automatically picking a project. I don't know like what's going on with the code that it could just be the way RimWorld exposes stuff for you to be able to get at it. That's just one of the things that isn't properly set up right. That does happen with mods. The party has been called off. That's fine. You can party again soon. For right now, meat. Alright, and well done. And you took a hit? Just a bruise. Cool. But yeah, so random research just doesn't work with the anomaly mod. It works with the version of the game, but the anomaly mod, it seems like however it does its logic to randomly choose research, it doesn't, they might just not have it exposed so we can get at that extra tab easily. Not that it'd be like insurmountable, but where the other one might be as simple as it rolls a dice between like 1 and whatever and chooses it. You know, this one that doesn't seem to work like that. All right. We are slowly getting all our floors done. We'll eventually put the sandstone out here as well between the fields, to help prevent both fire and blight spread. I usually don't bother, but we'll probably get deep drills or something like that sooner or later. Now, with what we're doing the aspirations, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me to deliberately level up the anomaly thing, because if I were to finish the anomaly event, there'd be certain aspirations that would be impossible, just because I believe at that point it disables all the anomaly content, so far as like the special events or whatever. What are you hauling? Oh, there was a short... No, what are you? I don't know what Moriarty did. Moriarty ran over here, looked like to grab something, but I didn't actually see anything in their hands or whatever. Yeah, so they're all hauling stuff. For right now, we're gonna need to get some of these people to do other things. So Moriarty, congratulations! You're getting a promotion to go hunt. Because we need the food. Alright. We got people skilling up. Maria's like, heck yeah. That's right. Those animals never saw it coming. Oh, I didn't realize we had these all over here. Yeah, the downside is with this caldera where they walk that whole way around. Some of them it just takes a long time to get them to hunt. The tree of those rocks. Alright, so we're getting these bedrooms built out of granite now. So those will be way more durable, won't catch fire as much. That is my plan, is to get these rooms built up here and then slowly convert these rooms over here by tearing down the wood walls section by section, get them swapped out for granite. Just in our project. I usually don't worry about wood furniture replacing that. Like after we hit the point where we've got marble furniture, we'll use marble. But in the meantime, it's fine. Okay. New plan. Any stone, forever. Details. Let's see, I'll have to get... Disease, plague, and donkey duff. Alright, that should keep it mostly inside here. And so with that, we can go down here and say, Bills, just if it's in range, start hacking the rock to bits. So Donkey Duff has the plague, and okay, thing that... Bentley is the doctor. So let's get you patched up. It's a decent 10, so I'll preach health you. We want to get you back on your feet as fast as we can. Because I believe you are our main growing person. Now the good news is Cerise the Mage basically has nothing else they're working on right now, so they can help. And Jaywalker can help for that matter. Yeah, so we're fine. But between the preach health and getting you all tended right away, we should get that immunity well ahead. So that's one's already rotting. That's refrigerated and good, so go ahead and grab that one. Gotta try and keep as many of these hunts as possible. Don't worry about those. I was gonna cut those down, but that's fine. The Harbinger trees can just do their thing out there. I'm not getting worried about feeding him or anything. They can just live their existence. Alright. Medical treatment needed in Donkey Duff. Get to that right away. Your pawn is dead again. It happens. Alright, that's not as good of a tend. Like I said, we do have Preach Health on there. You do have a bit of a lead. It's not a horrible tend, so we can keep that going. Whatever we're researching, I'm not seeing much thing. Sheep join. That is perfect, because we are going to eat those sheep. So I'm going to bring all the sheep in here, and I'll probably eat like 1 or 2 at a time. Try and make them last. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep now.
Never.
I know. I love you.
I love you too. Never. Critical break risk on you because ravenously hungry. Okay, animals. Slaughter the animals right now. Because if Donkey Duff is ravenously hungry, that'll hurt their ability to fight disease. So where did that sheep go? Okay. Prioritize slaughtering that sheep real fast. Oh, and you're of course my cook. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna need you to cook anyways. I need you to cook just long enough to get some meat in ya. Yeah, butcher those two. Have some food. So eat real fast. Go to bed. Tend to that injury. Oh, and you're getting mild hypothermia too? Come on, man. Alright, so we got another good 10, so that's good news. I'm gonna need you to butcher more, though. Because no one else has any cooking to speak of. So I just need to get enough food there to keep all that, you know, at least decent shape. Because soon enough we won't have the food. So we're actually in a bad place. I wasn't paying attention to the fact that this tile has like a winter, and we had a cold snap wipe out all our crops. And we don't really have much around. And right now our cook is dealing with the plague. So Moriarty's doing what they can to hunt and bring us stuff, but we'll see how this goes. So you've got a 5% lead, so you should be okay. So go back to bed. Medical emergency, that's not surprising. You've still got a about a 4 or 5% lead, somewhere in that ballpark. That should still be enough to carry you through without any real worries. Yeah, even it doesn't even need one more tending, you should just be good. Cool. So that Donkey Duff is past their plague, so that's good. Moriarty is just wiping out the wildlife one or two at a time. It is getting a little worrisome that we're going over all the way by where those grizzly bear. It's annoying that all of the animals have decided the far side of the map is where to be. It's fine. And we did get rid of all the sheep, like I said I was going to. Yeah, and our crops are now dying because of the winter. That's the reason I was like, oh, we're in actually pretty bad shape. We didn't get hardly enough time to grow stuff. That cold snap hurt us real bad. So we're gonna have to try and ride out the winter with insufficient food. So, yay. Alright. And who is our growing person? It's Donkey Duff, who's also our cook. Cash of Fortune. Alright, so we got people getting food poisoning. That's lovely. So I'm hoping is relatively soon we'll be able to get more stuff knocked out. Alright, one other thing we're going to do, and I've been putting this off. So for you three, we're going to have you cut the trees. Same with Jaywalker. I'm going to keep Luxray and Moriarty off of that, but I want them cutting trees, that way we can start getting more wood in here. I'm going to need to keep these fires rolling for the winter. We're not in a cave, so I don't get the advantage of the insulation of the cave. We don't have complex clothing, so we don't get the advantage of the warmth that we can get from clothing. So we just gotta ride out a winter without it, and we're not prepared for that. I underestimated how cold the tile was gonna get. And you are in intense pain due to major food poisoning. And hypothermia. So it might even be a thing that what we do is end up moving everyone into our common room to ride out the winter in the in this space. All right, let's get Luxray to get this this done. That's what we're gonna end up doing for right now. Because genuinely, these spots are not gonna be cold enough for us. Not gonna be warm enough for us. So we're gonna change all those. We're gonna change all those. Because I can't have my people dying of hypothermia. Okay. Because that'll at least keep the room from people dying in them. And then hopefully we get some better stuff going on. Ooh, if I get the female turkey, then we'll start having a bunch of turkey breeding and all that. So hypothermia on Moriarty. Luckily they're already going in this room. Nope, don't hunt. You need to recover your heat first. This is gonna be a problem. Nope, you can't have that bed. So where's the beds up here? That's your bed, Moriarty, up here. This bed's off limits. I need you all in the room that's not cold. Alright, Lardine, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. And we got an eclipse, which isn't going to help us. We got people who are ravenously hungry and in pain. Get to butchering, no praying time. We gotta get this food going. Where are you going? Major break risk on you, because you're, like, literally starving. Yes, I'm seeing one major flaw with the Caldera. Is, for hunting purpose in that, you gotta walk the whole way out and around. And that's taking the characters, like, even with, like, fast walker and all that, a better part of the day to get all the way around there. It's walking the entire length of the tile and then some. Okay, so we're preventing starvation again. This is going to be a major problem. We're going into the winter. We can't grow anything. I don't have enough food. We're running out of large things to hunt. And the other things, like, everything's on the wrong side of this. We got the warg there we can kill for some food. Otherwise, we just got some, like, little rabbits and that kind of stuff on this end. So weirdly, this is hurting us. And the reason we're in such a bad place is we were just about to get our corn up, but we didn't quite get there, and we had a cold snap wipe it all out. Okay. Alright, I've just realized how much I queued up to cut down. We can perchance stop that. Because we're all running around, standing out in the cold, and it's like, okay, but you got that square. And we also have tons of wood laying around out there. Yeah, still got some laying around, but that's fine. They'll just clean up the last little bit. Deconstructing ship chunks. So one of the other things I could potentially do is group up. Yeah, Moriarty has begun to fixate on the Void and wishes to investigate using Void Provocation Ritual. Use Void Provocation Ritual. I can't, so we won't worry about it. Alright, so with that should be fully enclosed now. So the pen doesn't include this area, so they should go and get the alpaca out of there. Major break risk on you. So you're oh yeah, so you're gonna start working on that again. Ancient Danger, that's fine. Cool, so Moriarty's bringing the horse around, so at least the next person doesn't have to run the whole way around. Okay, so we've got Muffalo as well. If the Muffalo separate out, we could pick on them. But Muffalo are really dangerous to attack, especially when they group up like that. Because you can hit one and the entire pack goes against you. Yeah, you need to not be out there at that level of hypothermia. All right. Cool. And people are all getting food poisoning. That's gonna help. Yeah, Moriarty was just working the way around, and then their day ended so far as when they're working. Sorry about that. Yeah, so basically what I have to do is I just have to ride this rough game until we get to actual winter. I'm sorry, until we get to where we can grow stuff again. What hopefully will happen is we'll be able to get a caravan through here. And once we get a caravan through here, that opens up options. In the meantime, what I could do is get all these bedrooms switched over while we're all huddling inside the one room to not freeze to death. Hey, Stinky, how's it going? Cool, so I've got those set up. So right now, we're gonna change that. You are not gonna be used because it's too cold. Masterwork wooden end table, that's fine. And you're not gonna use that, it's too cold. You got tons of rabbits and squirrels and nonsense like that. We are running out of the other animals. So the danger here now is there's a good chance those bears and stuff will start hunting our colonists as they run around. And there's not a whole lot I could do about that other than hunt them. But right now with them all over on this side for the most part, like the bears up there, you couldn't get farther away from me having to path out in temperatures that we get hypothermia in. So it is one of those things that I don't want to grab everyone and try and rally them over there. Slept outside. What does it say? Okay. Oh, you went down to that bed. And that's the proper winter weather starting to come in and finish off the crops. And before anyone gets any bright ideas. Okay. So meanwhile, we're gonna start gradually replacing these walls and all that. One second, I'll deal with that. Who's hypothermic and where? Get back in here before we start taking serious injuries. Like, Moriarty's trying their best to keep the food coming, but they can only go so far out there before freezing to death becomes a real problem. I really wish it wouldn't down on the opposite side of the map. Hey, Snoot, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, you're still getting hypothermia. How are you getting hypothermia? Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. You got this. We got this. Yeah, we're struggling a little bit here. But welcome in, raiders, and all that good stuff. So how was your stream today, Snoot, and what were you playing and all that good stuff? But it's good to see you. We're having a really rough go of it right now. We had all our crops get killed with a cold snap, and we're trying to survive early game without clothes that's adequate. Everyone died except your 75-year-old, who now we have a toxic fallout, and she won't haul, won't clean. Yeah, that's kind of how we're feeling right now, is we had a cold snap wipe out our crops, and we're going into winter. So we're dealing with that, and we're doing a Caldera map, and I'm having the problem of all of the animals I want to hunt keep going to this side, so they have to run the whole way around, and it's not going great. No one's dying yet, but There's a whole lot of yellow and red on our moods. You just threw stuff at Snoot? Excellent. But welcome in, Raiders. First of all, if you haven't checked out Snoot TV, you should definitely check them out. Make sure we get you a shout out real fast. Absolutely fantastic creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out and all good stuff. Plays a bunch of different games, but plays like RimWorld. I've seen them play Project Zomboid, among other things and all that stuff. Sorry to decided you're going to play a challenge mode. So I usually do challenges, and we actually are doing a challenge, but this isn't the challenge we're supposed to be doing. The challenge we're supposed to be doing is we've got the Aspirations mod. So if you think of like The Sims, they all have like lifelong goals and that kind of stuff. It's that, except, you know, it's RimWorld, so they're cursed. You're off to eat chips and drink liquids, and all that. Oh, you have a good time. Make sure you get that food. But thanks so much for the raid, and you have yourself a good one. But yeah. So we are doing a challenge, but it's not supposed to be dealing with just this. Yeah, no, it's a fun mod, but we're dealing with really rough go of it. Oh, have food, friends. Bring the food. Also, Moriarty, are you good? You're still shivering. Okay, so, Luxray. What I'm gonna have you do is once they get close, you're gonna talk to them. Moriarty, we're gonna play a little game. That game is called Shoot the Muffalo and Run for the Hills. It's a fun game. You should definitely try it. Wait, what's wrong with you? Oh, well, that's not gonna get any better. Okay. So, do you not have food? Oh, you have pemmican. Not enough pemmican, but you do have pemmican. What can I do for you, though? So that book's not going to do me much good. I could sell that for money. I've only got a couple of alpaca. They're not going to do a whole lot for anything. I also don't really have cash, because I would actually like to get this book, but that's not going to happen right now. Man, you don't have food? Okay, so you've eaten, you're not hypothermic, so Moriarty, your goal is to run down here and enrage the Muffalo, and then run them past the caravan. It is going to be a tricky one because you're going to go hyperthermic, which means it's going to slow you down. Stop stepping away from me. Or you can kill him. That's also fine too. You're hypothermic. Then please go into this room. All right. The one time I want them to attack me. And the danger is Moriarty would have to try and run and get enough distance from them. Come on. This foggy rainforest weather is not helping anything. Oh, don't leave the map. No. Come on. Alright, you need to get back. So we did tag one or two of them. I think... Aw, come on. It wasn't a bleeding hit. Alright, so Moriarty needs to get back to recover from their hypothermia. You play Perry Persistent. He likes to throw drought at you after a cold snap. Yeah. Oh, and you're probably good now. No, you're not. Now you're good. How are your needs? All right, Luxray, it's your turn to try and do whatever you can to bring food to the table. So... you could shoot the warg real fast. That'd be swell. Foggy rain is the absolute worst. You hate when hunted animals leave the map? Yeah. I just need you to go manhunter. Or die. Either's or. I'm gonna need to back out pretty soon. There, perfect. Okay, start running, and let's just hope you make it, Luxray. That's what it's all about, is you just gotta run. As long as you can get to help before those get to you, then we eat well. That said, you're dealing with hypothermia that's getting progressively worse, so that is a problem. Oh, you're not making it nearly fast enough. You just gotta get to them. They will defend you if you get close enough. That's not promising. Okay, they're coming. Help is coming, Luxray. Just fall down, Luxray. Just fall down. Alright, so pretty soon we should be good. A bunch of them are leaving. Yeah, because Luxray is not in too much danger. It's actually the hypothermia. Okay. So rescue Luxray. And orders. You did good, Luxray. It wasn't clean, but it worked. Because now we got ourselves a nice set of muffalo that we can eat. And all that stuff. And we are even rewarded the Aurora. Meanwhile, Luxray, if you're getting hypothermia, maybe don't sleep in the lake. Then Luxray gets an infection. Oh, that's very likely, actually. Oh, you got back up? That's fine, you'll go down anyways. That should be fine, because we patch up Luxray. I said we patch up Luxray, not we put Luxray down and then continue to let them bleed. These are very different things. And haul your gun back before it rots out there. Yeah, so Luxray took one for the team. Got kicked the crap out of by Muffalo. But on the added bonus side, now we've got a whole bunch of things. Royal Ascent, we're not going to be doing that. But now we're going to have 4 Muffalo worth of food, which is going to be a lot of food for us. So that is really good news. We also got a bunch of pemmican, both from what they dropped, as well as what's up here. Ooh, actually, hey. Go hold that recurve bow back, too. Cool, we're no longer going to be dealing with foggy rain and all that. And subvert, yep. Oh, you're still alive? I actually figured you were a goner. I just didn't want to have to feed you, so I didn't bring you in. Dark visions on Jaywalker because they ate raw meat. That's fine. Luxray is no longer incapable of walking. They are in mind-shattering pain. We have hungry pen animals, which I could do nothing about. Alright, so you're back up. Go grab your gun. Moriarty, go grab that recurve bow. Okay, there's nothing left for you to hunt now, Moriarty, so we'll go ahead and keep you not dealing with that for the moment. Well, that's not true. It's not. There's nothing. We're gonna deal with our food we've got right now, because there's only so much we can do here, and I need everyone getting patched up and better and all that. I also just don't want them walking the opposite side of the map of everything. Try and be more strategic and pick on some of the animals that are right over here. Oh, you've already hunted it. You just need to pick it up and bring it back. That's fine. I'm mostly worried about being around like the bear when it gets hungry and stuff like that. But you had some problems completing the machine body need. Have you had any success? The machine body need. I'm not sure what you mean by the machine body need. I'm unfamiliar with what that one is. All right, you're still already on your way back, so stopping you is a good change, I think. All right, so you're having a party. All right. Oh, it's an ambition? Gotcha. I haven't run into that one yet, so unfortunately I don't know one or the other. It's just not one I've personally experienced. A Mad Ibex Doe. We're just gonna wait on that. Give them a moment to cook some food, whatnot. Yeah, send the others out here. Okay, and a little bit more food. Let's see, does that one rot when it dies? Oh no, this one, if it's one that's already on your map, it doesn't guarantee rot. The only time it guarantee rots is where they show up where they've got, I forget what it's like, it's Scarlia or whatever. It's, if they have that, then they can automatically rot. It's not even guarantee it rots. It's a high chance it rots, but, it used to be because, like, you would hit the late game and Manhunter packs would show up, and if you had a freezer, you didn't have to grow your own food just about. The sheer number of meat that would just walk right into your home was just staggering. Monolith study progress. Donkey Duff made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects to normal space to the void, the dimension hidden in the substrate structure of time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Donkey Duff wants to study the monolith partner to learn more. The monolith will provide more knowledge when studied. The big problem we have is because I am using the no research random research mod, you'll notice I don't have buttons here. I can't choose our research and it doesn't work with Anomaly. So I just have to live with it. Okay, so we've got two of them showing up. One of the grenades and one with the other stuff. We do have, oh, I was gonna say we do have people on the tile. So we're gonna wait and just let them sit here. They might do us some good, and yeah, so they've actually got some good clothes and some components. We should be able to handle that just fine. Unless like one of them is secretly amazing at melee. No. So we're gonna use the tried and true strategy of we're gonna let them attack us and run up and stab them in the face. And do that until they stop moving. Alright. Okay, so with that, grab everyone. Get them over here. They're gonna beat me to the wall, which is fine. No, 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 no. Back, 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 back. That's not as fine as it's going to do. I was expecting him to knock the wall down first. Okay. Bentley there, Sarisa Mage here. Get them in position. No, no, no. Stop doing that. Where's Bentley? Oh, you have hypothermia, don't you? Well, that all went sideways. Just pile in on this and do what you can. Stop trying to run away. Okay, well that was inelegant, not great. I didn't have this turned on. Why were you so slow? Food poisoning. Okay, so yes, that was rough because we had food poisoning and I didn't realize it. And then the grenades made the fight kick off before I actually wanted it to kick off. So that was a mess. Alright. Came to blow up your wall? Yeah, no, they ran up and they blew up the wall. And then it just messed up my timing and all that. I was expecting Bentley to already be in position and they had food poisoning, so they're just pretty slow. That said, we beat him. I don't think anyone took serious injuries, just a bunch of bruises. I mean, you got shot a couple of times, of which... Okay, Bentley is already treating you. It's just taking them a while because they've got food poisoning. Yeah, normally I try and stop for the ads. I do apologize. I got so focused on the fight I missed it. It's definitely one of those things I recommend at this point, if you can justify it. Twitch Turbo, like, obviously I'd like you to subscribe, but Twitch Turbo is worth every penny of it. I've been using it for years. Oh, this is amazing! All that meat. The grizzly bears fought each other, and it was a draw. Yeah, so this is the bear that actually survived the fight, but then they bled out after the fight. Nice.
Thank you Gamer Drew 87 for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, Gamer Drew, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You subbed the channel for 3 months, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, it's like I've used Twitch Turbo for long before I was just streaming. It's kind of one of those things these days. You either got to pay for it or you get advertised to. It's just kind of the way it is. That said, like, you know, the ads do actually support content creators a decent amount. It's not actually that bad. That's not why I run ads, by the way. I run the minimum disabled pre-rolls because it's so bad for your channel's, you know, longevity and growth. All right. So we did manage to get ourselves some free grizzly bear. Like, you keep starving when there's food right here. I actually have the food this time. For now, it's not gonna last. We just gotta ride out the winter. If we can ride out the winter, everything will be fine on the other side. The big issue is you got properly thrashed by those Muffalo, which, don't get me wrong, it was worth it. You pretty much saved the colony from starvation. Oh, speaking of which, I need you to not worry about that and instead refuel that fire. Without that fire, we die of hypothermia. So let's not let that fire sit there. Okay, there we go. You know, go grab that grizzly bear. Which the good news is that means whether or not, like, we didn't plan it, but regardless, there's only one dangerous animal left on the map. It's down there. So we can just kind of work on that. Oh, good. More food poisoning. Lovely. I thought we had people who were focused on cleaning more before. It's fine. We can leave it like that. We'll actually set Moriarty to... it's a hard... Yeah, we'll set Moriarty to help with the cleaning for right now. And same with Jaywalker. They'll prioritize that over other stuff. Because for right now, we actually do have some food at base. I just need to actually get it moved around and hauled and all that. It also doesn't help that we got a bunch of people who are out of commission while they recover from their injuries. They don't need to be out of commission, but I want them to heal up. Because I'd rather they heal up faster and move quicker than just get back to work sooner. Is this a custom map? No, we're using geological landforms, so it's a modded map. So it's not custom, like I didn't design the map or anything like that, or download the map. But it is a modded map. Okay, so that's whatever relics, we'll deal with that at some point. I like a lot of the geological landforms. If we look at like some of the interesting options we get here, you know, you've got ones that you've got Archipelago, which is a bunch of like little islands and all that. You've got like Atoll. It's taking me a while to load because there's no atolls nearby. Some of these ones like Archipelago and Atoll are hard to find. You got Badlands, which is just stone everywhere, like stone grounds. You got Caldera. That's what we're in, which is, you know, Volcano's Caldera. We got Canyon, which is a really wide path. But some of the more interesting ones are Swamp Hill. We've got like this little area that's got good ground in the middle, and then it's literally nothing but mud and marsh on the outside, so you can't build on it well. Another one that's popular is Rift, which is the tiniest little chasm through the middle of a map. So if you like your diggy hole bases, that could be a pretty popular one. Crater's pretty popular, same idea. You've got like a very defensible thing. Yeah, so just messing with that a little bit. And we're around here somewhere. That's where the ship is. The ship is usually on the other side of the planet. It should, yeah. Right there. Imagine being able to fall asleep. Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? I understand how you're going, because I have to actually wake up pretty early tomorrow. Like, it was a stream I was actually debating ending early, because I gotta wake up in... It's genuinely, if I'm being honest with myself, I'm going to stay up, go to my doctor's appointment, then come back and go to sleep. Oh, I need you to rebuild that. I know I was gonna let you sleep, but I changed my mind on that. Because all of our animals are gonna run away. You go rescue Moriarty. Ah, they got food poisoning plus hypothermia. You're doing a 4 hexagon one? Yeah. Some of those get really rough just because... Oh wait, no, don't romance them. That's not what we need. So let's see what you've got here. You can take our poor quality mask, the cloth robe, take our poor quality stuff here. Give me your packaged meals. And that'll do. I need you to actually build that wall, please. Like, I definitely need that wall replaced. I didn't accidentally sell your bow, right? Because it was up here, but you had the recurve bow and I sold the other bows. Alright, so that means the animals won't go. If I did, it is what it is. I'm not super worried about it. I just go here and say, hey, make another... Like, it's not a recurve, but it's fine. Haul the components back. All right, so the good news is... Oh, no, it's up here. We can have you over here. Haul that back so it doesn't rot. Okay, because I'm pretty sure I didn't get rid of the recurve. I was watching out for that. I just figured someone was actively carrying it, which is why I didn't get the choice for it. Alright. So go equip your recurve. We got tattered apparel that people's clothes are starting to get ruined. Oh, I'm gonna have to add a bill for making kids tribal wear of at least 80%. Okay, for some reason I was thinking in my head I went the wrong way around with it. Alright. Yeah, so you're recovering from that now, so you should be relatively okay. I am going to need to tell them to actually haul those bodies somewhere, which I've been putting off. I don't really want to put them back here, but it's where they're going to go, and the only reason... Oh, wait. We got Harbinger trees. Great corpse zone. Storage. Clear. Allow fresh and rotten human-like corpses. Zone that is not a home zone. That'll work. Okay, so it should start warming up soon. Because once it warms up, we'll be in much better shape. It's also interesting that it's not complaining about hungry animals in here. Oh, hunt that raccoon that got in here, and hunt that boom rat that got in here. Any of the wildlife that gets inside our perimeter's got to go. Yeah, once they get all that built out of granite, we'll get that all replaced. And then they'll be allowed to return back to their places here. We can go the whole way up here except for the tile on the front corner. Tear all that down, replace all that with granite. Alright, so that'll die either way. But yeah, no, one of my favorite runs I've ever done in the game was a run where I believe it was the atoll that we only had like the tiniest grow zone and all that and lived entirely just on sand. And it was funny because the amount of backseating they had was like, oh, you need to make your buildings out of stone and they'll be less flammable. And I was like, oh, okay, where's the stone? And there's a long silence like, uh-huh. It's like, oh, you really should make this stuff. I was like, oh, no problem. Let me just go find some steel. Oh. And it was just one of those things that, like, the tile just didn't have any of those things. Okay. So, I mean, I guess you're gonna get a passion in melee. Yeah, deep drills? Right, but it's also doing the random research, no research. So we were just stuck waiting. Psychically sensitive could be fine if we're gonna do the racial stuff, or not racial, ritual stuff later. So, okay. Of these, I would say seeing an aurora would... So I could choose 3 aspirations. I mean, oh man, becoming liked is actually hard because you gotta be liked by 10 people, which is a lot. But Joywired's rough. Alright, so Jaywalker is now an adult and is also able to research. We could change your schedule now. Meanwhile, Bentley, go put that fire out. Just in the off chance it spreads over to taking out some of like the alpaca wool and all that. Cool. So we got that sorted. More areas running around. You got good creativity going on. How are we doing? We're still getting... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Get back inside. You're like 33% hypothermic. You love the way that when kids grow up, their clothes explode off of them? Yeah. It's not like, oh, this is a little snug now. It's, I have clothes and now I don't. No, you're not done yet. Let's wait till hypothermia goes down. Alright, so we got people who are good at researching and doing all that. And we're holding up on our food so far. Like I said, pretty soon we'll be in decent enough shape to start getting where we can grow things again and all that. If we're lucky, so the research, I don't know what's happening. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. So what's happened here is they have fixed it to work with anomaly. It's just not entirely clear. So what I need to happen is I assume we need someone to actually hit this when it's availably researched again. So the pro and the con of that is it now seems to work with anomaly, but it's not smart enough to take them off the research benches when it's not available to do so. Because we did notice it's not supposed to tell me what it's researching, but we found out the table itself, you can still see it. So with that said, let's go ahead and while we know that's going on, because they're just literally standing there doing nothing this whole time, we're going to deprioritize the regular research and let them work on other projects, and then when they get that. That's good. That's good, because I was sitting there going, man, I'm going to have to get a hold of these tomes to try and get this stuff we need. That also means it's worth my while to actually capture anomalies, which is one of the things that was not looking like it was going to be the case. All right, we want to make that door out of granite. We want to make all these doors out of granite, because this is where we're going to hold stuff. So you have the anomaly containment cell in there. Bulk trader. Cool. Alright, so we've got a bunch of leather laying around here. We've also got a decent amount of that. We'll get rid of all the crappy leather. So let's see here. We've got Wake Up Production Book. I don't really need that. We've already got a better Recreation Book, so I'm not going to worry about that. The Kids Parka we can go ahead and part with because, I mean, I don't have anything we need for it. A dog leather parka. That'll give us a little bit of insulation. A sheep wool lab coat we'll go ahead and trade for. It's always feels bad, man, to trade for clothing. But, I mean, we need it. They do actually have some meat. We'll take just a little bit. I do know I need the food, but at the same time, there's all that. So don't hunt yet. You'll never do hauling. Okay, go about your business. So haul that home. Haul that home. Just so we can get these nice pieces of clothing and they don't rot. Okay, the people we just traded with, they're leaving the map because, you know, temperature. Sheep sitting, and you are willing to give me a book I need. So I just need to take care of 2 sheep for a while. Deal. Done. And they even dropped them inside my perimeter. Even better. So my hope is that when we see this go, we will actually see the research go up here. And it'll just be a thing that I'll have to be cognizant that sometimes we will and won't get very far with a bunch of that. Yeah, so Donkey Duff is hunting because they've already cooked everything they need to cook, and they can't grow anything right now. Alright, so you've got a containment strength of 69. Cool. And you have hypothermia. I do remember I used to run a mod, I can't remember if it was like Common Sense, but it would let me configure at what % hypothermia they would retreat home. Because I always got annoyed that they would wait until they're basically already taking injuries to return home. And it was just kind of one of those things. Alright, so eat. Blood loss? Oh. Well, that is unfortunate. The turkey is got pretty badly hurt by hypothermia. Oh, don't put those there actually. Hang on. That's inside our perimeter. We want it out or inside the farm area. We want it outside. Animal sleeping spots. We'll tuck a bunch of them out here. Make them medical. I think our other turkey died. Alright. Let's see, that'd be nice. Your children keep losing fingers hanging out in the freezer, draw on the floor. Yeah, that's also one of those things that'd also be nice, that you hit a certain threshold that, you know, it's like, this is the point, it's time to go back. And the moment you hit it, like, no other delays, the moment you hit that threshold, they beeline back to the thing. They interrupt what they're doing. Because it's especially when you're, like, mining plasteel and your person's not great at mining, they'll literally sit there till they collapse from, like, starvation and that kind of stuff. Okay, and we can go here, structure, granite. Distant shriek. Your colonists hear an inhuman shrieks in the distance. Something is out there. Alright, schedule, safe zone for right now. Okay, so is that actually filling up? I have no way of knowing. Okay, so it might be bugged. We'll let that go for a little while and see what happens. Because it is saying that we are researching bioferrite extraction. We only maybe got 2 or 3 points off of that. But, I have no way of verifying if it's working or not. Okay, so I think we might be ready to take on the Sight Stealers. I just wanted to wait till everyone had been indoors for a little bit. We can put the melee up here. Put the ranged back there. What's your deal? Alright, so we do not know if that's the last one. So capture the Sight Stealer. We will let the door free. Alright. Turkey 1 is fully healed. So good news is we should be getting pretty close to done with what we're currently working on. Okay, entity. We will try and study and all that. You're already tending. If we can manage to research the bioferrite extraction, we will. All right. So yeah, so we'll let that sit there. They'll be able to research it from time to time, which is good news. And my hope, I'm really hoping this, is that we will see the successfully research the bioferrite extraction. Because the regular research bench wasn't doing it, which it shouldn't. But I am hoping between these two we can let those go for a couple of cycles and get that done. Because if not, then that puts us into a real big bind, because it's chosen the anomaly research, which is fine, because it used to not do that at all. And that would, imply I wouldn't be able to finish it, which would be a major issue. Oh, Turkey 2 is fully healed? I didn't even see where Turkey 2 was. How are you two doing? You lost a lot of bits. That's fine. Yeah, so that's 1 point. It's got a point and a third from that. We're probably 2 points in from here. I have no way of seeing the progress on this. You're trying to research on here. It's saying the progress here. I think genuinely this just isn't working. Which really sucks if that's the case. Oh, and we have a wedding. Like I said, we'll let it go for a little while longer, and it's the thing that I could do is after stream today, I could check and just see if maybe I need to add in an additional mod to make this work or something. Because genuinely, the random research has been one of my favorite mods of all time in the game. And it's been really a bummer that it just does not work with Anomaly. I thought with its UI definitely being different, and the fact that, like, clearly they had messed with it at least some. I was kind of hoping that was a strong indicator or was fixed. Alright, so I can't take that one out, or they can get inside. Then we've almost got this all swapped out. And actually we can now because the order of operations they did it in. Cool. Food is getting a little bit low, but we have a whole bunch of ibex and donkeys and all that on our tile now, so we can go get them. Okay, and we can grab the granite walls. Cool, and that'll be our bedrooms all fixed. Just in time for the new season. You never use random research? Would you recommend it? Right now, with how it works with Anomaly, if you're doing Anomaly stuff, like actively doing stuff in the Anomaly mechanic, it doesn't seem to work well. Outside of that, it is amazing. Because losing control of your research doesn't mean you can't fall into doing the same things every run, because you don't control your research enough to make any of those kind of decisions. And I personally find like that. Flesh Beast Attack. Okay, that's fine. Just the one? Just you? Alright. It's very unlikely the Flesh Beast we'll get survivors to research, let alone I don't have a place to put them. That said, we still can get the anomaly research, I just have to use the tomes, which is nowhere near as predictable or anything like that. And there we go. It's all sorted. Yeah, now the random research is a fun mod. I really like it. Because there'll be times that like you'll always make your defenses a certain way, but then the game just does not give you stone cutting, and you're like, alright, well wood won't cut it for my defense strategy, so you have to change it. You'll have games where you just won't get complex clothing, which is what we're dealing with right now, and you have to figure out how to work around that. Where you either have to, you know, steal, trade, or, you know, figure out ways to survive in the cold without that. Alright, if we get one more round of that, and we still don't show this going up, then I gotta do something about that. What I'm gonna do is, while this is running, I'm gonna take 2 seconds real fast, and I'm gonna pull up the random research mod on here, and see if they say a thing about anomaly. Because I know before it just didn't work. And then they supposedly fixed it or that. Okay, we've got a secret device, that's fine. Let's see, this supports research tree, which prevents queuing and displaying in progress things. The research tree GUI reroll continue this continuous workable. Okay. So, when you use random research, it would allow you to go to the Monopoly tab and choose one yourself. Interesting, because I'm not getting that option. I am on the up-to-date version of it, right? I should be, because I believe it keeps up with that. Because that could be a thing that if that's all it is, I can just take 2 seconds, pop the update, you know, subscribed. That's what I'm checking real fast, is to see if they have like a, hey, here's what you're doing. Like, I do have a report on from May that says it was broken, but that's a while back. Alright, so supposedly we can unstick it by going... Oh no, I'm actually not seeing the option. So when the research is known, we should be able to cancel it. Yeah, so we could go here. Yeah, so I don't have the choice to do this. And it could be there's a bunch of random research mods over the years. But yeah, that is a real problem that I gotta figure out how to circumvent. Because right now what that's doing is I'm just unable to work on any of it. Like, that's definitely not something I can just have be that way. Yeah, who we want researching? Not... I can't have you all research. It's fine. Yes, I'm trying to investigate this real fast. This is one of the reasons I actually don't like doing much in the way of mods, is I always have random stuff break like this, and then I've got to figure out what to do to circumvent it. And I've had playtimes where people are like, no, this, you don't understand, this mod works just fine. And it's one of those things that constantly I end up with things. Let's see. Let's see, we don't care about that. Yeah, because random research by, was it Ugg is the guy's name? So you're requesting colonists, and you will give me Sam, who is a careful shooter, who is sanguine. They're extremely capable of that. They can cook really well. And you will take one colonist who's at least 13 years old for 9 days. Okay. That's not a bad trade-off. Because a sanguine, careful shooter, I can live with that. Yeah, so I probably just need to change what mod I'm using, or we can get the Goodwill. I might go with the Goodwill, honestly. I'm gonna do that, and I think we're gonna have Jaywalker pop into the ship. Oh, and I still have all you restricted. We can unrestrict you. Cool. So that gives us some reputation. Alright, so it says I can go to development mode to disable random research to, like, try and fix it or whatever. Which I might do, because, like, we'll let them do one more round here, just in case I'm just miscalculating. But we should have gotten to the point on here already that we've got the bioferrite extraction researched. Like I'd expect that to be done by now. And part of the reason I sent the person away is just the amount of food we need, and then dealing with hypothermia as a problem. That just makes it so I could just kind of not worry about that right now. Finish it off, please. Finish it off, please. Because I figured there was a pretty good chance that if I didn't finish it off, then we'd run into problems. Alright, so let me see. I don't almost ever run dev mode. Let me see if we can't fix this. Okay, so we can go into dev mode, open objects, check dev mode, dev, open debug option list. And I need to go to make random research. Monolith study complete. So you finished studying the monolith, and we got even more research on it. That didn't seem to do this. Let's try that again. We can go to you, random, remove random research, and then we can go here. I will manually choose. Okay, so it did choose that one. So this will let it actually research the monolith real fast, and then we can turn it back on. So I don't like that I have to work around it like that. Like right now, it's basically, you know, we pretty much got it set up now where I don't have a regular research going, but that should let me do the research here. So it's still selected on the bioferrite extraction. So I'm just waiting to see when they go to research these next if that will actually continue, and then we can turn it back on. And then like after stream, if I've got some time, I'll try and see if there's a workaround with that. I'm wondering why that doesn't work. Like, what about this thing has been causing them so much grief? Alright, so. With this as well, we're going to start converting this room over. We don't want to mess with that room that everyone's sleeping in, though. Just because that room everyone's sleeping in, if I open that up, then hypothermia is going to start taking people. You say you need a... I see. Alright. So So that's made it not complain about needing a research project. Let's see if that makes it happy. So we'll go back here and turn that back on. Cool. And then we'll turn that dev mode back off. So that's at least telling us that we do have a... Alright, so it is showing us the active research now. It did randomly choose it, it's just not hiding it anymore. I can live with that, honestly. Because ultimately it doesn't change... That can only change, like, how I approach stuff as in, oh, are we good for this or not? Alright, so... I'm thinking once we hit spring, we'll see if people can go back to their bedrooms. Set you for the colonists. The beggars would like silver. So give them the money. Yeah, so we can now see the progress of research. It did randomly assign it though, and then we'll see what happens with the anomaly stuff. Okay, so we should have some... Yeah, okay, so we're actually getting research now. Cool. And we'll see if maybe we just had to, like, give it a kick to get it unstuck, and now it'll just work. Alright, so we are starting to plant stuff, so I'm good on the assumption that we are good to sleep in our own rooms again. Because we are now planting stuff, we're treating it like we're in the grow season, which means we shouldn't be dropping below freezing each night. We have a flash storm, don't like it. Let's see, how much Dark Study you're getting from the Nefarious Marble Chunk? The Nefarious... Oh. I missed that it was labeling it as a Marble Chunk. It's just I'm clicking on the thing underneath. Absolutely all of it. Have you ever seen what marble does? Look, man. I would tell you, but there might be kids present. You just gotta be mindful of these things. Oh, we can go ahead and grab that. So with that, I can actually go over here. Tear down all those but that corner, and then I should be able to rebuild that made out of granite. And slowly we're getting our base turned over to B-stone. Lemon is pregnant. Who's Lemon? Oh! I completely forgot that we were babysitting sheep. Okay. I completely forgot we had those. The worst thing is by the time we... That's void provocation. The worst thing is by the time those sheep leave, we could easily have the stuff it would give us researched. Alright. We're just gonna get everything planted again. We're doing alright, we just gotta keep hunting, keep our food rolling in. Because all I have to do now is last long enough that we get our rice starting to grow, and once we get all that, we should be good. And I might reduce the amount of corn we're growing. Let's actually do that. Let's switch these over to potatoes. And the reason I'm switching those over to potatoes is while the corn has the highest yield, it's not as good as some of the other stuff. Okay, so interestingly enough, I did turn on the random research again, and despite me turning it on, it's still letting me choose. Right now, for the anomaly stuff, I'm going to do that. I'm hoping after the go juice that'll keep doing that. And it might just be that for Anomaly I have to manually do it. Corn takes a long time. Yeah, no, generally if you're doing a year-round, I find corn to be the better one, unless you're dealing with, like, truly crap soil or whatever. Like just rocky, sandy, like desert areas or whatever. Why is every job search site annoying? I don't know. I've genuinely found dealing with job searching in its entirety is just an exercise in frustration. Sorry, you're just gonna be hunted by timberwolves. Look for stuff in a certain area and all the results are like 3 hours away. Yeah. Most of the ones I deal with problems with are just the way jobs are listed, or just they'll be like, hey, we would want someone who's good at whatever this architecture is, and you're like, cool, this architecture, you know, it's only been out for 3 years, we want people with 8 years experience, and you go, that's gonna be kind of difficult. Alright, so we've got you going here. We can go ahead and we'll ditch a bunch of the leather. We'll keep the alpaca fur. I was hoping they would have some books for us. Get rid of the cloth, tribal wear. You don't have any of that. We'll take the pemmican. And then after that pemmican, we should probably be good. Also, the fact that every single job available requires you to have 2-year experience and refuse to actually give you experience. Yeah. Oh no, that's been a thing that like they've literally been starting to call out. Like there's been industries calling that out now, where a bunch of industries are starting to have like, hey, you have like people hiring, you have to be willing to take people with less experience because the entire industry is running into a problem where they can't find any experienced people because no one is taking new people to be there to get them the experience. And it's just become more and more of an issue as time's gone on. Like no one wants to pay for the training side of things. Because training's expensive. So if you can offload it onto someone else, people try to. Which always surprised me. I found that companies that actually do really well and take care of their people, like the counter argument people have for paying for training is, why would I train someone to go work for someone else? And usually my response is, well, then just pay them well enough that they don't go to someone else, which is perhaps unfair. But it is just one of those things. You can either be a company that invests in your people or you're not. And it's just kind of one of those things that it shows. That I've found the companies that do actually invest in their people tend to have a much lower rate of turnover. Oh, and I also just realized... How much wood do I have? I have more than enough wood. Since I replaced it with stone and all that. Dude, today jobs require 25-year max, have a degree, master 15-year experience, salary half than usual. Oh yeah, no, I've had so I've got over 15 years software dev experience, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff that makes me a pretty valuable hire. And there's been plenty of times I've had, you know, some companies like, oh man, we'd love to have you on your team, like you've got everything we need. By the way, we're offering $27,000 a year. And you're like, you almost want to be like, F you, man. I bet you want that price. That isn't, you're not even in the right ballpark, man. I want a winning lottery ticket that I didn't buy. It's not how this works. I mean, I'd take a winning lottery ticket I did buy too, but I don't buy lottery tickets, so it's not going to get me very far. Yeah, like the number of times, like in software dev, we have certain phrases you watch for that if you see them, you know it's time to like just not. Like anyone that's like they're looking for a guru or a master or whatever, you know, in Insta or any of those, that immediately is a big red flag that you're like, okay. And honestly, even ones that say, like, we like self-motivated people, that's another big red flag that you're going to be left on your own, high and dry, to just figure it out. And then if you don't perform, you're the one who's going to get thrown under the bus. Like, self-starter is another one that's a pretty solid red flag. That, like, you see that and you're like, so you're going to tell me I'm going to do without resources. That's what this means. This means you're going to be like, hey, man, we're not going to give you what you need to do your job. You still got to do it, though. Yeah. Yeah, it gets, it's pretty bad. I've had that conversation, too, with, when we were hiring people in companies I worked for, and to be like, okay, here's what we put together, and it'll be from, like, HR, who doesn't know any better. They'll just hear the buzzwords like, okay, like, that's what we're gonna do. It's like, no, you don't understand. Like, you don't understand. These buzzwords, anyone who reads those in this industry, sees these buzzwords, they're immediately going, oh no, we don't want to be here. Like, these buzzwords must be open on all sides. Oh, it's this tree stump. These buzzwords are a thing that's like a buyer beware. Or again, they'll have some policy that people need to have 3 to 5 years experience, and you will run that situation again where, like, they'll be like, hey, we need people to have experience in, I don't know what the latest version of some of this tech will say, like .NET 6 or whatever. It's like, okay, well, we need 3 to 5 years experience in .NET 6. It'd be like, that's 6 months old. That's 6 months old. You're not finding anyone like that. You can't just blanket statement everyone has to have this experience. You can must have 3 to 5 in this higher level technology just in general. But the moment you get like version numbers or new tech, like I'm expecting there's probably dozens of job offers out there for people who have, X number of experience working in generative AI. And it's like, okay, technically a technology exists before that, but yeah. Says, Anidor says, it is even more fun if you have multiple red flags in a single job offer. Oh, yeah. And they're not so much nowadays because they don't have the time. There were times that I'd have people basically cold calling me job offers that were clearly like, they would definitely set you those flags where you're going to be set in low offer. And I'd take the time to just practice my interviewing and all that with them. And they get all excited because they're thinking they're getting this really amazing hire and all that. And then they come back, cheaping out in the salary. And it'd be like, oh my god, that's the most, like, and I'd tell them, it's like, that's the most terrible salary I've ever heard. And just kind of walk out on them. And so they wasted all this time on it. And it's, like, if it's someone who just seems like they're making an honest mistake, that's one thing. But as far as I'm concerned, with companies who are going to waste people's time like that, where they're trying to count on you getting all personally invested in the job and then settling for well below your weight, I am down to waste their time. I haven't done that, though, since before I started streaming. I just don't have the time. Or I definitely walk some people in circles. The one, and I'm glad it's a thing that's been going away. One of the things, and this is more software dev than anything, Google was very famous for, they would make you do these, like, really stupid little challenges that were like, okay, get this, you have a plane, it's a Boeing whatever, here's the dimensions of the interior cabins or whatever, and, it's fully equipped with its seats and everything, and you want to ship the maximum number of beach balls in this, how would you calculate that? And they would do these and the point, the value they thought they were getting out of it was that they thought they were being able to measure your critical thinking. And sure, to a certain degree, that's not wrong. Paid cold snap. No, not right now. That's Cassandra saying, hey, do you want to let me bribe you into shooting yourself in the foot? We're still trying to get out of the danger on food because we had a cold snap going into winter, And now we're on the other side of that, just trying to make it through. We'll go ahead and tame the turkey. That's one reason why you don't like adding your phone number to resumes? Yeah. Different run from the mountain base? Yeah, the mountain base died. We had a pretty big, like, more than double our number of pawns pig race, or pig raid. And they came in rocking explosives, and we still hadn't gotten our... Basically, it was the fact that it was lazy about dropping all the rocks just on the ground around the perimeter. It made it so I couldn't shut my doors or do anything to like, I couldn't go to the door to bottleneck or anything. So it was the fact that I was being lazy about dealing with my, waiting on stone cutting that ultimately got me. And then I misplayed the fight a little, but I don't know if it would have mattered that much. Alright, so you're getting all that sorted out. Inspired taming. I don't think there's anything I want on here. Unless we get, like, a Thrombo rolling in, which... Honestly, now I think about that last run, we didn't see a Thrombo the whole time. At least I don't remember seeing a Thrombo. I'm probably just forgetting, though. Animal starvation. Well, hopefully we should have some greens coming in here soon. Because the snow is all melting. Yeah, if they get downed, we'll probably... Well, I mean, if we can get any vegetables, we'll probably be able to handle that. So one thing I'm going to do is shrink this field. No, we're not. We're not going to shrink that field. What I'm going to go ahead and do is over here, on some of this rich soil. There. That way we have a little bit of stuff we can store for later. Alright. And one issue we're going to run into is if I take down these walls, the animals will very likely go in there and just eat our meals. So I got to be careful about that. So in the meantime, we'll work on it. Okay, and we should be able to put down the ritual circle there. I'm surprised I actually guessed the right size for that, too. Okay. Are we low on wood? No, we just haven't had people haul stuff. I forgot what I was saying beforehand. Oh, yeah, no, it was, it's, well, like, so Google would do those, like, things. And there was a certain cleverness about it. But in practice, what ended up being was every single company started requiring all these, like, stupid little logic problems and all that. And again, in theory, the benefit was watching someone problem solves. But in practice, it just became this arbitrary thing you had to do that didn't really measure anything, and they would do that in lieu of any other type of meaningful skills test or whatever related to your job. And so they didn't get the point. And even Google did away with those because they realized it wasn't worth it. Alright, so I do not want this person to join my colony. I'm going to patch them up and all that, but I do not want them to join. And so it's just this annoying thing that you would go into these things and be like, hey, we want you to write this type of function or code or whatever that does this, but we want you to do it on the whiteboard. And you'd kind of go, it's like, alright, I'm going to be real with you. If my job involves writing code on a whiteboard, I'm not sure this is the job for me. Because I am questioning a lot about your dev process here. And for the longest time, we were dealing with this stuff non-stop between these companies having all these stupid little puzzles. And it got to the point I would go into these interviews and I'd be like, okay, we do that one thing, whatever like their logic problem is, like, so I see you've heard of Google's interview process before. Do you want me to answer this silly question that has nothing to do with the job I'm going to be doing? Or would you rather actually present me with something that is the type of work I'm going to be doing so I can show you I'm actually competent in my job? There was more than once. Okay, so the random research is assigning correctly. Cool. That's good news. That's at least something. But, and it was just one of those things like, hey, you know what? Show me an actual problem you had. I will show you how I would, go through, figure out what the problem is, fix it, do all that kind of stuff. Like, because that's relevant. It's getting the actual answer you want. Can I do the job? Versus, does my day job involve figuring out how to shove how many balloons inside a cabin of an airplane? Because if it does, I am grossly misunderstanding the type of position I'm applying for. Alright, so we're getting all these different relic things. We're not going to worry about those until we're farther along. And just keep chilling in that room. That's fine. And I'm probably not going to do any void provocation at all this run. I'm mostly keeping this because Ben Lee here, they want to have a kid and everything, but they're already 66, so I am going to need to de-age them. And with the random research, I'm not going to have the control to get, like, the normal way of de-aging, which means I'm going to have to depend on rituals. And then on top of that, we do have people who want stuff like tentacle limbs and all that are going to require that. Okay, we can go here, get our sandstone floors. Alright, bear with me, chat, for a second. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back in a second. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Oh no. Welp. And I was here a long time earlier today. I guess I call a tow truck. Alright, and we are back. Pulling out one of the only surviving GTA RP clips from before. Like, that was before I was doing anything streaming-wise. That was before I was affiliate. That's actually what led me to streaming, was I was playing GTRP with some people. Like, it was my first time doing any type of RP. Guest died. Oh, I'm sorry. I knew you were starving. I didn't know you were, like, on the brink of death starving. I just figured it'd take a little while. It's fine. Honestly, the best job you ever had was just you was just talking to future coworkers about the work and solve some problems and encounter and vice versa. Just really nice shop talking. Yeah, and that was kind of the same one I had, is, I was just kind of talking... How did you get hurt? Oh, social fight. But yeah, no, it's just, Bloodlust Body Master doesn't have basic needs like eating, sleeping, or comfort. Her body is driven by some unknown mechanisms that have turned her eyes white. So yeah, so basically this person can just work day and night forever. We're bringing this person here. Bloodlust isn't my favorite, because she's way more likely to start social fights. But, you know. But yeah, pen is not enclosed. Oh, because the sheep broke the door. But yeah. No, that was my favorite job I ever had. That's kind of what happened. Like, we had like the very basic interview, basically, you know, getting a feel for my personality and making sure, you know, I wasn't absolutely full of BS. But they didn't do like some in-depth, like, let's really try and hone down and make you do some silly test or whatever. Alright, so Sinclair is barely more than a child, but in her eyes you sense an ancient wisdom. When she speaks, the words seem to come from an unnatural knowledge of endless time. She says that the stars brought her here to fulfill her destiny. She wants to stay with you and help. Sinclair's eyes are pure white. Using local folk knowledge, she has mastered her metabolic and circadian rhythms. At least, that's what she claims. Sinclair never sleeps. She doesn't need to eat. Though through her eyes you see a primal hunger. She may be very useful, but you also sense there's something she's not telling you. Yeah, I have no reason to say no. Welcome aboard. So we've got you here. You are pretty much crap at all the combat, but you know, we'll go ahead and give you a bow. They don't really have much better for you. So with that, Sinclair's schedule is never sleep. And you'll have recreation with everyone else. Actually, you'll have recreation with Moriarty, because Moriarty is by themselves. Doesn't get to have any of the recreation and all that. Let's give Moriarty someone to hang out with in the evenings. That also means I have a doctor on the other schedule, which is good news. So I can get you handling. So you don't like hunting. You can help craft. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so we've got all that set up, so that's good news. And meanwhile, let's talk about your heresy. Let's actually have a full-blown ritual. See, we can't convert Sinclair. But yeah, no, but what happened is after we got, like, the basic, you know, this is what the job is, you know, here's what will be expected of you, like, that kind of nonsense, like, the you know, like, the basics of the job, to make sure, like, is this what you want, and all that. Like, genuinely, they took me around, like, the office and were introducing to me to everyone, which, after I actually took that job, after I got the job, the person was like, oh yeah, after that interview, like, you were who we were hiring. Like, there was no question about it. Of, like, all the candidates we had, once you interviewed, you're like, no, this is, we couldn't come up with a better fit for the role, because they were looking for someone doing software dev who had a background in education. They also had a background in being a subject matter expert in accessibility, with, like, education theory and all that as well. So it's one of those things that I just had such this, like, unusual combination of skills that they don't bother asking for, because you don't find people with those combinations typically. And then usually if you do, they're usually, like, in a really, really big gig. And at that point, I had just left a gig because my boss before was terrible. It was a good gig, pay-wise, but an awful gig in every other respect. Sounds like it was tailored for you? It practically was. That said, they didn't know I was looking, because that was the thing. Technically, they had the job open, but they weren't trying to hire for it in that very moment. And I had a third party who knew about the role and all that kind of stuff, and was like, hey, we can make, you know, like, I know a person. Like, they didn't get kickback or anything from it, but it's like, I know someone who's looking for someone to fill in this role. You know, you might be a perfect fit. I saw the Gladius, I'm just not going to get that. We'll wait till later. It's wild how awful superheroes can ruin a team. Oh yeah, no, there's... Like, one of the worst things you can have as an employer is a bad middle manager. I mean, honestly, a bad leader of any kind, C-level middle management. You can have one of the most stunning teams, and a bad leader will absolutely ruin it. Oh, you deal with that. We'll go the other way. Really? All of you are just... I'm more worried about them shooting Sinclair. That gazelle really wanted a piece of Sinclair. Like, there was all of them, and the gazelle went around them. I'm like, what? But yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing. Like, a bad manager can be more damaging than anything. A good manager can also do a lot for a team. Like, it can be very valuable. But a bad manager is one of those things that will absolutely destroy a team. Alright, so we can go ahead and take down all these walls. Leave that one there. I so it doesn't compromise this. Then we'll replace all those, and we're almost done swapping out the wood walls. We still need to do our perimeter wall as well. Oh, I didn't actually trade with you, did I? Wait, did I trade with you? I don't remember. We'll just trade anyways. Yes, I did. And we can go here and replace the walls with granite. Cool. And one thing we'll actually be able to do as well is marble shelves. Let's go ahead and get our shelves built. Okay, that's a bit of a weird layout, but that's fine. Actually, I have room for one more set of shelves right here. So that we can put something of importance up there. Okay, so we're getting all of that built. We're slowly getting everything switched over and all that. But yeah, I know it's been a thing that, like, the bad manager was one of those things, no matter what the project was, no matter how urgent it actually was, everything was priority one. Everything single priority one. That we finally got to the point of talking to him saying, okay, of the priority one projects we have, which is the most important? Because it would just call everything priority one. And the reality is if everything is the top priority, then nothing is priority at all. He also made a job that there was no reason it needed to be stressful at all, and made it incredibly stressful. Like, it felt like everything, you know, every single day, like, everything was on the brink of everything coming down. And none of the, like, other than we had, the entire time I worked there was only one issue that was ever actually urgent, and that was the payment processor we had been using just shut down without warning. Sorry, they didn't shut down. They changed their API without warning. And so, just suddenly one evening, all of our payments stopped going through. Which means our company couldn't make any money at all, because you'd go to run your card and it'd just say no. And it was just one of the things that got absolutely screwed with. And that wasn't the manager's fault on a real level. Like, that was just, we had to step up. But you'd have stuff that's like, oh no, we need this thing implemented immediately, like the CEO said so. And then come to find it was an idea that your manager came up with who they thought was a good idea that was really bad, and they just attribute it to the CEO. Because they knew that would get you to hustle. Which just taught us not to trust a single word out of his mouth. But that was also, like, it wasn't... Later on, he became a C-level person in the company, but at the time, he wasn't. I always figured he had to have some, like, major dirt on the CEO or something with half the stuff he got away with. Because, like, he just wasn't a good leader by anything. He didn't accomplish his goals. He had his own team was pissed off at him half the time. He had higher turnover than, like, any other department in the company, as well as neighboring companies and all that. And it was just kind of one of those things, I'm like, how are you still here? Like, and it was a thing that when I left the company, it was one of those situations where I left, and then shortly after, the whole team ditched because I basically was a mitigating factor at the time. That I got in between that manager and half the trouble he caused. How does someone like that keep their job? Sometimes it's just the issues they cause have poor visibility. So there's that. They're also the kind of people who like to blame others. And you can be surprised at how long someone can last when they're constantly pitching other people under the bus. Or they happen to be close friends with someone who's higher up, or, you know, have something on someone who's high up. Like, there's ways. We're out of food, which is a problem, and I'm not sure why we're not getting food in from our hunting. Because you ran over there, you fired like 2 shots, and then you relaxed socially. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and crank up hunting for just a minute. Because we are actively starving. We're waiting on the stuff to grow. It's not quite far enough for us yet. So everyone is now prioritized to go hunt. Actually, except Donkey Duff. You don't hunt. You cook. I need you to bring food back. There we go. I was gonna say, you're all shooting stuff, and then injuring it, and then leaving. I need you to actually finish the job. Man, I've definitely seen, and it's not always leaders, I've seen people in companies in all sorts of positions that... Like we used to have a joke at the retail store I worked at that the only way to get fired was to steal from the till. You got fired real fast for that one. But just shy of that, they let a lot slide. They let a whole lot slide. Okay, so we've got them starting to butcher stuff. Like, we had people who got belligerent with customers that resulted in stuff. Until it gets to a point of, like, someone getting a lawsuit or, you know, stealing from the till, or, like, you do serious damage. Like, unless there's, like, a major monetary problem, then that retail stop would put up with just about anything. Alright, so we got enough food to stave that off a little while longer. We're almost going to have our rice up here in a moment. And once that's done, everything should start to settle where we don't have to worry nearly as much. Which is good, because we're running out of animals that are actually worth hunting. When you get stuff like the rats, you put in a lot of effort, and then you don't have much to show for on the other side. Okay, and you're still waiting to take that apart. That's fine. There's also a thing that, surprised me a lot of those companies. Like, it's one thing when a person who isn't doing their job doesn't dramatically impact you or the company or whatever. So, like, when you have, a salesman who's not doing their job, it's not that big a deal as long as, like, it doesn't hurt everyone else in the company unless there's enough people causing problems. But, when you have someone who's causing enough trouble, it's actively causing grief for other people, it's surprising that they keep them as long as they do, because usually with those types of problems, what ends up happening is other employees get frustrated because it's making more work for them. To a point, eventually they end up being the ones leaving, so you get stuck with the one you don't want, versus your good employees are the ones that leave. That's also one reason I get surprised with, there's a lot of companies will... It's a known tactic to avoid laying people off, that instead what you ultimately do is you pass some policy that's going to be fairly unpopular. And that a certain number of people will, not like that policy and go find a different job. And the thing that a lot of these companies don't realize is usually their best people are the ones who go looking for the other job because they're the ones who have the highest mobility. They're the ones who are making better pay, or they're harder workers and yada yada. And so they're the ones who go, okay, well, if this isn't as good, I got other offers I can make happen. Not always. But just in general, when you hemorrhage employees like that, you're hemorrhaging your good talent, your best talent. Because they're the ones more able to go, usually. Whereas the ones who are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling are the ones you retain, because they can't afford to leave. They can't take the risk of a different role. Okay, and one thing we want to go in here is once we get all the shelves built, I don't want to put the hay grass in here. And I don't want to put it in there because what'll end up happening is I want it out here for the animals. Yeah, okay, so the pit where the flesh beast came through, that collapsed. Oh, why are you going down there cleaning dirt? What do you know that I don't know? Oh, I guess it probably wasn't. It probably wasn't them cleaning dirt down there. They were going down there and then things got dirty, so they stopped hunting. Yeah, so we're down to just a few more animals to hunt. But by the time they're done, this rice should be done in the next in-game day or so. Yeah, so this is definitely, I'm finding the Caldera map to be not great. Because you'll notice the people keep going all the way over here to hunt, only fire a couple shots, and then it's time to go home. Because it's almost 1.5 times as long as going, like, if I was built in the middle of the map and went to hunt that gazelle, I would go straight there. Versus this, I have to go out and around, it's almost twice as long. So as a result, they don't hunt very long. Alright, we got cargo pods. With a bunch of alpaca wool. I appreciate that. Okay, and you've almost got all the marble shelves built. So that our storage room has a, significantly increased storage capacity. And we do have this set up to cut any bricks within the range here, so that shouldn't be too bad. And the reason we keep bringing in all these turkeys is because they're our venerated animal. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. They're a venerated animal. I'm deliberately only grabbing the male turkeys, just because that way I don't have to worry about breeding. I would have grabbed all the female turkeys if we had seen the female turkeys only, but we're only now seeing female turkeys on the map, and I already had a bunch got there. Because being a venerated animal, if I did bring them in and they started breeding, then I've got the problem, this never-ending growing army of turkeys that I can't slaughter because it upsets my people. When they die, it upsets my people, and it would just be nothing but bad news. They would get a mood buff. They'd be like, oh, there's like, our venerated animal is everywhere. This is awesome kind of thing. But there'd just be too many negatives. Alright, so we can go here and tear down all of these walls. And we'll get that replaced with the granite, and then we'll do the other side. And then with that, we'll be done replacing all of our wood buildings with granite. Oh, we also need to do the front door. And at least make these granite walls so I can put up with a little bit of abuse. I'll make, like, a better defense here at some point. We just haven't prioritized that. Because I don't want to do, like, a full-on, like, kill box or anything. A hare is self-tamed. Cool, the hare will die. Like, you don't want to go through, like, that level of defense. But we want to at least have something here. It's kind of a bummer, like, the monolith being here kind of limits me a little bit. So I could see, like, putting an area back here that we could put, like, a defensive line. The catch is the monolith does obstruct vision. So it is one of those things that I either need to make it part of the wall or have it on the interior part. Alright, and there you go. Cool. And then we can worry about what rooms we're going to make next. You can also start dyeing some of these rooms now I think about it. So that's Sinclair's room. We're going to assume Sinclair's staying, so we'll go floors. You have kind of the aqua color here. There's Sinclair's room. Oh, we got Ben Lee's room. And Ben Lee likes what I could only describe as, like, charcoal color. Really dark gray. Alpaca is roaming. Oh, right, because you're tearing down... I don't like that you tore down a single piece of the wall and then stopped. Right. So you can get that all replaced real fast. And then that'll be done. And then meanwhile, you got Donkey Duff and Cerise the Mage. So you got kind of a grape-colored, maybe. And then Cerise is kind of a magenta. That's an interesting combination. So we can go here, and we'll go for this as like the outer edge and the middle dot. And then we can try and go for that magenta... Where was it? For the record, they don't get a bonus for being in a room painted the color. It's just a thing I like to do to make the rooms more interesting. We have Jaywalker. And Jaywalker's favorite color is like cream or beige. No, I also missed that's fine. And then we've got Luxray down here and Moriarty. Moriarty's favorite color is also like just a deep gray. And then Luxray's favorite color is a light purple. Well, I shouldn't even say like a light purple. Let's look at that again. Okay, so it's a little brighter than that. So it's like... Is it just a regular purple? I guess it is just like a regular purple. But yeah, none of that really matters for the purposes of the game. But it's just one of those things that you can make the rooms different colors and make them more interesting. What is our ideology color, by the way? It's a light green. All right, so we'll say swamp green. Swamp green about right? It's a little bit more yellow than swamp green. Probably this one. So all of our common spaces will just make the ideologies colors. Oh, you don't have a floor yet, so I can't dye you. Alright, meanwhile, if you've got that all built up front there, you can go back here. And get that last wall torn down and replaced. And then with that, we'll have all of our buildings made out of granite. Stop that. Well, that was almost terrible. So it did damage a bunch of shelves that he probably destroyed. Okay, so it's just wood. So really all we did is we just damaged a bunch of wooden shelves. That's honestly not that big a deal. I thought this was close enough I wasn't going to need the columns. Okay, so with that I could take down that corner. We should be fine. We're lucky it didn't end up dropping a roof on anyone. Yeah, so it was all just wooden columns. That's fine. Cool. Meanwhile, let's grab all of you. Your linked storage. Do not accept hay. Okay, so after all that, we're going to want to get a hospital set up somewhere. We'll probably want the hospital to be in this area somewhere. Just because we are going to deal with people probably getting injured around here more than anything else. So I could see it where my current dumping stockpile is. That's one place I could see putting the hospital. I could see putting it along here as well. Probably, honestly, over here. So let's go ahead and we will do this. I'm going to expand the zone down here. Oh, let's not put it there. Expand it back here. And for right now, drop that back there. And then shrink it. Don't shrink it that way. And then shrink that. So we've basically moved that zone over. And then once I get that built up, we'll put our hospital over here on this end. Alright, our food's still doing okay. We've still got, we got plants coming in, so we should be alright. Soon enough, we'll actually be switched over to getting some of the other stuff going down, which would be good. We are getting our alpacas slowly building up, which are going to be a primary source for a lot of foods and all that. Oh, we got 2 more turkeys we can bring in. Because I do want to actually have a decent number of turkeys running around, because we'll get a thing that'd be, like, we'll get a, venerated turkey, and it's just saying, hey, there's venerated turkeys nearby. If we get a bunch of turkeys in the area, I believe that buff, I can't remember if it goes up to like 5 or 8 or something like that if you get a lot of turkeys in the area, or whatever your venerated animal is. And I don't know what the threshold to get there is, because usually I don't have to worry about it that much. Yeah, so you can line that up with that. We can make some wood doors. Alright, that'll be our hospital. And then I'll go over here and we will move the gate to be there. And expand this out that way as well. Put a gate here. And then once that's built, we'll tear down this wall and we'll expand our psychoid plant to accommodate. Speaking of which, is that a farther gap on this side? So that's 3 tiles up here? No, it's 2 tiles up here, 3 tiles down there. Well, that's cursed. I'll probably rearrange these at some point to include some trees, and we can ignore that. Hey, Galactic, how's it going? Good to see you. And as a reminder, if you're not already following the channel and you have been enjoying the content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Because that's how this whole thing works. Alright, so we can go over here, we can choose floors. Get the sandstone floor down here. That'll burn up most of my sandstone. We still got tons of marble for furniture. Which is fine, because we're going to be making all of our furniture out of marble here in the future. And slowly our base is coming together. Eventually I'm going to get that down. Garland Sprout, we want to get that. Didn't one of my people want to use that? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you want to see Aurora. You want to become a leader. Well, look. We can talk about you becoming a leader once the other stuff. Yeah, so you want to be connected. So Luxray wants to be connected to the Garland tree, whatever it's called. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this like right here, I think. No, that won't be out of the way enough. Shambler's approaching. We'll put it up there. Okay, so we got Shamblers. So there's 3 Shamblers here. Shamblers are kind of hard to capture. And the reason they're hard to capture is they have a tendency to die. So it's not that they're like really tough to fight or something like that. They can be because of numbers. The old zombie horde kind of thing. But they have a very high pain tolerance and all that. So they only tend to go down when standing up isn't really possible anymore. So since there is only 3, I am going to just try and deal with them real fast. I'm just trying not to push up so much that we get all of them on me at once. Like, get a couple rounds into them before they drop in on me. Plus, I'll likely need these shards, so... Alright, with that, we can just close it on the last one and just shooting gallery it. Okay, well, as I said, usually don't get many of them that make it. Shamblers are kind of hard to knock down without killing. It does happen. The other thing is they turn into crawlers. You can grab them and run off with them when they're crawlers. But it is just one of those things. Alright, so get these out of the doors. Okay. Cool. And with that, we've got all that squared away. Oh, also we could put the... Oh, interesting. They broke it down so you have all that. Put that down there. We got an ambrosia sprout. Don't really care about that. Alright, so the potatoes are just about to be grown. Both sets. Also be good there. We can get the chronophagy soon. Once we get the chronophagy, then we do have the ability to deal with some stuff. Oh, I just realized I've not been doing something I should be doing this whole time, which is I should be extracting bioferrite from you. Because that's just free bioferrite, free medical skill. I forgot they didn't have that originally. You had to get the mechanism to go with it. They added that later to make it so you could do more of this. Because we're going to need the bioferrite for our rituals to like de-age people and that kind of stuff for the aspiration kind of stuff. So it's going to take a little bit of work. And our research is plugging away. We are getting electricity now, which is good. And then once we get either battery or geothermal... Actually, we can't use geothermal, really. I mean, it's not that we can't. It's not convenient. They're like all... There's 3 of them up here. There was another 1 or 2 down here. But the point was all of them were out in the extremities. None of them are inside the perimeter here. So, like, this is probably the most usable one. I could, like, wall that off and then run the power cable around and through. And eventually would certainly want to do that. Like, you know, daisy chain these all together and all that. But for current purposes, I probably wouldn't want to do that too much. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the junk leather out of here. They don't have more books for me. I don't have any clothes for them we care about that much. Yeah, they mostly came with meat. And honestly, I'm not gonna worry too much. So we got a point from them for that. So meanwhile, Lux right here wants to be joined to that tree as one of their things. So this will be another one done for Luxray. So congratulations, Luxray. You now like to cut tree. So you're gonna maintain your tree here. For dryads, what do we want for dryads here? So I could make them a carrier dryad to just haul on our behalf. That's not a bad move. I don't think we need the barrier, like those ones. I could see using the tanky ones. I think we're going to go for the hauling dryad. Because then it's just one of those things that I could just have dryads that just run around haul for me. They're not the greatest, but they do get the job done. We can go into here and say, cool, so I have electricity. We're not going to get excited yet, because until I have what I need to work with electricity, it's not worth me putting too much time or effort into it. Did I not? There we go. I didn't choose to confirm it. Yeah, so that'll be pretty good stuff. And with that, that means now Luxray has 2 of their things sorted out. So Luxray still wants a beautiful lover and then become inhuman. Which I know you can become inhuman through the void stuff. Like by going into the ideology that's about inhumanization. Alright, well that seems like a you problem, guests. Not really a me problem. So let's see how they do. And also, what's your problem? You're ravenously hungry. Oh, that's... Well, why? No, you've got food. Go eat it. Yeah, hey, Bentley, go rescue that person. Bentley. The AI in this game is such rubbish when it comes to pathing sometimes. So try that again without catching fire this time. Alright, so we've got 2 people capable of doctoring. We'll let them do their thing. The hospital's not quite online. We're getting there. Which we can work on that by going marble bed. We could do that for now. It's not a reasonable shape. You know what? I usually don't do, like, the main strats for fitting, you know, doing these beds like this and all that. But in this particular case, it's one off. I was gonna say, like, I was gonna try and do it that way. I normally like to put them against the walls. It's fine. We'll put them in the center. That's fine for now. We'll get it sorted. Okay. Yeah, so you're working on your tree. You're all patched up and ready. You're all patched up and ready. We should get some reputation gain for that, because we're not considered to be at fault for that. That is interesting, though. The garden trees, I'm used to them popping out at, like, full size. So it's interesting seeing as, like, a little teeny tiny tree. I wonder if one of the mods is doing that, or that's some, like, change with, you know, like anomaly change or something I just completely missed. Alright. And we're getting all our floors all done. Bentley's all better now after burning themselves badly. Yeah, so it's sandstone tile. Right, because you're busy getting that tree caught up. And so part of that is because Luxray has a very low skill in plants. That's going to take them a while. So it's going to massively undercut our construction ability. Like, really, really badly. But, we're honestly getting to the point where we're just kind of waiting on a little bit of that construction. We're not... Nothing's trying to move too particularly fast, so I'm not super worried about that. One thing we could do... Because a lot of the people here want to become parents. Let's see, it was you and Donkey Duff? Neither of those 2 want to become parents, but that's fine. Eventually I'm going to have to joy wire half these people who want to get joy wired, and when that happens, I'm going to need people who can pick up the slack. Because the joy wire is going to massively undermine their ability to do stuff. Alright, so we got venerated turkeys. We'll need to get more to make them happy. Alright, Bentley has maxed out their ability to research, so that's good news. Yeah, and are quickly running out the number of stones there. Sinclair hostiles. Sinclair's demeanor suddenly changed. A menacing grin splits her face. Sinclair has become hostile. You absolute monster. Alright, you dropped in. Alright, Sinclair. I hate to break it to you, but you don't get to leave. That's not how this works. You're here forever. It's also, I believe, we didn't name Sinclair, did we? Normally I name the ones that popped in. I think literally with this one I just forgot to do it. You're Pennington, right? Yep. So prisoner, recruit. Don't worry, you'll see our ways, Sinclair. That's honestly for like there's something they're hiding from you. Just them turning against you by themselves. That's honestly about as mild as it can get. Because of a lot of them when they turn against you, like things, you get sight stealers attacking you and all sorts of other nonsense. And that's way worse, that they'll do like the psychic scream that brings in the stuff. So him just turning and being like, I've got this crappy little bow. But yeah, we'll bring them under the fold. That said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So unfortunately I cannot stay playing late because I gotta be up in less than 6 hours. No, actually, that's not true. I need to be there in less than 6 hours, so I need to be up even earlier than that. So I can't stay up that late. But don't go anywhere if you're over here on Twitch. We're going to go find someone to raid and have a good time, pass that raid for and all that stuff. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube and TikTok, it will be ending abruptly because there's no such thing as raiding over there. So thank you so much for you all tuning in over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. With all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do now